Hi, I'm Peter Tragos, host of the Lawyer You Know podcast and YouTube channel. The saying goes, everyone hates lawyers until you need one. Well, I'm here when you need one to answer your questions and give you insight that you didn't know you needed. Along with my partners, Pete Sardis, the professor, who has a finance and business background, and George Tragos, my dad, and the consigliere, a criminal defense giant, we can answer any questions you have. What's up, everybody? We are here for a first, and it's not a lot of times that we have firsts anymore in life, so it's always fun when we get a new one. And today is that day. We are going to try to live stream a part of a trial, and throughout the entirety that we've had this channel, we've talked about how we can't live stream a full trial because we're running a full practice here. But some circumstances have lined up where I was supposed to be in trial and it got continued. My dad is on vacation and we have some open time to try to stream some of this. So we have put together a setup we think will work. If it doesn't work, bear with us. We'll try to make it work. And then if it just totally falls flat, we will do our recaps at night, which we'll probably do throughout the week already. But my dad is going to be on vacation. So if I've got to pop out for a call or a meeting, he will still be on here. Pete is also in the office, so he will pop into this chair if need be, and if we need somebody to pop in. So the only guests that we will have will most likely be from our firm. So it'll be Pete, it'll be my dad, and Dave. If need comes, then he will jump in here as well. And between all of us, it's really fun. And the reason why we're doing this and adding this little twist is because between us, we have 300 or 400 jury trials. And that's what this is. It's a jury trial. It's cross-examination of a defendant. And it's a huge part of the trial, and kind of throughout the entirety of the trial, this is where I think it was going to be won and lost, is with Johnny's direct and cross and Amber's direct and cross. We have our feelings and we've done our breakdowns about Johnny's, have our feelings. We've done our breakdowns about most of Amber's. And we're jumping on and starting today because we expect her cross to start today. So my dad will be jumping in here at some point. And like I said, we'll have some other guest appearances. I'm not going to pull anybody off any other LawTube channels. They're still streaming and they're awesome. And if you want to check out their streams, that's awesome too. We got a lot of questions though about the cross specifically. And what this will do is let us know if in future trials, it's feasible for us to stream a part of the trial. Like I said, we'll never do the whole trial, but we may do parts of trials in the future. And this is going to be our test run while Amber Heard's on the stand. I'm still going to be doing my shorter recaps at night and answering a lot of questions. It's not supposed to really kick off until 9 o'clock. So I can answer questions until then if we want to talk about or preview kind of what we think is coming. But it's going to be fun, hopefully. If there are a lot of issues, like I said, we'll probably just shut it down. You guys can let me know if there are sound issues or you can't see us or whatever it may be, and I'll try to fix it as best I can. Karen, the trial is supposed to kick off at 9 a.m. Eastern time, so about 12 minutes. So we've got until then to just kind of talk. I'll also show and share throughout here real quick, just because this is fun. If you haven't seen this yet, we have created this bingo card here for things that we expect or we want to see if it happens. So as we go, we will check things off this bingo card. We will see how many of the things that are kind of would be unexpected, but would be interesting. And you kind of have to expect the unexpected in this trial so far, or some of these things we actually expect. And I did a breakdown of how I would cross Amber Heard. And a lot of the stuff in here is from that cross as well. A lot of you liked certain things or didn't like certain things. And so we made this just for fun. If anybody wants to take a screenshot of it and follow along. But as we go, I'll probably be checking off some of these boxes. And I'm sure, because of all the different things I've got going on in front of me today, I will miss many of them. And that's what you will be here for. And again, the bingo card is just for fun. Not a big deal. I did an interview with some blogger, somebody writing about this and about how everybody's joking and making fun of it. And I'm not a fan of making fun of domestic violence or serious situations. But I am a fan of making things easier to watch and more engaging. And that's what I think this bingo card is. So that's what we'll be here for. If you haven't, I forgot to do this, all this stuff, because I'm seeing people say new subscriber, just subscribed. Thank you for everybody that just subscribed. Ashley and Hoodix Girl. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. We're on our way to 100K. We're trying to get there before the trial ends. And if we do, some of you may have already commented in here that I may have a somewhat of a resemblance to Johnny Depp or Jack Sparrow. And if we get to 100K before this trial ends, I talked with some of the subs and some of the members, and we're going to do a live Q&A about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard as Jack Sparrow. Now, I'm not really sure I have the accent down, but I'll try to get the look down. Just again, for some fun, make it entertaining and stuff, not making fun of anybody. It's a character he played, built his career, or his career was kind of solidified on it. So we're going to have fun throughout the trial. It's a difficult situation. That's what we deal with. We handle personal injury, car accidents, slip and fall cases, wrongful death, nursing home, med mal. People call us in the most serious of times when the worst things that have ever happened to them and they can't understand why it happened and they need help navigating it. And that's when they call us. We also do a lot of criminal defense. My dad was a state and federal prosecutor. He was actually, the top criminal prosecutor in our middle district of Florida back in the 80s. And so he's got a lot of high profile cases. I'm sure we'll talk through some of those today with your questions. I'll get to as many super chats as I can throughout the video today. But yeah, like the video so more people can jump on and it can help the YouTube algorithm if they're looking for this kind of spice and this kind of flavor today. It's going to be a little different because we're not going to stream the whole trial or the entire rest of the trial. But yeah, subscribe if you haven't already. Help us get to 100K and then join us for that special video. That'll be a site. And then like the video so more people can come and join us. And if you want to wait to like it until Big George joins, that's fair too. All right, so let me get in here to the comments. Let's see if we've got any questions we can start out by answering. I think that was all the announcements I had. All right, let's see here. And anybody can let me know when it starts, and I have the link up here, but if I'm answering a question, I may miss it. We got people from all over: Paris, the UK, Sweden, Massachusetts, Holland. This is pretty insane. 5 minutes, people. It's about 8 minutes. Ethiopia. Cool. Thank you, Lisa from Mississippi. Louisiana, Norway, Australia. Soul music over in Australia. It's 10:45 p.m. and she's going to stay up for all this. Wild. Thank you, Ashley. Hello, everybody. What's up, Eric? What's up, Tickled Pink? What's up, one of those mums? Made Iron. All right, I'm hearing an ad. Maybe that means it's starting soon. We will mute that for now. Yep, we're looking at the courtroom, but it hasn't started yet. So we still have about 7 minutes left. Oregon, people from all over the place. West Texas. That reminds me of Friday Night Lights. People asking when the trial is going to start. 9 a.m. is when it's supposed to. Usually, especially after a week off, I would guess there are some housekeeping matters. So I don't think the testimony is going to start at 9, probably sometime between 9:30 and 10. Eric, there are 9 jurors instead of 12 now because I think 3 have gotten dismissed for one reason or the other. John, I don't think Cross is right at the beginning. I think they're going to start out by finishing her direct examination. Who knows how long that's going to go, but I didn't want to miss the beginning of Cross, so that's why we're jumping in here. And again, just for anybody that doesn't know what to expect, which kind of I don't either, and my dad hasn't done a lot of this, commenting during a live stream while we're doing it. We'll try not to talk over the testimony, but we will be giving our commentary, so it won't just be straight testimony. So if you get annoyed by that, I totally understand. And we're streaming it, so you can stream it without the commentary at all. But we will be trying not to talk over the important testimony, but we're going to give our commentary. What we would do different, what we like, what we don't like. Ann Ellis Brown. Hi, Pete. Thanks for all the insights. Is every word timed or just the main sections of their arguments from Cape Town, South Africa? So whenever they're making arguments for their side, so it can be direct, it can be cross. I might as well share the screen while I talk, right? So you guys can see Amber Heard walking in. Let's pull this bad boy up and get it maximized. So this is what we're looking at. So when they're making their arguments, either on direct exam, cross exam, opening, closing, objections, and making long arguments, things like that, it'll be timed for them. When they're up at sidebar or when they're handling certain issues like this before the trial starts, that's not going to be docked against anybody. And I will be checking my phone from time to time because I'm going to help my dad try to jump on, talking to everybody helping out with it as well. All right. Do you think they will cross Amber Heard today, Jenna Lee? I think it will begin today. My guess is it's going to last more than one day, but I think they will begin cross today, yes. Alex Tumpney, new member, awesome. Keita Allen, do you think they are going to hear more about the Australia incident in direct? Good day from Australia. I don't know how much they want to bring out of it. I think they've probably gone into detail, although it seemed like when we went from day one of direct to day two, they kind of rehashed some of the same stuff we had already heard about. So, I don't really know what their plan's going to be. They may rehash some of it. They may not. What I'm interested to see is if we get any more into that recording that a lot of people have been talking about. That's what I'm interested to see. All right. So Big George has just joined in. Add to the stream. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can't hear the courtroom. Can you hear the courtroom?
Inside the courtroom. They haven't started yet. It's supposed to kick off at 9. Usually how they're doing is they're taking care of some housekeeping matters. So I'm just answering some questions while we wait. But everybody hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. For Big George joining us here. We're getting a couple of new members as we start. Nora S. And everybody likes to comment on what Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are wearing. It's looking kind of similar. Both in kind of a light colored suit. And Dad, just so you know, I'll probably mute you from time to time if you're not talking, just so we don't hear the background noise. So if you want to, you can hit mute and then unmute whenever you got something to say. I may mute you if we're just kind of listening and I can hear some stuff in the background.
Okay. As you know, I really want to hear the cross. And so I may be in and out during direct examination, but okay. I'll be back for sure for the cross.
Yeah, whenever you want to come back is fine. It'll pop you in. And then when you hit leave, you just hit that same link. It'll pop you in, and then you'll be here, and we'll keep rocking. All right, PTC, did you see the video of the bad reality show where Whitney had her beat by Amber Heard? I did not see the video of the bad reality show. Is that what it's called? No, I have not. I haven't seen anything with Whitney. I've seen like a picture of Whitney. That's all I know of even how she looks like. I don't know what they're going to even really try to do with her, but we'll find out when she takes a stand, because all reports are she's going to take the stand. So we're going to learn more about what she has to say. What's up, Riker Ryan? Good morning. Georgia, new member. And we'll flash some of the comments, some of the super chats, and some of the new members across the bottom of the screen as the trial's actually going. And it's going to be fun. I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting. I'll be kind of working on the side as we're listening to. I'll be following the chat. I'll probably be commenting in the chat as well if it's not a long answer that needs me to go on and on about it or talk over the testimony. I'll try to answer as much as I can in the chat. Good morning, Prince Charming's mom. Shauna Brennan, we're close to 80K. It's wild to think how much it's grown in the last month. It's really wild. And to even think it's possible to get to 100K by the end of this trial is pretty wild. I don't know if we'll do it, but I think we'll at least get close. It'll be fun. The White Lycan says we're going to smash 100K. We'll see. Everybody on YouTube loves those kind of that verbiage, that smash the like button. Let's smash 100K. Everybody wants to see Jack Sparrow come on the show. We might have it. Selena, I am not off today, so off the jump, I kind of explained it. My dad is on vacation, which helps out a ton, so he can jump on. Pete may jump into my chair if I've got to jump out for a call. I've got a couple calls I've got to take, and then I can work on the side here on the computer I have as we're listening and as we're answering questions. All right, looks like we're getting started here. Let me turn the volume on.
All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before the
And
jury
let me know
comes
how
out?
everybody can hear it. Can you hear it good, Dad?
Sure.
Okay. And like I said, preliminary matters, that is to be expected. Soldier Mom said it will be interesting if any of my mock cross will be used. That will be really interesting. And we'll have to, that's kind of what part of the bingo card. It doesn't do all my mock cross questions, but there are some. And a lot of you watched that. So you'll kind of, we'll be able to recognize some of that together. I may even pull up some of my outline while the cross is going. I don't have it up right now. I've got a lot of things on my screen right now, but we'll keep it rolling. Taylor Pasternak, good morning from Florida. So it's a nice, easy timing for you. We got some people starting at 11 p.m. their time, which is wild. Thanks for joining. Sylvia, before it gets crazy, want you to know you are the bomb.com and you got some big props from Rakita on his show yesterday. Really, I've got to go check that out. I love when people give me props, especially Rakita, because he does not blow smoke. I'll tell you that. He doesn't compliment people when he doesn't mean it. So I'm going to have to send me that link. I would love to check that out. That's funny. Thank you. And he's awesome too. And I will be back on his show. If any of you came from Rakita, I will be back on his show during the trial, during the other witnesses. I really am just wanting to stream this cross with my dad and some of the other trial lawyers here. And I wonder if they know that they just put this up on the screen at the trial or if that was an oopsie. So I just want to do the cross just for fun. Okay, they're playing it, so we're going to watch it.
Have a good one. Good morning. How are you? Good morning.
I don't really know what we're watching, but we're watching an Amber enter, I guess.
Here's County.
This might just be Sky News giving us something else to watch. Potty Billsma. Peter, why do lawyers change the chairs they sit in? Well, in this case, I think the one that's sitting closest to the witness is the one either doing direct or cross because they have the two tables set up so that you're not looking at the back of someone's head and you can kind of watch what the lawyer's doing over here and what the witness is doing over here, kind of be close to it. So they position themselves and they're allowed to reposition themselves for what's best for what they're going to actually be doing in the trial. Colin McLennan, the judge looks rested. I reckon she went to the Bahamas. I don't know about that. Do you watch all the high-profile cases like Tom Brady watches playoff games or only watch for YouTube stuff? Thanks for breaking all this down for us. Pretty much just YouTube stuff, but I do have to say that I have learned a lot about it, a lot about what I can gain from watching and talking to you all as potential jurors while watching a case has been really helpful. So it's something that I think is becoming more of a Tom Brady watching other defenses and other big games. So that's a good point. Keita Allen, my jaw just dropped at the booze for Amber Heard. Haha, there's a lot of Johnny fans out there. And there's some of LawTube there. I know Rob and DUI Guy and Runkle are all actually at the trial, which is pretty wild. And we'll get some thoughts from them, I'm sure, on all the other channels that all of you follow. Carla Oliveras. Now that Amber brought up Kate Moss, do you think it'll open the door to Amber's past domestic violence arrest on cross? We talked about this ad nauseum. I don't think on its own it brings it out, but I think there are other things that can happen in the trial that would potentially make it relevant and make it open the door for them to get into that evidence. So we'll have to keep an eye out during cross and see if it happens. Do y'all spot them in court, the lumber guy, Paulina? Hopefully we can. We'll take a look. Maybe they'll sit behind Amber's side, which is where the camera seems to be most of the time. Christine, I believe it's right below the join button that you click is how you can join the membership. I guess we're going to watch this again. And by the way, everybody, right under my face at Tragos Law is that where you can find us on Twitter and Instagram. That's our handle at Tragos Law. If you want to follow us on there, we have a lot of interaction on there. So that's fun. Yep, we already saw this, but they're showing it to us again. It's just Amber Heard and Johnny Depp joining us in the courtroom here. Greetings from Mexico. Awesome coverage. Thank you for your great work on this. Thank you, Zimena. Thank you so much.
Cheers, done.
Still under oath, okay?
All right, here we go.
Next question.
We'll
Thank you,
trust
Your
the
Honor.
stream here.
Amber, when did the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp occur?
We already heard
Objection,
that.
asked and
Asked and
answered.
answered. Yeah, come on.
No, overruled. Good.
What?
It would have been early 2012.
And how did you determine this?
I reviewed my therapist's
Objection,
notes.
hearsay.
It really seems like she prepared for the
allowed
beginning of
answer.
this, which is not great because you're not allowed to.
Reviewing my therapist's notes.
Objection,
All right,
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, but it's not offered to prove the truth of
I'll
the matter asserted. It's explaining what she looked at.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. When did you earlier believe the first act of physical violence occurred?
Well, I had always believed up until recently that it had started later, that the violence started around early 2013, not early 2012.
She's literally correcting mistakes that she
You
made, which
testified
you're not allowed to do.
earlier That the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Does that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier? Was this in fact still the first act?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
Sustained. Yeah. Got
What
it.
was the first act?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustain.
Let's go, Camille. Lock her down.
How do you remember the first act of violence?
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever. You never forget the first time someone hits you like that. I just had the date wrong.
And how is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Who told you?
I'm embarrassed to say, I think I would have liked to have believed that the period of time in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love and he was sober and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period in 2012, which was a peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love. So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police.
Objection,
hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple, I believe. last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many instances of abuse were included in the UK trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse.
And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness. so it
Objection
was
calls for a
whatever their
legal
counsel,
conclusion.
the
How would
Sun
she know
counsel
that?
chose.
When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you could recall of physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was called upon to do so.
Well, the objection is hearsay.
Yeah,
But-
she's
but
got to
it's
give a
not often to
response. You
prove the
can't just
truth
say
of the
that's not
matter
hearsay.
asserted, and it's just asking for date.
All right, overruled.
Thank you.
A few months ago, February in 2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in a deposition.
Okay. And when you were asked to provide those, what did you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting?
Well, I had the benefit of my therapist. note.
Objection, hearsay.
So, Your Honor, she's not saying what the therapist said. I'm just
I'll
asking.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I looked at my therapist notes. I had the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries, of which there were many. I put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And what did you do when you put that all together?
I kind of filled in and collected all of these various pieces of information and gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidents of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case,
All right.
excuse
Did
me,
you sign that under oath?
I did.
Okay. And it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay. And was it a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how is it that you didn't just remember all of those events like this?
That's not how your memory or my memory works. We were together for 5 years, almost 4.5. And it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very loving, emotional relationship. So as anyone can imagine, there was a lot going on. And unfortunately, the violence became almost normal, especially towards the end. It was just, it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And, your brain does with trauma what it does, puts it away best you can. So I was frankly, I was
She's not,
shocked
but
to
it sure
see,
seems like she did.
a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist notes, because she was taking them in real
Objection,
time.
Your Honor, hearsay.
All right,
So
just-
if all of this is based on the
Pass
notes,
the
then
ther-
Camille
what the
should
therapist
subject to
said
all of
in
it.
her notes.
It's based on hearsay.
Now, there's one more. You also provided a declaration in this case early on. Do you recall that, trying to move the case to California?
Yes, there was a declaration in 2019.
All right. And did you describe some of the events of violence in that declaration?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything, was said about violent acts? In that
What, if
declaration?
any? That's her response to leading, Dad, in case you haven't seen
I was
that.
taking the advice of my
What, if any?
counsel. We had, it was to get it moved, I believe.
Okay. And was there, did you include all of them?
No,
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Thank
And-
you.
no, I did not include all of the incidents of violence. That was not the point of making this declaration. We were making this declaration in effort to move it to California, because as hard as it is to go through this sort of trial, as it is, it's even harder to do so in a place that neither Johnny nor I are connected to.
Now, you testified earlier about guitars, and you said you've never played a guitar. Have you ever played a guitar player in a movie?
You could say I posed with a guitar.
Again,
turns out I
fixing her
am
testimony that
unteachable.
was inaccurate.
Okay.
It's so
I'm
annoying.
going to take you to the tape recordings. Why did you and Mr. Depp start taping each other?
Well, at first it was not at first. It was meant to be a way to get to the heart of some of our communication issues, in order to to discover in a therapeutic fashion kind of what was some of our issues in our communication.
Okay. Now, we heard an audio tape earlier during this trial in which you said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the jury what that meant?
Yes. Couch was a word that we had been given, that we decided upon, rather.
Objection, hearsay.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said about this.
That it was a safe word. It was meant to be a safe word, like a word like truce, where you put down the proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that you used, or that we used as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this.
This sounds
That
like she
was
was
the
watching
mention of
social
couch,
media
which
and
you
everybody's
heard
like, what the
earlier
heck
in the
does
recording.
couch mean?
Now, what, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to the
I'm
extent
asking
it
for-
calls for misheard statements.
I'm asking for discussions with Mr. Depp.
Still her.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said. Don't tell us what you said.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Yes. What did Mr. Depp say in your discussions about the use of the term threatening to divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Well, Johnny would always say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly heated ones, we had found, we were using divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to, but that kind of deteriorated after the December incident that I got beat up pretty badly. And after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Okay. Now, March 26, 2015, this is after the first Australia trip and after the staircase incident. I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 371A? This is a tape recording, and it's going to be at
It's hard to
1 minute,
prove that they actually did this.
1:01.
That's the problem.
to
That's what's so frustrating about it as a
2:09.
lawyer who wouldn't do it.
Could you say that times again?
Yes, it's 1:01 to 2:29. And if we could, I don't know whether you had turned up that volume. I know it's
What?
hard to hear these.
Is this in evidence already?
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor, but these are the tape recordings between the two, which I think we had agreed.
Is there any objection to 371A?
Your Honor, if you just give me a moment to
Okay,
confirm there's no other voices.
Plaintiffs. Yes, okay. It's not in evidence.
Social media is wonderful. They've got to have
Not
somebody
in
listening
evidence, Your
to it.
Honor,
Okay.
so.
It's just like
please
having a
confirm
jury,
that
because
there are
jurors
no
are
other
social media
voices.
people.
I will confirm that.
Okay,
This,
all right.
and it's Depp's
Oh.
exhibit. It's
Right.
Mr.
I don't
Depp's.
think,
Plaintiff's
I think they're going to be able
371A
to
then,
do
any
things. I'll tell you how I
No
think I would
objection.
use it on cross, that they're
371A
making all
in
these fixes.
evidence.
I've got that in my notes, so we will get to this answer, Rook.
And we may need to, Sammy, if
I think
if
overall
you
it's not gonna
listen,
hurt
We may
him.
need to turn that volume up. Sometimes your control is a little bit better than what we have, Max.
Potentially, she just has to be careful, Johnny.
Into different versions of a person that I recognize for a brief moment. And then he slips away. And he disappears. And then I get a different version of him. I get the insecure, scared version of him that lashes out in a different medium every time. So if it's Adderall junkie Johnny, then he's abusive and he's bully and he's a tyrant and he's mean. is reactionary and is incendiary, and anything I do and say is cause for violence or anger. If I speak to him honestly, bluntly from the heart, I'm yelling at him. If I argue back with him, then I'm abusive. If I don't say anything, then I am dismissive or absent or it's wrong, you're somewhere else. If I engage with him, I'm part of the problem, I'm yelling, I'm mean. If I don't engage with him, then I'm part of the problem. No matter what I do, I'm fucked. Because if I look at him the wrong way, he's a problem. If I say
Peter,
to
they
him,
don't have transcripts for the jury of these tapes?
I'm a problem.
Not that
I'm
I
a
know
problem.
of.
That's the guy who's on a bunch of fucking speed.
What did you mean when you were saying that to Mr. Depp?
That no matter, my perception was that no matter what I did, no matter what I did to de-escalate, walk away from him, to confront him, to try to, nothing I did made a difference. Nothing I did changed his rage at me. Nothing I did changed the violence towards me. Nothing I did calmed him down. And I was constantly doing a juggling act of what kind of version of Johnny I was dealing with. There were different versions of him, and they were drastically different from one another. And even more so than them being different from one another, they didn't even sometimes remember what the other version did or said. They acted almost like independent versions of this person, depending on what combination of drugs and alcohol he was on. That's what I was trying to express to him. It's just the futility of me responding and successfully, and the futility of trying to constantly negotiate with him and the substances he was on at the time.
I'm going to take you to April 15, 2015, the premiere of When I Live My Life Over Again. What, if anything, did you do for that premiere?
I believe that premiere was in New York City. It was a small independent film I shot. I went back to New York to attend the premiere.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 421, please? Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 421.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 421 in evidence.
May we publish to the
Published
jury? Thank you. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what this picture is?
That is a picture of me a few months, I believe this is April of 2015, so it's a few months after the March incident that happened in Australia, early March, in which Johnny held me down on the countertops and my arms were cut on the glass
And
in that attack.
And if we could draw attention to your arm there, are those scars? What are those? Please describe for the jury what those are.
These are scars, right? I mean, describe to the
Those are
jury what these
scars
are.
that I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Here's the problem with this.
Michelle,
She's
can you
saying
bring
the
up
injuries were
Defendant's
bad
Exhibit
enough to cause
423,
these
please?
marks and scars, but she has them nowhere else and was able to walk on her feet that were just like this. That's the problem with saying it was this severe.
And does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes, that's
Hold on a second. I'm going to
Yes.
move the admission of Defendants 423, please.
No objection.
423 in evidence.
Thank you. May
Publish.
we publish? All right, and please describe to the jury what this shows.
it is a picture of me on a red carpet. You can see my scars. Even though I have makeup on them, they're a bit harder to cover because they're rather fresh.
Now, after this, in April of 2015, you returned to Australia with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Objection leading.
Overruled, allowed.
Thank you.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and tell the jury.
It's
about
leading,
that,
but it's
so.
foundational to keep us moving, so it doesn't really
Well,
matter.
after Johnny was able to get clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period of time of sobriety for Johnny. His doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean. And so
Objection,
there was this-
hearsay, non-responsive.
Don't say what, I mean, we've already had, Your Honor, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper, but don't say what Dr. Kipper did. Just tell the other part. Just don't say what somebody else said. Okay?
So there was this period of sobriety after that. And Johnny was very committed to being clean and sober. And I thought we had finally done it. We finally did it. We were through it and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love, or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it, was so peaceful. We had we had a good time together. We went back to Australia like that, in that state, and had a few months. We even had my parents come and visit us in Australia, and we were talking about babies.
This
and
is a good
about
point.
Buying a farm and, looking for homes in California. We were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Now, did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time in Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home. I mean, remodeled, very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
How did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in March, early March?
The home isn't the problem. If you're living in domestic violence, you don't just not go home. You don't just not go into the kitchen just because you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence live in their homes. That's almost, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me, Johnny was my home. Where we were a couple was my home. And that home was often really violent, but it wasn't the structure itself. It was Johnny. And when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny was in a completely different, he had done a complete 180, clean, sober, present, calm. We were peaceful. I mean, any of the gripes and the problems that he seemed to have about me went away when he was sober. And so we had we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very different.
June 16, 2015, the Magic Mike tour. Where did you go for that tour?
While I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went to Europe for the press tour for that movie. And, I was nervous because problems arise when I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection, non-responsive.
That was still responsive.
Well, sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Michelle, can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 447? I'm going to ask you first, does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And Michelle, if you could
That's the hope,
zoom in
Taylor,
just a little
but
bit closer.
Sometimes they just think,
Would
oh, yeah,
you
that makes
tell the
sense. And now
jury
she's
about
correcting all
this
these problems.
Picture.
Yes, that's me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in.
So only cuts on one
you can
arm and not
see
the top of her
the
arm, just
scars
the
on my
lower
body,
arm.
on
And
my
nothing
arms.
on her back or anywhere else.
You can't see everything, of course, but
Okay.
I thought
And
she said she was
Michelle, can
naked
you bring
even
up
when she was
Defendant's
dragged through the
Exhibit
grass or
449?
glass.
And Amber, does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission.
We're gonna get
of
to this,
Defendant's
Ximena.
449.
No
All
objection.
right, 449 in evidence. Publish.
And Amber, could you please describe to the jury what this portrays?
This is you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time, Johnny was calling me on the phone before and after, while I was doing these press events, and sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations about why I didn't pick up sooner, didn't text back sooner, and sometimes I actually on this tour many times had to delay getting out of the car or
Objection, non-responsive.
I'll ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your going on this press tour?
He was very upset with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to go do press events.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that was July 25, 2015?
Yes,
Now-
it was.
Okay. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162. It's already into evidence. Now, Mr. McGivern testified that he took this picture in July of 2013. Would you agree with that?
Objection, misstates prior testimony.
That's exactly what he testified to.
It was
It
Malcolm.
wasn't.
I have the transcript.
I don't know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnelly.
Is that correct?
This answers the question as to did they all
I
get the
believe-
transcripts over the week?
I believe Malcolm
Yes,
Conley took
and they
this
reviewed
on,
them.
on the on the Orient Express.
Malcolm Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us. Yes,
Okay, and was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
it was in 2015,
Okay.
July.
And
Another oops.
please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when I returned from the press tour. That's what he was drinking, wine and champagne.
I'm definitely asking if Amber heard.
When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning him wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by
I think you may be right, Ron.
got
It's a
hold of
good
my
point.
neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a small, a narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck. And he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could not even mean to kill me. I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it, and kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck. I remember I had at one point he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he rips the shirt off of him and wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up the next morning. Actually, I woke up with it still around my neck and with a giant knot in the back of my head.
Did you keep a diary at that time?
Yes, I did.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 461?
Objection, hearsay.
It is a diary, Your Honor, and I will just ask her some questions about it rather than trying to admit it into evidence at this point.
All right. I'll wait for the question. Go ahead.
What if anything do you recall about recording what transpired on that train?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did. I'm not asking what she recorded.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Not just this, but did you review any transcripts, or did your lawyers tell you
I
about
wrote
any transcripts,
what
anything like
happened
that?
night, the next
Let him
morning.
object to privilege.
Thank you. Now, did Mr. Depp suffer any injuries on that trip?
Not that I saw. I have a lot of pictures from that trip, and he's uninjured.
Thank you. We can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Now, I'm going to keep you in July of 2015, and Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Depp Exhibit 390A. It's a recording, and I'm going to be asking about from 3:30 to 4:12. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording.
Usually this is not a
And
great
it's heard.
strategy.
There's nobody else in
It's
there.
plaintiffs, what number was it?
It's plaintiffs, it's 390A.
Okay. Any objection to 390A?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
So what do you think so far, Dad?
It's obvious that she's worked a lot this
Can't
week.
hear you for some reason. I don't know if you got
I just
disconnected.
can you hear me now?
No. All right. So when we're talking about how this is going, and this is Ximena's question, if they change the
Any
testimony,
objection then?
does that hurt
No
her
objection.
case?
All right.
Yes,
390A.
and it can be destroyed on cross because they can talk about how we took a week off, right? And you've changed your testimony completely. Why'd you do that? Where'd you find these answers?
Can you hear
All right,
me?
let's listen to the recording.
You already you had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
All right, I see everybody can hear my dad.
Please
Sorry.
stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school
Okay.
teacher. Shut
Okay.
the fuck up.
Doesn't
Listen
shut
to
up.
me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
What were you discussing in that call?
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agreed.
Okay. Let's go to August 2015. Please describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
You said August?
August 2015.
August 2015 was a very difficult time following the brief honeymoon we had. Johnny's use continued, well, started again is a better way to describe it. And lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally, not coincidentally. I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. So
Overruled.
thank you.
And
That's correct.
so
And
I
we
was
talked
considering
about that
taking that
this
job,
last week in a couple videos.
and there was a possibility.
Dad,
it would
try leaving and
require
coming back.
brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate
You can't hear me?
down, but obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that. Didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to. And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields. It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation.
I know
between
you can
myself
hear
and
him. I can't, so
filmmakers.
it's hard
They
for us
made
to
a
talk because I
film,
can't. So I'm going to try to have him
and
leave and
Johnny
come back. We'll see if
told
that
me that
helps.
he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he
Okay,
claimed
try
I didn't
now.
tell him about.
Can you hear me?
I
Yes.
did not
Okay,
actually
that's
film
fixed.
the
I get
scene
it. I know that
he's
you guys could
speaking
hear
of.
him. I couldn't.
He demanded
All right.
that we watch a screener of it, which is like a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny's Chateau in France. It's in a remote part of France. And once again, we're in this remote place and we're screening this film that I appeared in. And there was a scene, a sex scene in that movie that started before Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene. And you can imagine how upset he was. He was irate and was calling me a liar, a whore, among other things. And we had this, that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was a pressure cooker. I called it a week of hell later.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw. At one point, he kind of either pushed or threw. It's hard to describe to you which of those two it is because I can't tell you. I just know I went flying into this old church furniture. I later thought I had a concussion. It was the first time I thought I had sustained a concussion. And I wrote about it later.
Now, did there come a time in this time frame that you found a folder on Mr. Depp's computer?
Yes.
What was it labeled?
It was on Johnny's opening page, his desktop. It said, "No fun for JD," in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
It was a collection of pictures of me from various red carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where it zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing, side boob, cleavage, anytime I moved. And
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain as to what
Okay.
she believes it was.
Okay. What pictures were in that folder that we have seen today?
The ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that file.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you or ask you about how you got those cuts on your arms?
Nothing.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp ever said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me how I got any of those scars.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Often. He did that often.
Please tell the jury about that. What did he do?
I first started, I can't tell you what I told my therapist, but I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe, because I thought he had done himself an injury. He often in fights would cut his arms or hold a knife to his chest or draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending. He also put cigarettes out on himself. He'd flick them at me and once or twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me, screaming at my face as he put the cigarette out on his cheek.
Now, I'm going to take you to September 15, 2015. And Michelle, if we can bring up Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording, and it's 5:54 to 7:55. I'd like to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 345A in evidence. Thank you.
If you can play, Michelle, please.
I was gonna pour you one.
I'm an alcoholic. You should.
I don't have any control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
All right. Well, your truth is really interesting too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the
All right.
first
Give me a
person
glass
that's
of wine,
noticed.
please, so I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. Your escape route. I see.
Not escaping. I'll be back in 15
Oh,
minutes.
of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well, when you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you pull me out?
You tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
How? Did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, how did you try to pull me
By
out?
pounding on the door, waking up every 15 minutes, and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could.
Why didn't the defense transcribe these
Did you-
tapes and give transcripts to the jury so they could read along while they were listening and put the transcripts into evidence?
Very
I
likely.
vomit a lot.
Yes.
I don't know. My guess would be they couldn't agree on much, so they probably couldn't agree what they said, but I haven't seen any transcripts if they
it's news
exist.
to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
Because the jury could read the transcripts while they're listening.
That'll be so good.
I know Johnny, when he was on the stand, disagreed with some of their interpretations of what was on the recordings.
Well, then you can do competing transcripts. You're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is her just bolstering herself with the recording, basically.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick, and you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So the advice I got was to turn him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that and he swung at me, and I told medical, and the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
Well, and that's going to take me to September 27, 2015. Again, Depp, that's plaintiff's exhibit 356A, and the recording is 3107 to 3230. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 356A in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, thank you.
Lie.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing, and you
figured
in
it
the face,
out.
and you said, "No, fuck it, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie, and then
I
I
didn't
said,
punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't
You,
hit
punched me.
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You didn't
fist.
get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what
me.
the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's the difference
you
between
poor
me
soul.
and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights.
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up.
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the
Because-
fuck out of there.
Yes, you did.
I don't
So
think
the
this is
right
helpful.
thing, the big thing. You know what?
Not
You
for
know
her,
what?
it's not.
I mean, this is not one I'd put in.
Every single time.
It's already in.
What's your excuse?
I'm-
When there's not a physical fight?
I don't know why. Maybe they're gonna let her explain it, but
a defense
it doesn't sound
exhibit.
like
We were still being
it doesn't
assholes,
sound like
right?
somebody
Like
is really scared.
running away.
Amber, please explain to the jury what's transpiring in that audio recording.
She's gonna
what
use
that's
the
about.
"How are your toes?"
there's-
to admit that he knew all
there's
her
two
toes were all
different-
cut up. Would be my
There's
guess.
two different situations that we're referencing in this fight, two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about, where I'm talking about hitting him, I am talking about what that conversation is about the disparity, the disparity between Johnny and I in our physical fights, the disparity of how he would proactively punch me and I would have to resort to reactively hitting him,
He literally said,
am
"You don't
talking
know.
about the
Don't tell me
difference
what it's like to
between
be
a punch.
punched," is what he said to her.
which Johnny did often, and me having to hit him in my defense. I know the difference between those two, and I'm highlighting the difference between those two, even if he wasn't twice my size. They're very different, and that's what I'm pointing out to him. The situation that involved, the context of that is, it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us talk about that place. And I was trying to shut a door, our bedroom door, actually. I was trying to barricade myself behind this door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door. He was using his body and his limbs to try to bust through the door as I was trying to keep it closed, because I knew what he would do to me when he got to me on the other side. And I was hitting his arms, his body, as he was trying to prevent me from closing the door. And that is a separate incident that we later talk about in the second half of that recording, where we're talking about my toes. That involved a different incident, which was a bathroom door. And it was one of those ones that he was passing out in. And I could hear him passing out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed doors passing out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break. And I hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door, swinging at me. I naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain and also to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming for me. Johnny later later he blamed me in his inability to understand what happened, in that he was not in his right mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us. And he even later went so far as to say, "I wasn't even going to hit you." And
Any
that was
pedicurists
the
testify to her
second-
toes being damaged?
I only can, I only. could
Nobody's
respond
testified to any
by
actual
trying to
physical
take
injuries to her,
accountability
medical
for
records, nothing.
my actions.
Think how
in
many
it,
pedicures
what
she
he
probably
understood my
gets.
actions were, and
A lot of talk
my
about makeup.
interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look, I can only do my best to respond. I was in pain, I was scared, and I can't promise you that when I'm scared and in pain, I won't react, thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
Thank you. So I'm going to play another clip from that same discussion, and Your Honor, it would be Plaintiff's Exhibit Depth 356B, we'll call that, and it would be from 1:29:27.
See, it's a plaintiff's
to
exhibit.
1:30.
These came in during Johnny's
07.
testimony.
And I'd like to move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 356B in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really mean it. Unless it's it.
She has to explain all these away. That's the point now.
I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
That's the same conversation where I am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to in those interactions. I have to, you know, in my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything they do in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't. I took on as much as I could for myself. You know, I had the whole relationship been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between, blame for walking away, blame for staying. I blame myself as well. Blame myself for my part in it, blame myself for staying, blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame, feels easier. It almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept the senseless nature of the violence you can't change. You know, it's almost more reassuring to take accountability for it than to accept the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change, no matter what you do, no matter what I did, still hit me.
I'm now going to take you to October 5, 2015, and Your Honor, Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp's Exhibit 393A, another recording, 2:40 to 3:43.
Why do they replay the entire
Move the
recording
admission.
again instead of just asking her to
objection.
explain
All right,
certain parts?
393A,
So the jury hears it twice.
There's been a lot of little snippets of recordings, maybe to make sure they know which one she's explaining.
Whether they saw a tiny fraction, that was the tip of an iceberg. The tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to yet again this happening. That is the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think or whatever they think about me or whatever, fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you
and
a
none
question.
of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never
boy,
actually
that's
seen.
not- that's not true.
Have they been in the hallway? Yeah.
They've
Have
heard
they
everything.
seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
This is actually good for her because this is what she's been arguing the whole time, is that none of these
But he
people
has
were
not
here.
been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse. Like they see, they know they work for you or they're your friends. That
Please explain to the jury what you were discussing in that.
At least some corroborating recordings, at
Mhm.
least.
Johnny would often use the fact that his, paid employees, his loyal staff would back him up in fights, and that he would constantly threatened to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room to have them back up him and say that it was, that my yelling or that I'm at fault, that I'm in the wrong, that it's all me. And he would do that in almost all of our fights, especially by 2015, that he would call his friends and he'd call his staff in to back him up. So that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong. And that was, what I had to agree to over and over again, just even hope that we could have a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015. Could you please just tell the jury, and we'll go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about Thanksgiving and any altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had a son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Strike.
How do you know he was
Strike that
disappearing with Mr.
testimony.
Manson with coke?
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time. And he was
Objection calls for
disappearing every 5
speculation.
I'll
minutes.
sustain the
Strike all of it.
Please
So
continue with the
he
rest of
got
the
up
story.
for a longer period of time, not the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him. It was incumbent, on me because it affected my safety. Dealing with somebody who was really high, dealing with Johnny high on coke and speed, meaning Adderall or some version of that, is different from the opiate Johnny, which is different from the booze Johnny, or a different combination. And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was trying to get it from
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. You want to ask?
So
Please continue.
So I wanted to know what I was dealing with. It was important to my safety to know who
Objection, non-responsive.
I think
that's why I followed him.
Okay.
To
All right.
Your Honor.
So what did you do next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do?
Jump in here, Judge.
I went upstairs to the apartment, the main apartment, not the apartment that we were celebrating Thanksgiving in.
Yes, if it's in
to
evidence,
try to
they
figure out
can
what was going
listen
on.
to it back.
And we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went up the stairs ahead of him to get back to the party. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt, kind of flung me a little bit. But I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass of wine in my hand at the time, which spilled everywhere and shattered. And I kind of retreated into the bedroom. Johnny came in after me, and there was this heavy, like vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter and hurled it at my head, my face. It missed, thankfully, but smashed into a piece of art behind me in the bedroom wall above the bed. I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I can't really recall and the sequence of when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs, and I passed my closet. I had to change my shirt, and I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out. And I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
So we talked about December 15, 2015, last Thursday, and also the Bahamas over the holidays. But I did miss one picture. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 518? Amber, does that accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 518.
No objection.
All right, 518, defendants in evidence. You can publish.
And this is from December 15, I believe. Could you just please tell the jury what this depicts?
Yes, it's a picture of my bruised temple. And Johnny had his hand on my on part of my face with my face down, and I was punching my head. I'm repeatedly punching my head. That's what caused that bruise in my temple.
Thank you. Now, we went through the Bahamas before, and you returned from the Bahamas sometime late December, early January, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to January, February of 2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going on with you and Johnny in this January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas incidents?
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
I was there. They fired him.
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead and tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
All that, the jury's hearing that, though.
Yeah,
You gotta strike that stuff.
His mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. It's what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
He was
Objection, Your Honors. Calls for speculation.
She can say what she
Leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading. Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating.
It means she's
auditory.
saying
Objection calls
something
for
she wants to say
speculation.
that has nothing to do with the question that was asked.
I'll sustain the
Please,
objection.
please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp doing that would have led you to believe he was hallucinating?
Same objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
What, please describe what Mr. Depp
love
was
it.
saying.
Elaine's getting
January of
flustered.
2016.
He was talking to people who weren't there.
There's a
Meaning
right way to
people who
ask
were
these
not in the
questions. She
room.
doesn't-
He was
she just doesn't know it.
People and sounds.
Exactly.
voices that
She
weren't
thinks that
there.
by
I know
saying,
'cause
"What
I
if
was
any?" that gets
sometimes in
around
the
every
room, sometimes
objection.
on the phone with him. And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room behind me that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying because, you know, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the room with us or not at that point. But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the kitchen. He hallucinated right in front of me. And
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate. Just
Sorry.
describe what led you to believe
Your
that.
Honor,
I'll
objection.
sustain the objection. She can testify to what she observed.
Please, thank you, Your Honor. Please tell. the jury
Literally
what you observed.
coaching the
maybe
witness while
approach.
she's on the stand. This is rough.
And also telling the lawyer how to ask the question.
Exactly, like doing their job for us. So they're going up and they're approaching. So tell us what you think and how you deal with stuff like this. If you feel like you have a lawyer on their heels while you're
Or the judge can say, you can ask her what she saw.
right, but Elaine's saying don't use this word, but you over times in this trial she has said stuff like don't use this word, but still say the answer that we talked about, basically. So what do you think? What is it like when, all right, they're coming back from the ejection? Give me what you think
Tell the
next
jury
break.
what you observed.
How you think it's going and all that.
I observed behavior from him that was erratic, irrational, and didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Now I'm going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
Around this time, Johnny was, again, behaving in a way that was very scary. It was terrifying. And sometimes he didn't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she can describe what she's, what are you describing what you're observing?
Yes.
Please continue.
The judge is starting to get frustrated.
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument, he would accuse me of something. Some person in the room with me that had just walked out, or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that, even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had, or what belief he had, or what accusation he made of me, in a new fight altogether. You know, sometimes he didn't make it clear to me whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad at me. It was terrifying, because I bore the brunt of it. And at around the 8th or 9th, I got.
It's almost like they had
we
time
were
to
in
discuss
his
this.
Sweetsor compound, the West Hollywood collection of homes that he has. And I got some cryptic texts from him in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over to his main house.
I won't say
believe
what
I
I
was in
said
across the
is
street,
coaching from before about
and
hearsay, but she's
I
still going to
slept on the
intimate what
couch.
she said, so they know what she said.
We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me, even though we weren't fighting. I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried that the momentum he was on was going to click into a direction of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was going to happen. So I had an interaction with him and got really worried about that on the morning of the 10th.
All right, Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638. It's already admitted in evidence, Your Honor. And this is from February 10, 2016. And I'm going to ask you to play it, Michelle.
Motherfucker!
What happened? What happened?
This is one that she secretly recorded that he got mad about.
Nothing happened this morning. You know that?
Glass break?
Were you in here?
No.
None of it
Nothing
thrown at
happened
her.
to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
There's the mega pint of wine.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
No, that's a good tape for her.
It definitely shows he's angry and stuff, but even then, he doesn't do anything to her. That's the problem.
No, I'm just saying it's a good tape to show, you know, what he's like just walking around the house on a normal morning.
Well, it's not a normal morning. It's after either his mom just died or he found out he lost $500 million from somebody
I knew
stealing from
he-
him or
Oh,
something.
really?
Some big amount of money,
Wouldn't
yeah.
remember. and I had to
Objection
deny
calls
it.
for speculation.
He has a reason why he was so angry that day.
Rather than what you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why you.
I was afraid. Scary. That's scary. Scared they wouldn't remember.
Objection calls for
Your
speculation.
Honor, I sustain the objection.
The lawyer going, Your Honor, it's just so bad to do.
So
Just
I'm
have a
going to
response
now
for an
take you
objection.
Up to April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
He at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night, vaguely saying like meetings. He had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days, just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He's gone for 2 days.
They've used it 100 times already.
I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday I said, well, are you gonna make it to my birthday party? We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Overruled.
asserted. Thank you.
And
That's what can
he,
happen, Elaine, when
told
you actually
me
have
at
a
some
legal
point that
response
day
to an
that he had
objection.
scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting, I think he said, maybe 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He, of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Texted me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and when we were cleaning up and kind of everyone was delaying leaving because we were waiting to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there. I tried to, without saying what I said, I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there. And we had a toast. We did a
It's never good
toast.
to contradict a recording.
And the guests left. And later that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now? And at the time we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said. It was important for me not to make him feel attacked.
That's objectionable, don't you
so I
think,
chose my
Dad,
words
without
carefully. I
saying
won't
what
say
they
what I
said? Because you're basically
but
saying, this is what I found out
remember being
based
very
on
careful about how I
inadmissible
worded
hearsay.
what I was feeling.
But sometimes the objection just highlights it,
about
and you just
my
kind of
No,
birthday
but she's
pass it
saying
on.
without saying what they said. That's
Uh,
basically saying this is what they said.
an argument.
You're right, it is. But
Followed that.
how many times can you object? You start looking
got up
like
out of
a
bed.
jackrabbit.
I guess,
Johnny's
but I
side of the
mean,
bed
this
was
is bad
closer
for
to
them.
the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, kind of shoving me down, and
This is all good. I mean, this is all
verbal
admissible.
argument, and then
But
that
not
became
when she
shoving
said,
me.
without
I
saying what
tried
they
to shove
said, this
him
is what they
back.
said, basically.
I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up like a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me. This time it went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember it just went like right through the canvas, left a giant hole in it. And I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore.
Does they have evidence of a big painting with a hole in it?
Not that I've seen
the
yet.
argument, the fight continued into the salon area, which is outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I don't know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area, out onto the street, out onto the downtown street. that this window overlooked. In that moment, I went, oh no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair and he pulls me down. Kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body. I remember trying to fight him off of me. At some point, we're back in my main bedroom, and I believe I was getting my toothbrush out of that bathroom. And when I came out, we had another shoving match, but this one, he kind of like, I remember he chest bumped me in this like bro-y way, chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back up,
In a bro-y way.
Held me down by the shoulders, down
Yeah, I
on the
noticed
side
that.
of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes, and he would taunt me, grab me by the pubic bone, pubic area. Just as best I can describe it, is he kind of just pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it, and he was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if I thought I was so fucking tough. I think you're such a fucking tough guy, huh? Are you so tough now? Look who's so tough. You want to be a man? Tough like a man now? That happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point shortly after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of collapsing on the floor and being exhausted. It's just, I remember feeling exhausted and crying and kind of throwing in the towel, if you will. I remember saying to him, just, can we not fight like this? Like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do? Like, this is really messed up, but can we just not do this, please? Can we stop doing this? Just don't leave. It's my birthday. Let's just call it couch. Let's call it truce and not have it end like this. I don't want to have it end like this. I was just so tired, hurt, and I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. He responded cruelly. He told me it's what I fucking deserve, and that I'd wake up alone, and that no one would ever love me, because all of this, pointing to my face or body, all of this was going to go away. No one would ever love me. My tits sag, no one would ever love me, and I better get used to waking up alone. And he said this was all my fault and what I asked for. And he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs. You know, you can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, oh God, is this going to happen again? What's going on now? And
it's about time for somebody to object about this rambling story she keeps telling without responding to questions.
Into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, happy fucking birthday, and stormed out. At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
I was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
And so then the next day, what did you do?
I texted, actually, well, I can't say what I texted. I woke up that morning, the morning of my 30th birthday, and I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me and putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she walked in because there was a lot of glass on the floor. There's lots of glass. And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and Johnny just,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I offered to prove the truth.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
And so we eventually got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dogs, left for our plans, which our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan for a while, that's how we would go and celebrate my birthday. And I remember.
Yes, it'll post to the
as
page
I'm
afterwards.
accustomed to doing, just
If you have to
trying
miss parts, you can watch it
move
back.
through it, move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a brave face and have a good time, even though it was impossible.
Let me stop you for a few things. What, if any, plans were there for Mr. Depp to join you at Coachella?
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away. So I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs?
Feels like this direct is going to last forever.
Johnny's dog at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading and relevance.
Overruled on that.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog? Never met a dog that was quite like this. So she had some control issues, hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers. And it was customary that they slept in bed with us, but Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So you leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is their designated bathroom break area.
And what, if any, plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning, or they came every day, as far as I know.
Okay. Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong.
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection.
That's exactly what you said. You said what she said. Why did you say this?
Commit any kind
Which
of
is for the
prank?
truth that it was a prank gone
Absolutely
wrong.
not. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what grown woman does.
But you just said it was a
not
prank
also
gone
in a
wrong.
pranking mood. My life was falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life that was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband with whom I was desperately in love and knew I needed to leave. It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny, period. That's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having.
That
any
wasn't
sort of
the question.
problem. In fact, that was my
She-
house
she
for
answers what she wants to
90%
answer.
of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And as per what we did, it was he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the Eastern
Objection calls for
Columbia.
speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that
Okay,
one, what she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay, next
Thank
question.
you. All right, so let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay, and who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't know,
Okay.
this might be a good breaking.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15 minutes, okay?
Are they taking a break? Morning break?
Yes, they're taking a
Okay.
break.
All right.
All right, we'll just come back then at 10:50. Is that okay? All right, 10:50.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we're on break till 10:50, which we can get to. So Amelia and Bridget kind of had the same questions here. I guess I'll stop sharing. How can JD's lawyer bring up that Amber Heard and her team discussed her testimony during the break? And then Bridget, Can they do anything about the fact that she has clearly been talking to her lawyers, and a lot of other people have asked very similar questions? So how would you go about on cross trying to get in? Because you obviously can't say, what did you and your lawyers talk about? It's privilege. But how would you get into this?
You can get into, and you can say, how much time did you spend with your lawyers during this week or during the break? How about on Monday? How many hours were you with your lawyers on Monday? How about Tuesday? Did you read a transcript of your testimony from the prior week? Since apparently they did get it transcribed, which if I was them, I would have done as well.
Probably more than just her testimony. They probably got a bunch
to get
of
the whole
witness testimony.
trial. Right. So did you have a chance to review the testimony? Did you read those transcripts? And now the judge is going to probably, and if I was the other lawyer, I would do this, give the jury an instruction saying there's nothing wrong with talking to your lawyer. They're going to say that. But you can give the jury, at least tell the jury how many hours they spent preparing, because it's obvious. They got the transcripts. They compared it to other items in the trial. Plus, I'm sure they've got somebody listening to all the social media, because that's just like being able to have an insight into jurors and what they're thinking.
Yeah, but she stopped her testimony and was told not to talk to anybody about her testimony while it was still open and pending. So all of this, if she says yes to any of this, would be problematic.
Right. But the lawyers know what areas she had problems in by looking at the social media, what people didn't believe, what people needed to be explained more, what people didn't understand, so that when she came back today, they started with those areas of inconsistencies. Because, I mean, your listeners know the inconsistencies. I mean, they've set them on the bottom of the screen there. I've read them. So she has to explain all those, and that's where they started right off the bat. And they had to do that, even though it made her look bad, because they knew it was going to come up on cross-examination. So you're better off getting ahead of it, and so that you have a chance to explain it and have your client explain it with you asking friendly questions before the cross-examination.
Right. And it's like one of the most annoying things in the world when this happens, because you have all these inconsistencies, you prepped your cross, you know how you're going to get them, and then they come back and they try to fix some of these inconsistencies. I've had this happen a bunch of times at depots too. Well, they'll take a break after my questions are done, go talk to their corporate rep or whoever their witness is, come back, and they'll change a bunch of answers that were inconsistent and problematic in the first part of the depot. And one of the ways you can get around that, because they'll obviously object to privilege if you say, well, when did your lawyer tell you this, basically? Because that's a question that a bunch of listeners and watchers and the jury probably has is, did your lawyer tell you what to say? Did your lawyer tell you how to answer this? Did your lawyer tell you made a mistake on direct? Because obviously you said you thought this happened in 2013, not 15, or vice versa. How did you figure out that that was incorrect? And those are the answer, or those are the questions I would ask. Not what did your lawyer tell you, but how did you figure out that that date was incorrect? When did you figure out that date was incorrect? Because on Friday you thought it was this date. Now we're Monday with a week break. When did you figure out that that was incorrect? And if you can at least intimate that her lawyers told her, or she did some kind of prep she wasn't supposed to do, then you can get her in trouble. And then the judge can give an instruction potentially to the jury that she was doing some kind of preparation that she wasn't supposed to be doing, which to me seems absolutely clear that she did something she should not have done to prepare for her testimony, and going back and looking at documents or looking at evidence or looking at social media or looking at things she shouldn't have to fix some very specific inaccuracies in her first couple days.
And jurors aren't stupid. Even if she says, oh, I didn't do that, I didn't read that, I didn't look at that, I didn't prepare for that, the jurors it's going to make her more unbelievable if she denies it, saying that she didn't do anything like that, because everybody can see from the way she's testifying she did. I mean, the fact that she can get up there and speak for 5 minutes extemporaneously, you ask a question, she's able to go through the whole chronology of her birthday like that without interruption, which, by the way, I would have interrupted it, because she should be asked specific questions, because if she's allowed just to talk like that, then how can you object when she shoots in some inadmissible stuff during that long scenario of here's what happened on my birthday?
And that's what she keeps trying to do.
Yeah. So these long stories that she's able to tell, that's obviously rehearsed. I mean, you're up there on the stand, number one. Every witness I know, except for some really professional witnesses, are nervous on the stand. So the fact that she's able to give these scenarios just like that and click it off, it's got to be rehearsed. It's not something that's coming off the top of her head.
And again, the rehearsal stuff, like Johnny Depp had plenty of answers, in my opinion, that seemed, I don't know about if rehearsed is the right answer, but were verbose, and he just spoke for like 5 minutes straight. He did that plenty of times while he was on the stand. The difference to me is she keeps saying things like, without saying what I texted, without saying what this person told me. I knew because of how he was acting or because of what he said. And it's like, all of that stuff is exactly what you're saying, getting into things that everybody knows is inadmissible. And that's where you really have to object to break some of this stuff up. I mean, that's the problem. And I think Camille is Johnny's lawyer. Elaine is Vasquez, I think is, I don't know all the last names. I don't even know the names half the time. I've described them by how they look. So we're doing our best here. We don't know these people. We don't know their names. But Johnny's lawyer has done a good job of objecting when it's important and cutting off certain questions. But she's really let her ramble on some of the things. So that's what I think has been kind of problematic throughout. All right, let's get to a couple of specific questions here. If you guys haven't subscribed already, hit that subscribe button to our page. We're trying to live stream the cross. That was our goal. This direct is lasting longer than I expected already. Hopefully we'll be to cross either probably right after lunch, hopefully is our next best chance to get to cross. We're going to break down the direct and keep talking about it while we're here. So subscribe if you haven't already and like the video so it goes out into the algorithm and more people can come talk cross with me and my dad. We're trial lawyers. My dad does mostly criminal, but also does civil now as well. I do mostly civil and a little bit of criminal. So it's a good cross section here to do a trial. And like I said, all the lawyers in our firm are going to be on this at some point probably. And we have over 300 jury trials that we've tried between all of us. So it's going to be fun. It's kind of a different angle that we're going about it. So if you haven't already subscribed to our page, go ahead and subscribe and like the video. Infinity Gatekeeper says, can they get an animal expert to determine the size of fecal matter expected for this type of dog? But this, in addition to what Amber Heard has testified a bunch to, like the scratches and how they would heal, hallucinogenics and how drugs would affect somebody. A lot of this stuff would be expert testimony, but they're just kind of letting them talk about it. They let Johnny talk about how this couldn't possibly come from a dog. What do you think? I mean, obviously they could call an expert if they want, but I don't think we need that.
No, and because it would kind of be kind of silly, and it depends on what they ate. It would be kind of silly. What I'm looking for though is some of the cooperation they could have, and I'm waiting to see. Do they have any art experts that repaired the painting or that saw the damage? I mean, obviously these are probably expensive paintings. Because I kind of looked and they had online. You can see the inside of Johnny Depp's penthouse and Johnny Depp's house and those kind of things. Obviously expensive stuff. So if they threw something and ripped through a painting, I would think some art expert or somebody would be able to testify to that damage. Or he threw something and it hit another painting. There's a lot of cooperation that she's putting out here that could happen, and I'm wondering if it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know because she really hasn't had anything corroborate anything she has said. Like we haven't even had any witnesses because she's the second witness for her, and the first witness was a psychologist expert that just talked about how Amber Heard's the victim of domestic violence basically and has PTSD. But we really haven't had a lot of evidence, lay witness testimony saying, yeah, I was there, I saw this, or like a medical record or a doctor or an expert with the painting or somebody that had to come clean up the house afterwards. We had Johnny Depp call the house manager and island manager at the Bahamas and Australia coming and saying they didn't have to clean up scenes that Amber Heard was describing. But she says, Johnny's people cleaned up these scenes and that's why it looked like this. And the scratches on her arms, like that's it. That's the only spot where we got scratches. She said it was all over her body. And would jagged broken glass that you're dragged across look like a couple marks right in a straight line? People are saying, again, an expert, you could potentially call that those are self-inflicted and those are more akin to something that's self-inflicted for somebody who's a cutter or something like that, where you have a mental health expert come and explain that. I do think there's room for more expert testimony, but we only have, 7 days left of trial on a 6-week trial. Johnny's lawyers need to wake up. I'm thinking he's going to get railroaded. I don't know about that. Do you think they're getting railroaded so far? I don't think that.
I think they're paying attention. They look to me like they're paying attention.
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily getting railroaded. Your dad is gorgeous from Andrea.
Thank you.
That's what he's here for. Okay, so a lot of the testimony throughout also asked about when somebody's on the stand and you are sitting there, you have cross prepped, it's been 10 days. Who do you think had more of a benefit from the 10-day break? Amber Heard and her lawyers who got a break in her direct and can come back and obviously rehab some of the problems through the first couple days, or knowing what her testimony is going to be now, knowing some of the inconsistencies from other sworn statements, and then coming back and being able to cross her?
Oh, I think it's definitely Johnny Depp's lawyers that had the advantage. There's no doubt in my mind, because they had the advantage now of the transcripts. So you've got her word. So now you can say, when you're cross-examining her now, you can say, well, wait a minute. On Wednesday, line 7 for page 37, you said, and they could read out her actual quote from her testimony. That is tremendously damaging. You normally don't have that time in a trial because you don't have the time to get the transcripts before you're doing the cross. So then you have the time to cross-check the cross. And during the week, any of the stuff she said, you can go out and find some people to rebut what she said, because rebuttal witnesses don't always have to be disclosed before the trial, because you can say, Judge, we didn't even know she was going to say this till the trial, and we went out and found Judge Jones on the street here who's going to be able to rebut it. Oh, they got this week. I wish I could always have a week like this right before I have to cross-examine a witness.
To have this much time to prep for the cross, I think would be huge. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that, and again, neither of us have followed the UK case or are following everything that's happening, extraneous to the trial. But a lot of people said that some of her stories on direct have never been heard before. The first time she's ever explained a bottle incident or some of these abuse incidents, she never explained them in any of her other testimony. So it's really important when you get brand new information to have all this time to prepare, as opposed to you've got to stand up the next hour and start going.
From what this is just from what I've read as well. From what I've read, a lot of this stuff didn't even come out in her deposition.
Right.
That she brought in all sorts of new facts during her testimony that never came out before. So it's going to be an interesting cross. It might be, the tough part's going to be to not make it a boring cross, because as you go through every one of these little minute details to show her inconsistencies, eventually people kind of turn off and they're really not listening. So trying to still keep it interesting while you're going through every little detailed line. And there may be a lot from what I'm reading.
Thank you, Magical Mary. So Garhart Smith said, first time donating to anyone. Awesome. So has she realized the metadata of the pics and whatnot, / if not, couldn't all the pictures be hearsay? So there's been issues. Again, we haven't read the sanctions motion or gone through the pre-lit stuff or during litigation as their objections, but apparently some of the metadata is off on some of these pictures and evidence that's coming in. So people are asking, couldn't they be hearsay? She can still testify to the authenticity that she took them. This is what they looked like when she took them. And again, her credibility can be called into question, and they can use the lack of metadata to argue they're not credible. But it seems like at this point, even without the metadata, the judge is not saying that these pictures are inadmissible. So no, they're not all going to be kept out because of hearsay.
Well, and what judges do a lot of times is they look at it and say, look, that goes to the weight of the evidence, not necessarily the admissibility. It can come in and the jury can use it, because part of the jury instructions are you can reject any evidence you want as a juror.
Exactly.
So jurors can make a decision. This picture is in evidence, but we don't think it's credible. We're not going to consider it. And they can just throw it out when they're talking about it.
And that's up to the other side's lawyer on cross-examination to show how there's no metadata, how they think Amber Heard deleted it, how you can't even prove these pictures were taken on these days or in this timeline. That's something that you attack, like he said, the weight of it, not necessarily whether or not it comes in.
Right. Just like her testimony. Let's say you're a person of the opinion that her testimony is a lie from beginning to end. Doesn't mean it doesn't come in. Even though you may think it's a lie, it's still admissible evidence. She testified to it. It's the jury's job to give it either a lot of weight or no weight at all.
Mandy Bishop, am I the only one that thinks this judge acts like she's weak and unsure? What's your thoughts on the judge so far?
I have to be honest with you. No, I don't. Judges have different theories. This may be a judge that says, I'm going to let these people try their case and I'm not going to interfere. Frankly, I'd rather have a judge that doesn't interfere with my case than a judge that's always on my back, actually trying to run my case for me. This judge is letting him go. She's calling balls and strikes. That's her job. Somebody makes an objection, she rules on it. But I've had judges that make their own objections. They'll sit up there and say, objection, hearsay.
That's the worst.
Even though I didn't, because I don't care if it came in. The judge will say hearsay, sustained, and sustain their own objection. This judge may be just saying, These two people just need to try their case, and I'm going to give them the wide latitude. If they want to object, I'll call the balls and strikes. Otherwise, try your own case.
Yeah, and Lavelle asked, is cross-examination going to be today? Anybody have an idea? We think so, and we hope so, because that's really what we're looking forward to. That's really what we want to see is cross-examination, see how Amber Heard does, see what Johnny Depp's team has been preparing over this entire break. That's really what we're, more looking forward to is the cross-examination rather than more of this direct. Raider fan Keith, think the jury realizes she can't recall details about pertinent info, yet can tell you the thread count of the sheets. So yeah, dealing with like some things she knows very specifically and others she just can't remember, even though it seems like it's very important. What do you think? Have you noticed that?
Well, you can't, a true person who's telling the truth, frankly, doesn't tell it the same way, exactly using the same words every time. That's rehearsed. I don't know. The fact she can't remember details, maybe one thing. The fact that she's inconsistent in her details, far more important.
Depending on what those details are, right?
But even the small details, being inconsistent, they're going to jump over even the smallest thing during cross-examination to show that she just can't tell the same story twice.
Thank you, Marissa. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Just kind of, more importantly, when she says stuff that's this serious abuse that she's never mentioned before. To me, that's the biggest problem. She turned the story around from what Johnny said. Well, I mean, one of the things that's really important that she had to do is respond to a lot of these bad recordings. Like, you're asking why would they play it? Well, if she doesn't explain why she sounded like she sounded so aggressive and not scared like she's trying to say that she's scared, a lot of these recordings are, very clear that is not the case.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes,
All right, we're back.
Okay. Sure.
Obviously, something came up during the break.
Every time. I mean, this is normal. This happens in trials.
Oh, yeah.
This happens all the time.
In fact, I'm surprised they haven't done more bench conferences during her testimony.
They have. But they have a lot throughout the trial. But yeah, not as much today. And sometimes multiple lawyers go up. Sometimes just one lawyer goes up. But the two female lawyers in the middle, Dad, are who, on the left is Johnny Depp's lawyer. On the right is Amber Heard's. And those are who are handling Heard as the witness. Big legal teams. I mean, lots of lawyers here every day.
Lots of money being spent.
Oh, yeah. Alexi Serpaghi. Hello from France. Can JD's lawyers play her video depo during cross to show how different her attitude is when there was no jury? Not just to show her attitude. There actually has to be inconsistent statements, and then they can play those parts of the recording that are inconsistent. And if she just so happens to roll her eyes or scoff or be rude to the lawyers asking her the questions during deposition, then the jury can see how she acted there, but it has to be actually impeaching specific statements. Oh, the Dan Markel trial is live. I'm surprised. So I guess the judge kept them severed. So we'll have to check that one out as well. I will cover it. I'm not going to live stream it. I don't want to live stream trials generally. This was supposed to be just for the cross, but it's turned into a little more. Will the jury notice extreme shifts in demeanor daily? Potentially. Some jurors probably will.
Yeah.
Yeah, attorneys whine all the time after objections. It's not surprising. Now they're going to bring the jury in. Oh, let's see if we can see. I can't see Runkle or Law and Lumber. Oh, they were looking. So there's two YouTube lawyers that are in the actual courthouse today. One of them is from the area. One of them is from Canada, I think, actually, and they went down for the trial. So interesting. All right, let's see here. How long can JD's lawyers cross-examine Amber Heard? Theoretically, they can use all their time if they want to. There's not going to be a limit to how they can cross or how long they can cross, but they just have to plan out and say, oh, Elaine is going up to Amber to tell her something. So she's probably instructing her on, what she can or can't say. See, you see him talking over here? Yeah, she's telling her you can't say this or you can say this. And this is normal. Sometimes when something becomes inadmissible and your client or witness doesn't know, you don't want them to just spit it out. So you go let them know, hey, you cannot say these things. But if Amber Heard continues what she's doing, she's like, I know I can't say that, this person said they would lie for Johnny and then still say it. But that's pretty normal.
The plaintiffs are anticipating they're getting into an area and they want to make sure she doesn't, say something inadmissible. Right. So that's what the bench conference was about.
I don't see them. I keep looking for them back there. They said they were back left, but I can't see them. I kind of felt myself retreat. I think that's more of just like a turn of phrase, like I was backing off or I was retreating kind of thing. They're standing up because they stand up when the jury enters or leaves the courtroom. Some judges force you to. Sometimes lawyer teams feel like it's important. So that's why they stand. And then they stand, obviously, when the judge enters and leaves as well. So somebody's saying Lumber Lawyer is wearing a gray jacket back left. That's where he said he would be, so I haven't seen it yet. Do you think this will do much damage to JD? I mean, I do think she's gotten some points across that help her case, which are obviously damaging to Johnny Depp. But overall, I don't think it's been hugely damaging so far.
What, if any, contact did you have with Mr. Depp during the period from April 21 to May 21, 2016?
I had no physical
I'll
contact
be right back
with him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016, the Met Gala. Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event, red carpet event of the year. It happens every year in New York City.
And were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers will invite people in the public eye to be their, guest, and they will typically dress them. And it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world. And it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I were we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it. I had, it's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up. No one would talk to me on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet, or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team. And I sat next to an empty place setting for Johnny that they cleared as soon as we realized that he effectively stood me up on the carpet.
Who did you meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking. And he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his mother.
And did you strike up a friendship with Mr. Musk after that?
We did. We, as I mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of in the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of in a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
Okay. I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46? It's already in evidence. It's Aaron Filati's notes. And I'm going to ask you to go to page 30. And I'm going to direct your attention to the entry for 5/11/2016, where it says, if I can see, here we go. Let me see if I can do some reasonable highlighting here. Okay, it says client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client reported that her husband was not aware of the male visitor nor her illicit drug use. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance that visited your home on 5/9/2016?
I don't recall even being in LA at that time.
Where were you?
I don't recall. I believe I was in London at the time.
Okay. Did you have a male high-profile client at your home in or around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date. It seems like it's a wrong date.
Okay. And did you use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music Festival, and that was the end of that. I learned the hard way that was a terrible idea.
All right. Well, while we are on the
So her nurse is lying
notes,
is basically
I'm
what
gonna
she's
say- I'm gonna
saying.
Refer to the Coachella, which is up above, and it says it states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was high for at least 24 hours straight. Were you high for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was not. I felt awful, but I was at home feeling awful. At home, meaning at the hotel, with my best friend in bed.
Okay.
She even put it in
Well,
quotes.
while I'm still on these notes, let's go. I know.
And she already
while Aaron
testified that all
Filati
this is true.
Was testifying.
Or
we
that, I
recall
should say that she
the
wouldn't have put it in here if
5/21/2016
Amber Heard didn't report it to her.
Isn't on here. You'd sent her pictures, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016. And it says, client reports having the hardest week of my life. Client states she
It is
cannot
interesting
deal
she
with
calls her a
negative
client and
media
not a patient. I
publicity
saw somebody
she has
say in the
received.
chat.
And then if we can jump that up, Michelle, to the next page, surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. When did you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that
after
was
this.
the day after Aaron Filati's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are still on this one, let's go up to the first page for the client history. When did you provide a client history to Aaron Filati?
Never.
When did you first get assigned Aaron Filati?
I believe September of 2014.
Okay. Now it says here that client reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. When did you have a history of substance abuse, including addiction to cocaine and liquor?
I did not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
Okay. Did you ever use cocaine?
I have. I used cocaine a few times when I was 18, 19 years old, but stopped using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a relationship with my ex-partner. She was very against that, and I'm glad for it.
Okay. Then it also says here that where am I? Move up a little. Here we go. Client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. When have you had an eating disorder?
I've never had an eating disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I stand now, I can see that the relationship I was in with Johnny was certainly codependent.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right, and then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle? Thank you. It has, per report from JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper, client AH has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. Were you present for this being reported to Ms. Filati?
No, this is the detox.
Okay.
This is Johnny's.
And it also says your mood has been labile. What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny was going through. This is not me.
Okay. And at the time of the detox, was Erin Filati your nurse yet?
No, I didn't know her, and she wasn't there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can take this down, Michelle. Now, I'm going to take you to May 21, 2016, and I'd like you to describe for the jury what took place that evening in connection with Mr. Depp.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the better part of a month, about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I had communicated with Johnny. He, on that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know what state he was in. And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only just, he was going on about scientists and DNA and feces, that he had some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that as soon as I heard about this feces, he thought that was a prank, and he was going on about all the scientists that he had conferred about the DNA results with. I just thought he was out of his mind, and thought clearly the drinking and the drugs are not getting better. Clearly the delusions aren't better. So
Objection calls for speculation.
It's not about the truth of the matter. We're talking about what her.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Please continue.
So I hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue. We made a plan, Johnny and I, for him to come over. He said
Here's the long
he
rambling
really
answers
needed
that
his wife.
continue on and on.
He had lost his mother and he missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think, obviously, the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife.
No, it seemed like the judge sent
made a
Elaine over to
plan.
talk to her during the break.
We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking that might mitigate the amount that he would be drinking. Night is a little bit more dangerous. And in the early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there. I think it was around 7:15 or so. And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first it was relatively peaceful. I mean, I could tell he was inebriated, but makes sense. In my head, it made sense. He wasn't like incoherent. It was peaceful. And then he starts talking about the feces again, and this prank that he said one of my friends had left for him in my bed that he wasn't going to be at. And I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I'm not even going to be there. I wasn't there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's
Objection, hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but go to the next thing. What did you do next?
She's like, yeah, I know. That is hearsay. I'll move on.
My friend, thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having. And I thought, oh, I'll hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't happen.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offering to prove the truth of it. Thank you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen, we could move on and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. Our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that we'll take care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I call that person. And that person is on speakerphone. And I
Tell
say,
us who that person is.
Io.
Io, tell it right?
Io, tell it right.
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
Right in front of Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
I allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, as asserted, Your Honor. It's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor, it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove
here. We're not here about whether Io.
I'll sustain
on
the
the bed.
objection. Next question.
We're not here whether to determine if Io pooped on the bed. That's so embarrassing. You have to say that in a trial.
All right. So Io is talking. You can't tell us what he said. Okay.
Objection,
He's
Your
talking,
Honor.
correct?
May we approach?
Okay.
This is the problem with continuing to coach. Like, without saying what he said, Io confirmed he didn't poop on the bed or whatever. You can't do stuff like that. That just circumvents the rules of evidence. The point of that evidence not coming in is because it's inadmissible. It's not reliable. That's the problem. And they keep trying to get around it.
So Io is talking. We can't say what he said. What is the next thing that happens on your end with Mr. Depp?
So skip that part is the
It
point.
just made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone. and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "You dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking," just screaming expletives, insulting names, and telling Io that he can have me and, fuck off, and just screaming at him. It's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, down on the couch and heads upstairs. And I pick up the phone and try to, apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's to show what caused Mr. Depp to be
She's
set
trying to
off
prove
and
that
thrown
he's an
back.
abuser, so it's not safe.
offered
It's
to
going to prove the truth
of
for sure.
what he's saying. It's not hearsay. and
I
that
can't
was
believe how
ruled
much of this they're doing in
Thank
front of the
you.
jury.
Please tell us what Io said and what then happened with Mr. Depp.
You're right. These oral
Io
arguments should be
said,
in front of the
"Amber,
judge, not the jury.
Get out of the house. Get
They've
out
been
of
doing it
house,
the whole
ma'am.
trial,
You're not
basically
safe.
explaining to the jury why hearsay
Get
should or
out
shouldn't
of the
come in.
house."
That's
I
the
had been
judge's
there
fault.
After the cleanup, or for the cleanup, after December 15th, 2015 incident, and had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood
no
out of my
responses.
pillowcases.
All right.
I think she can provide the context.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay,
question.
so please continue.
Johnny hears this when he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs, heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time, lit into Io, called Io every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person, for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed at Io some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her, you can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in it felt like my eye. I put my head in my hands and immediately start crying. I said, "You hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me." And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react, I didn't even have time to put my hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch, and I haven't seen him for a month. And last, several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me, and I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, "Oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah?" And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by
Heavy
the hair,
ringed
yanks me
hand.
up
That's
off
what people have
the
been asking
couch,
about. Is she going to
struggling
mention how many
stand up.
rings he wears?
And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face, or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, "Yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back?" And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing the blows to my face. I'm trying to prevent my face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. He lets go of me and turns, and
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring apartment, she came in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I. And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do with horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went, "No, no, Johnny, no." And she just got in front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared off to her and ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left, next to me on the couch. I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly. The next thing I hear is, "Boss, boss." And I realize that his 2 security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, "Boss, boss." And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
then they tell him something.
Because she has to
and,
move on.
He
She
picks
keeps
up
answering, but she
the
can't say
bottle
whatever was objected to.
that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming. And they kind of, I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he exits the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. I realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Your Honor, this is not, we have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then.
Yeah, but if she's not sure, she can't provide that context.
Plus, all we have to know is somebody called the police. We don't have to know
Called
who.
the police.
Right, if she doesn't know for
Objection, not
sure.
hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do
She
now.
just said, I don't know.
I'll sustain the objection.
All
Next
right.
question.
Did you have a conversation?
Yeah, the judge saw through that.
Present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was
I'll
present.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you call 911?
No,
Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
All right, so what happens, when did you learn that the police had been called?
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you?
That is
known
such
this
an
domestic
improper
relations
question.
attorney before then?
Without saying
No, I
what
did
your
not.
lawyer said, what'd you
Did
do
you get
next?
that
I
name
called
from
I called
your
the
entertainment
domestic
lawyer?
relations lawyer.
Yes, I
So
did.
obviously
Okay.
that lawyer told
When
her
you
to call
called
that
the
lawyer.
domestic relations
It's so
attorney,
annoying. That would be
without
so
saying
annoying.
What she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refuse to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No,
They're opening the door though now to all the
Now,
PR
I'm
stuff.
going to ask you to take a look,
So she's blaming her lawyer as to why she didn't
Some
complain she was being
pictures.
abused.
but before I get there, I want to just ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
when at that time when after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
Okay. I'm going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
We took pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay. So I'm going to take you now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706? I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
706 in evidence and published.
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's 708. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of
If you want to
foundation.
approach.
Yeah.
So they are going to try to get into the metadata. That's been a big thing throughout the entirety of this trial. They're going to try to get into it through Amber Heard. I thought they would have her say, I have no clue what metadata is. I can't testify to that. It sounds like they're trying to say, yeah, here's the metadata. I didn't change anything on it. I don't know why some pictures have it and some pictures don't. That's what I would have her explain. But Johnny Depp's lawyers are objecting, saying lack of foundation. How would she have any clue? So that's going to be interesting to see if they get the metadata in or if they don't. But I'm surprised they're trying to get it in with her. You're on mute, so I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Well, also, you know, you pointed out before, now only 2 lawyers went up to the judge instead of 4.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that they're really getting into the metadata here. And a couple people asked before, can they recall the driver and the nurse to rebut her testimony? This is perjury. Can they bring the nurse back? They can, but if I recall the nurse's testimony, it was all whatever's in my notes. So I think they have the notes, and that's all they really need to.
And they can't bring them back to repeat their prior testimony.
Right,
So
exactly.
it's got to be
It would have
something
to be
new.
correct. But theoretically, they could, some of these statements she's saying they could impeach. But this is really interesting that they're trying to get into the metadata. They're trying to get into, I cannot believe that they're really relying on of the advice of
Can you
counsel.
please
I don't think any
explain
of the cops
how
testified
this
to that,
particular,
being why she
item on
didn't
here got
participate in
onto
the
pictures?
domestic violence call.
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, you know, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I
of
pushed
these pictures?
info, and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 708.
Any objection to 708?
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds
Your Honor,
for the metadata,
Okay, if you want
alleged
to approach
metadata.
Okay.
So the issue with this now is, because people are probably wondering, why doesn't Johnny Depp's team want the metadata in? I don't think that Johnny Depp's team was actually allowed to have their forensic expert check and see if any of this metadata had been messed with. So they can't put the metadata in and have the jury say, oh, it must have been on December 15th or whenever they say this one was, and take that as the truth if they couldn't have their expert even look at it. So that's what I think they're fighting.
I got to be honest with you. Is another thing too, is you can look at a picture and say, yes, it accurately reflects what was seen. But she later on looked at the metadata, number one. Number two, is she qualified to say anything about metadata?
No way.
Yeah, I mean,
And that's why it's hearsay, technically.
Yeah, she's not. So let's see what the judge does here. But I wouldn't let the metadata.
They're trying to
in.
bolster her evidence. In our trials, we just say, did you take this picture? Yeah, when did you take it? December 16th.
All right.
That's testimony and evidence.
Okay, that's fine.
I haven't heard a ruling.
I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay. And the
The
objection?
judges
Judge
keep the
agrees.
metadata out.
Yeah, that's the right call.
Top, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get it.
Thank you.
Okay, 708 with the redactions. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury.
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes. There you go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
Exhibit
Honor.
20
That is,
Your Honor, we
that is
couldn't put him in
inappropriate, Your
because
Honor.
we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo.
In front of the
was
jury.
shown as that
Approach.
exhibit.
Okay. We can
Holy cow. I can't believe it. That is such dirty pool. That is so annoying.
And when the officers testify, she could have shown them the photograph, even
Well,
though
they
it wasn't
couldn't
in
because they
evidence.
weren't authentic and the officers weren't agreeing with her.
Oh, they weren't. Oh.
No, that's the point. The officers were like, we came, we saw no injuries, we saw no problems. There was no evidence domestic violence happened. Nobody told. Amber was not cooperating with
So
us. She didn't say on the advice of
they're caught flat-footed
counsel.
on this.
But this is horrible that Elaine's trying to
So
make this
for the
argument in front of the jury.
record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of the depositions that were shown earlier, where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted. Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this photo?
She's literally just testifying.
Yes, that's a picture
I
of my
know.
face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Now we can take this one down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 709. And based on the court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that, Michelle, please.
We're getting rid of all the metadata now that's favorable to Amber Heard, because like that could be a screenshot Could be a million reasons for it, but saying things like the jury is entitled to hear this is a way to circumvent the rules of evidence. The judge
Remove the
determines what
admission
the
of
jury is entitled to
709.
hear.
All right,
And it
any
makes the
objection?
jury,
No,
you're trying to make the jury angry.
Exactly.
Redactions,
Like, what are they hiding?
If it could be published to the jury, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
That is my face after the phone incident. That's that night.
All right, let's bring defendant 710, please.
Did the phone hit her like this? Because it was like her whole side of her face was red.
And Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Exhibit 710. The redactions have been already placed
All right.
on it.
Any objection?
No objection,
All
thank
right,
you.
710 with the redactions, you can publish.
If we could publish, Your Honor. And for the record, this photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26 for both of their depositions. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here, Amber.
That is my face in yet a different light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendant's Exhibit 711.
Thank you, June, for this input. Interesting. I haven't heard this.
And I'm going to move the admission of 711, Your Honor, with the redactions.
All right, any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 711 with redactions and evidence, publish.
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting of my face after the phone
And
that evening.
And when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I agree with this N7. I was trying to figure out which side. I mean, I think it's obviously our left. but-
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
And why did you take the pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say. So she wanted to protect me.
Okay, so let's go ahead and bring up 712. All right, now move the admission of 712, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 712 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's depicted here.
That is another picture of my face
Okay.
taken around the same time.
I'm surprised that the
713.
plaintiffs didn't require a picture that didn't have that big black square in it. They could have done that so the jury wouldn't think something is being missing or blocked out. Peter, can you hear me? Okay.
Move the admission of 713, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 713 with redactions, you can publish.
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what this is.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on or an additional light turned on in the
Why?
previous.
Yeah. Why would they have to show the cop pictures
That's
if the cop's there
714?
looking at her face? Makes no sense. I think they showed the cop the pictures at the depots. That must be what they're talking about. Not showed the cop the pictures that day.
Move the admission of 714, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 714 with redactions.
And please tell the jury what this depicts.
This is another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay. Take that down. Let's go to 715. I'm going to move the admission of 715, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 715 with redactions in evidence. You're finished.
Thank you. And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both. Please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
That is a picture of my face. Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment or in the apartment that she was staying in.
Okay. And let's go to
Yeah, Johnny's
716.
apartment that Rocky was staying in.
Move the admission of 716.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 716 evidence as redacted.
And Emma, could you please tell the jury what this picture depicts?
Yes, it's the business card that one of the police officers left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And with the pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left after, or do you know?
I
Objection,
think
compound,
It's not.
and calls for
Your Honor,
speculation.
compound is only.
Overruled.
Thank you.
we took pictures before, during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to take this one down and go to 717. And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to move the admission of 717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 717 is redacted in evidence. Published.
Thank you. And please just briefly describe to the jury what this is.
The two officers that first responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed as they came through?
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands, who was Raquel's fiance at that time?
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know. I didn't want this to come out. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want this to be, I wanted to protect Johnny.
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1374. That's 1374. One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. All right, move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374 in evidence, 1374A in evidence, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493T. And move the admission of 1493T.
No objection.
All right, 1493T in evidence.
And what does this depict?
This is a picture of my face after that incident. Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493S. And move the admission of 1493S.
No objection.
All right, 1493S in evidence. Published.
And what does this depict?
And this is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described, Mr. Depp, destroying or damaging?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 700? And based on Your Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata. Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 700.
That was a cheap shot at the judge,
objection.
and again, trying to get the jury to think that they're hiding something from them.
Can you please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse 5, to kind of set up those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah, security let him in, even though I had asked
Objection, Your
security not
Honor.
to.
Speculation
I don't think that was speculation.
and lack of foundation.
Oh, I'll sustain as a foundation if you want.
Okay. So what's depicted in, what's the damage that was done?
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let into penthouse 5 in that state, he doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him into penthouse 5
Objection, Your
so
Honor.
that he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just tell the jury what he did here that's depicted in this.
This is just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculation. She
All right.
hasn't established that she was there.
I'll sustain if you want to lay a foundation. It's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
I'm
speculation.
trying to lay the foundation here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Well,
question.
let's do this. Never mind, we'll let somebody else tell who did it,
Why don't
okay?
you just ask her was she
Testifying.
there?
All I'm
But she's
asking here
testifying
is
now. We'll have somebody else
what is the
testify to
damage-
that.
What
You
has
can't
been done
testify as a
that's
lawyer.
depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'll sustain the
All right,
objection.
let's go to 701.
Exactly. Which is it? I don't know if she gets a hometown feel, but I know that she's probably more comfortable with this
Admission of
judge,
701.
with this judge in this
With
courtroom.
redaction, no objection.
All right, 701 with redactions and evidence.
Thank you. Amber, can you please describe what's depicted here?
Yeah, it is our bedroom in penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll
Calls for
sustain
speculation.
the objection.
So
How many times is she going to do the
just
same thing?
describe what you see here as opposed to what you say he did.
I see a bunch of art tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21, 2016?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
Let's go to, Michelle, can you bring up defendant 702, please? Oh, Your Honor, and I forgot on the last two. For defendants exhibit 700, that was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. It was exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 702 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was also shown to Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40. And can you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
Yes, it as broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
And where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please? Move the admission of defendant 703.
No objection.
All right, 703 with redactions. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of the stairwell in the same apartment, penthouse 5, which is the apartment where I kept my things.
Okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay. Let's take this one down and go to 704, please, defendants. Michelle, thank you. Move the admission of defendant 704.
No objection.
All right, 704 with redactions. Publish.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that this was shown to both Officer Sines and Haddon as exhibit 34 to both their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just another piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
And when you say wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up 705, please? Move the admission of 705.
No redaction. No, excuse me, no objection.
All right.
And let the,
705 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
and let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon in Exhibit 36 of his deposition. Amber, can you please describe to the jury what's portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
Okay. Let's go to 707.
Where her left
Move
eye
the
is really
admission of
bothering her.
707.
Any objection?
People are going to hammer her that she's trying to fake cry, but she
objection,
just
no.
has something stuck in it, I think, that she keeps messing with.
And let the record show that both Officer Sines and Officer Haddon were shown this picture. It was Exhibit 18 in both their depositions. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
This is the hallway leading leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please.
I think they're just trying to show the cops should have seen these injuries and didn't. And members of the jury, you play cop. Was she abused based on these
Move the admission of
pictures?
718.
I think that's what they're
No
trying to do.
objection.
Not that they
718
lied, but
with
just that
redaction,
they
yeah.
should have considered these
And
injuries
let
and
the
didn't.
record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines.
But
and
you're
Officer
saying the
Haddon
cops
in
did not
depositions
see these
Exhibit
injuries,
31
right?
for both
They
of them.
said no visible injuries at all.
Amber, please
No
describe to the
signs of
jury what's
domestic
depicted
violence.
here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay. Let's go to 719, please. Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
All right, 719 with redactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
At one corner of the kitchen in penthouse 3, looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 720, please. Thank you, Michelle. Move the admission of defendant 720.
No objection.
All right, 720 with redactions.
And let the
evidence.
record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon, deposition Exhibit 43 to both. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
That's my office. It's a corner of my office. And that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out, it looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 721. Move the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
721 with redactions, published.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
Again, my office, different, same thing, different angle.
Okay. Let's go to 722. Move the admission of defendants exhibit 722.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 722 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
That's a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
Okay. You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please. Move the admission of defendant 723.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 723 redacted in evidence.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what's reflected.
One of the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine that is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724. Move the admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
All right, 724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition exhibits 33. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Let's go to 725. We're almost done, just 2 more. Promise. Move the admission of defendant 725.
No objection.
All right, 725 with redactions.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like penthouse 5.
Okay. And last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726. Move the admission of.
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will get a tissue. Yes. Thank you, Halisa. All right, no objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
All right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as deposition 32 exhibit to their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. Penthouse 3 appears.
Okay, thank you. Now, when the police officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
Which one or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there. because I had been in penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay. And then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she could, if she gesturing to her face is not hearsay,
I'll
it's not a statement.
I'll sustain the objection.
But it's speculation as to
Also
what
not
she
on
was
proof.
gesturing
I'll
to.
sustain the
Okay.
objection.
How do you know this
So
is a gesture
what
to your
happened
face?
next? Let's do this. How long were you with the officer when she took you aside?
A few minutes, if that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
No, I did not, but it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh, I was with them at the beginning of Penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house up through Penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, Penthouse 4, and then on to Penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked,
Yes.
but you refused to tell them?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I just refused to cooperate.
Okay. Now, approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly, maybe I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
This is up to Johnny's team to point out, Mo.
We cleaned up a bit because there was broken glass and we had dogs. So we tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse?
Objection.
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gateland's body worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right.
Just keep going forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting, and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't do it the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that that I was okay, or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned And they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had. And they left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you give them?
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from a quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered, and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
All right. I'm going to take you to the next day, May 22. And I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 772? What, if any, efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional thinking that just because he saw my friend's beads out on the countertop that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up.
They're
was
letting her get
evidence
away
of
with
her
the
running
delusional
some sort of
word
workshop.
now.
And he also accused us of having invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there, who was just in the apartment when Johnny stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5/21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right, 772 and evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot, PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're,
Yes.
okay. And then.
Leading? Is that what you're talking about with
obviously
this?
we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce that night?
What is this supposed to prove?
We
I don't
did
get
not
what this text proves.
have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time.
That he wishes her all the best.
Obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 773.
Maybe they think that they can impeach her and pick apart these stories, so they just let her keep going on them.
Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on 5/22. They start at 5:13.
They could, but they'd have to bring new information.
And you're
Which they probably could
discussing
rebut
talking.
some
You
of what
said,
she's
"Sorry,
saying
I'm just
now,
leaving
but
Amanda's birthday
maybe.
now." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this
Sure.
exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
R-Dub saying, I hope Rocky testifies. Yeah, I hope Rocky testifies. I hope Io testifies. I hope everybody that she's mentioning that was there and can testify to what happened testifies. But from what I've heard, it doesn't sound like they all are testifying, which is very strange to me. And if I was a juror, I would wonder, why aren't all these people that could corroborate your stories, that were your best friends that were there, testifying? But if they do testify, I think it could be a big win for Amber. Just like a couple of these recordings, I think have been a little bit more corroborative for her.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 773 in evidence with identifiers redacted. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could- Okay, we've got it published to the jury. So let's go to the top, Michelle. And so it starts out with him. This is the 5:21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5:22 at 5:13 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone, or that I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We
what
can
had
give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead, go ahead. Your Honor, can
Well,
we
she
give?
can't scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly so she can read the whole thing.
Okay, makes sense.
All right, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I would also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. He and I did that at times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor,
I had
hearsay.
enough.
Okay.
Overruled, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendant's Exhibit 773. And this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 PM. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apologies. What was he apologizing for?
Objection
Do you
calls
know?
for speculation.
What was your understanding of what he was apologizing for?
Speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the
I-
objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said
StreamYard
he
just
didn't mean
booted me
to
and then let me
hurt
back.
didn't
Sorry.
mean
Yeah, we've had enough,
if he really
Denise,
hurt
right?
me
We've
that
had
bad,
enough.
I'm sorry that he didn't mean to.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page. Up to the green, please. And he says here, I'm sad, I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you?
I
have
know
an
what he
underst-
meant.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Did he
there's
use that phrase with you?
I'll hold on. I'll sustain that objection.
I'm
You can
trying to
actually-
get to the
yeah, I
next
know.
one
Then
here.
you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says I'm clear and I am me?
objection calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
That he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him. That he was a good guy I loved. The one that I trusted.
All right, now I'm going to ask Michelle if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been admitted. Now, those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here it's 5:22, it's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
That's it.
She can't read his
So-
mind. She can testify to
Tell the
what he
jury
said,
how
but she
you
can't read his
felt
mind.
in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy, I went to Al-Anon, I got help, I read books, I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision to file for divorce. It was hard because, I loved Johnny so much. I loved him so much.
And why did you file for divorce?
Because I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive. I've been so scared that it was going to end really badly for me.
We're getting to the crescendo. You can tell.
I didn't want to leave him.
Yeah, but we still have to get to her counterclaim, which
I loved him
we haven't heard anything about.
so much. I wouldn't have done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And it was so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. I believe he would have taken it too far. And I wouldn't be here.
She's
Why
like
did you ask
almost
for
saying
a
he would have
domestic
killed me, but
violence
she didn't say
temporary
it.
restraining order?
I wonder why she just didn't say it.
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them, no matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high. And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic. I was losing hair. I was losing weight. I got really sick.
I think there's evidence that he was across the
Shingles.
country
I
or
couldn't
somewhere way
sleep.
far away
I'd wake
from
up in a panic
where she
attack.
was when she got the
I had panic
TRO.
attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks. I thought it'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in any way, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It's not
Overruled.
offered to prove. Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay.
Speculation, and Elaine
So,
sa's not offered to
Did
prove the
Mr.
truth of the
Depp
matter
show up
asserted.
for the hearing on the
It's not
DVTRO?
speculation, Elaine.
No, he didn't.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
And why did you show up?
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr. Depp about obtaining the DVTRO?
We gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Was there any confusion surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor. calls for
Speculation.
Speculation.
Yeah.
I'm asking
Lack of
for-
All
foundation.
right, I'll sustain as the foundation. if you want.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe. And I thought that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California.
But she's not a
And
lawyer.
remarkably, it had flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed. by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
How'd she know that?
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So,
I'm trying to think how to ask this, Elaine says.
what was your understanding and what was your concern?
Objection,
concern-
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 800, please?
That's a win for Johnny's lawyers when she says, all right, let's just move on.
Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 800.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 800 in evidence, publish.
Amber, can you describe for the jury what this picture is?
It's a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please? Move the admission of 801.
No objection.
801 in evidence, publish.
And Amber, if you can tell the jury what this is.
That's me while I was obtaining my restraining order. It's me in the courthouse.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the courthouse? Did you testify?
Oh, I provided testimony.
Leading?
And
Like, come
I
on.
sat there and cried.
I sat there and cried.
Did you obtain a domestic violence?
Man, this
restraining
is
order?
tough.
I did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
When you left the courthouse, what did you experience?
I walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way. And I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was to that point at that point in my life had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse and screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
I'm going to take you just for a moment to makeup, and then that would put
Okay,
after
good
that.
break point. Okay, great.
That'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point after the makeup. You
Right, yes.
said that you didn't testify, you didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock.
Her skin reacts to
every
the
day.
sun and all
Anyway,
these
so I
pictures of
put
redness on
both
her
of those.
face.
I put on concealer. And I do that before I leave my bathroom in the morning. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled on that.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
And let me, I use this, I think, in opening statement, and it's defendant's exhibit
If you could by
155.
the microphone, please.
Oh.
We can't hear you. There you go.
May I approach the witness to? let
That's
her
what you
show?
could show counsel.
This is important. Are they going to say that this was the exact bruise kit or this is like it?
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I
Oh,
used to carry. but
I knew
used to
it.
carry with me.
This is
all
not the
time.
exact one I used to
Sometimes this
carry, but
pink
that's
just
what her
becomes a
lawyer
little
said
bit
in
more
opening.
purple of a hue. And
She
sometimes the
literally
kits
said,
are
but the
3
company
colors,
came out
and
that
they
and
can
said
be
this
3
didn't
or
come
4
out till
colors.
2017.
Sometimes they
So
have it
she had to
emailed.
correct what
But
her
the
attorney
idea
said, and
is
this is
that
how
you
they're
want to
doing it.
counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise.
Wow.
So the first day of bruising, well, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the
She's got way too many
material
excuses,
by
way
dabbing
too
on with
many
a green or
explanations.
something to counteract the red. After a day or two, you get more purple in a bruise.
Uncross. Why didn't you just bring
so
the one that you always
you'd
used
obviously
then?
have to go with more of the
And why did your
red
lawyer in opening
tones,
said this is the
orange
one you
tones
used?
here.
You always kept this in your purse.
Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 just, I feel like, well, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like 5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green, and then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite, in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or 2, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course. But it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman, or if you wear lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overrule.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
You always wear makeup?
It's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer.
Except when you go to
has
court for the
tinted foundation in it, and
TRO,
I'm
like you
certainly not gonna
purposely
walk
didn't wear
around
makeup
LA
that day.
with bruises on my face.
I don't understand that.
Okay. I think that's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take
Well,
our
you wanna
lunch
look
recess
really
at this
sad
time.
for your
Again, do not go to the
Yeah,
outside
we got
research,
lots
do
to
not
discuss
the
during the
case with
break
anybody,
here.
And we'll see you in an hour, okay? Thank you. Court is still in session, so please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
All right. We'll wait and see if they say anything before they take the break, and then we'll discuss. Lots to discuss. Lots of openings for Cross here.
All right. And again, Ms. Hurd, since you're still under oath and testifying, you cannot discuss this case to include with your attorneys, okay? In your testimony. All right. Let's come back then at 1:40. Okay. All right. Thank you. 1:40.
All right. So I'm going to stop sharing for now and hit that mute button. Okay. So let's talk about a few things here. So I don't know if I know you've seen some of my videos and you've seen some of the trial and read up on it, one of the big deals is in opening, her lawyer showed that exact makeup case, which her lawyer referenced, and then says, I always had this, or she said she always had this in her purse because of how often she would have to cover up bruises. She could have said, Amber used makeup like this, or Amber had something like this because of all the discolor. No, she said this exact one because look at all these different colorings to show as a bruise progresses, which is how Amber testified. And we talked about it multiple times in multiple videos that she has to fix that. So it sounds like she did. And I felt like if I'm on the jury and I don't know about all this Milani hype back in the Twitter sphere and TikTok and YouTube, then I think she did a pretty good job of explaining very simply that this wasn't the exact one. This was just something like what I carried around. How did it come off to you?
It came off fine. I mean, that's on the lawyer. That's not really on her. The fact that her lawyer
it's on her if she lied to the lawyer and said this is the exact one. That's probably what happened. We would never on our own.
I looked at it. It looked brand new to me. I mean, it didn't look like it had been used very much. That to me doesn't carry a lot of significance.
I think that she fixed it is my point, because you didn't watch the opening and you didn't see how she literally said this is what she carried in her purse. So why wouldn't she just give her the exact one that she used? That's what I don't understand. But I agree. I think it's fallen flat now. And now I think it's up to Johnny's lawyers to actually try to make it a big deal on cross and make it look like her lawyers lied in opening basically, or were incorrect in opening. And I don't think her lawyers lied. I think Amber Heard probably said this is the exact one. And, now not so much. But I think they did a good job rehabbing that actually, because that was a big point we knew was going to come up in cross. We knew that was going to come up.
Let me ask you a question. How did Amber Heard's lawyers know that wasn't the exact one to ask her about it just now?
Exactly.
How did they know that?
Twitter, social media.
Think about that. That happened. You had opening statements, and then later on something happened, and they knew to ask her the question after opening statements.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, and then okay, so just let's focus on the makeup for a second. So I wore makeup every day. Okay. There's a couple things to pick out here that we would use on cross, I think. I wore makeup every day. I started my routine by washing my face, putting a moisturizer on that had concealer or whatever. I'm sure I'm going to use wrong verbiage. And then I put another concealer on. So if you did that every day, why didn't you do it? And why'd you have no makeup on when you went for the TRO? I mean, we know the answer, but
right. Obviously, we want to look sad and pathetic at the TRO so the judge feels sorry for us.
Correct.
But this all makeup thing, wearing makeup all the time is interesting. Worrying about the paparazzi when you leave your house every single morning means you are picture perfect when you leave the house because you don't want any bad photos. However, you also, when the police come over, you don't want to have Johnny arrested. However, you have pictures taken of the injuries and you don't appear to have makeup on over those pictures. So the injuries show up very clearly. Why are you taking pictures of you with the injuries if you don't want Johnny Depp to be in trouble and you don't want the police over there to arrest him?
And I am far from a makeup expert, but is there such a makeup that is so perfectly invisible that you wouldn't know that somebody is wearing makeup and looks so natural, yet so covering that it was going to cover the bruises and the redness and the blood and all the problems that she had in her face? That to me just doesn't seem plausible as somebody who is not a makeup expert and has never worn makeup. But to me, it's like either you'd be able to tell you're wearing makeup because it's covering stuff up, or it looks very natural, but it's not going to cover up deep, dark bruising and redness and blood on your face.
Well, this also goes to the slight cuts on the arms. That's also a situation where, we all know, I think, we watch movies, you can do makeup that can cover just about anything, anywhere, anytime. And if she knew she had those scratches and she was going to this, she was going to walk the red carpet, you would think she'd really make an effort to cover those things up if they were really new, and she said they were hard to cover up. This makeup thing could become an issue during cross-examination.
It's definitely an issue. They've asked her side has made it an issue with every witness that has been called. I agree it's going to be an issue on cross-examination. where she could have covered up. Also, when she called it a bruise kit with those colors, it almost looks to me like you could make it look like you do have bruises with that makeup, as well as cover up bruises. I don't know why you would need the black and blue makeup to cover up a bruise. I mean, I guess it's to blend it in with the skin color. I have no idea, but
we wouldn't know. So.
Right. But the biggest thing that came out to me is if you look at all those pictures of the redness where Johnny Depp threw the phone and it hit her in the face, but you look at some of those pictures and it looks like she had redness on both cheeks. Then she says, I have a condition where my skin reacts horribly to the sun and I have a bad reaction. That's exactly what all those pictures look like. Now it's in evidence. I had a ton of people asking me, would you talk about Botox or Accutane? Because it could cause this redness. It could cause these bruising. And I said, well, I don't know if we have any evidence that she's done Botox or has Accutane, but now we have evidence that she has bad skin reactions to the sun.
But you notice the question wasn't asked yet. Maybe it will be after lunch. What is the bad reaction you have? Is it blotches? Is it bruise? I mean, what is the bad reaction? We don't know what bad reaction means.
How many explanations could you possibly have for bad reaction? It has to be it turns red, blotchy, dry. And it can't be I get bruising from the sun. That does not exist. It can't be I get like it can't. I mean, it can only be so many things for what a bad reaction to the sun is. I thought the end of that testimony was very interesting. The TRO. Now, I do think the picture sitting at the courthouse with the bruised face is bad for Johnny. If it's at the courthouse, the day she got the TRO that she's saying he abused her and hit her, I do think that's bad for Johnny. That seems like corroborating evidence, and I do think that's a good point and piece of evidence for her. I do. I really do, if the jury believes her.
I think that, to me, one of the really negatives during this whole trial is the fact the jury got to hear there's a TRO. That really, I'm surprised that couldn't be kept out somehow.
What's interesting is that's not even part of the defamation. The defamation is just about the Washington op-ed.
I know, so the jury hears that some judge somewhere granted her a restraining order against this guy. And so that's a judicial determination after hearing evidence, after hearing the facts. And the jury knows that after hearing facts, some judge did rule that, there's some domestic violence involved with them.
I agree.
That to me that's really, really damaging.
I agree. And I think that's one of the points about corroborating that with the picture, I think is some of the worst evidence against Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp's team has tried to explain what an ex parte hearing is and how he didn't have an opportunity to be heard and how it was just, and there's some text messages that Amber Heard may have intimated that she did this for leverage in the family law case and the divorce case. And then when the divorce case was over, the TRO was dismissed. So it kind of timeline lines up with that. But I agree. When we're here talking about domestic violence and that she believes she's a victim of domestic violence, she goes and gets a TRO. To me, that judge believed she was a victim of domestic violence. She had the bruise on her face. Therefore, she wrote the op-ed that she felt like she was a victim of domestic violence. She wins. She should win, which is why I don't know why she's creating this huge mountain and burden that she can't win. I don't think she can prove that Johnny was this monster, and they're turning it into who do you like better? And that's how I think Johnny wins, because I think the jury's going to like Johnny better.
Right. But again, never forget that even though we got this TRO, which again ruled for her, it does go a long way because the burden is on Johnny in this trial. He had to prove his case in order to win. It's if it's a 50-50, he loses.
Right.
So he's got to prove his case. And the fact that some other judge already ruled for her, I think goes a long way. And again, we're talking just about this testimony we heard this morning, which has certainly gone longer than we had anticipated. You've got we've got the RN she had to explain away. She's just been explaining away all sorts of stuff like date problems. They started out this testimony with all her date problems and having her correct all her date problems. Well, how did she know to correct all her date problems when she came in after this week's break? You've got to ask yourself, how was she all ready to correct all these date problems that really should have been corrected in her testimony last week? So she did a lot of stuff that I don't know if she necessarily hurt herself. We saw a broad range of emotions during her testimony today. We have her being kind of light. We have her being professional in the way she's, looking very professional in the way she's answering questions. And then we have her breaking down at times. So
all the emotions.
Yeah, all of the emotions. You saw all of them today. And I don't know how much longer. They must think the longer they keep her on the stand, because again, this is a strategy. The longer they keep her on the stand, the more effective she's going to be with the jury. They've got to believe that because they're dragging her testimony out.
I actually think today has been her best day of testimony, to me personally. She's answered a lot of the questions. I think her demeanor's been a lot better than last week. Today, I actually think is her best day. Let's get to some questions though. Raider fan Keith, there's a special entrance in court for high profile people. She notified the media she was going to court. How else would they be waiting for her? I mean, while there may be special entrances, it's not like an underground tunnel. So if she would have left out of a side entrance, there still could have been people there. But I agree. I think some of the people on the jury are going to think and I think Johnny Depp's team is going to argue she wanted people to see her leave the courtroom after that TRO.
Yeah, just like when she filed for divorce. She was happy nobody knew about it.
Right. Ooh la la, correct. Color goes underneath concealer, not over. I'll take your word for it. Stay strong. She said today that she had a bruise kit. Why wouldn't they bring the exact kit? I agree. I have the same question. Raider fan Keith said, Milani again. Can't wait for Cross. I still think they have to hit it in Cross pretty good. The Kizzy Wizzy says, OMG, in theater, they are actually called bruised palates. Riker Ryan, will these pics hurt JD's case? I think they will. Don't you think? I mean, the picture at the courthouse before the TRO, I think that's pretty damaging no matter what you want to say.
Well, it is. But again, and I haven't seen it, but you only have her word for what caused the bruise or what caused the injury. You really don't have any other corroborating evidence that Johnny's the one that caused that bruise or caused that injury. And she deliberately explains that by saying Johnny always kept his people away when they argued, so no one ever saw them arguing. So she's got no corroboration. It's just her word against his.
As unbelievable as a lot of that testimony is, right? And I think it's tough, and I think it's contradicting a lot of the other testimony, evidence, and witnesses. She had to explain it. So at least she did give an explanation to the makeup. She gave an explanation to why nobody else was ever there. She gave an explanation as to why they've asked all these witnesses, you weren't with them every second of every day. She gave an explanation as to why the nurse has these horrible notes about her. Now, whether we believe the explanation, fine, but she has to at least answer for it.
One of the things that, again, if I would argue, a lot of what she testified to me, sounded like mutual combat.
Well, that's a win for her. If they're mutually abusive, that's a win.
There's mutual combat going on.
I agree.
Right, but in the lawsuit, not necessarily. Mutual combat doesn't mean she can get on the way and say, and deliberately, again, malicious, which is an issue here, say that he's the one that did all this stuff. That's what she's suing her.
But she didn't say in the op-ed that I've never done anything. She just said she's a victim of abuse. So I think if it's mutual abuse, she can have a constitutionally protected opinion that she is a victim of abuse.
Or self-defense by him.
Right. Or self-defense by her, if she wants to say it was self-defense by her, which is what she's arguing.
Which also could be why the jury, when they finally get it back there, say, look, this is just mutual combat. And that's it.
Do we really want to side with either one of these people that were just both bad? And that's a way I think Johnny could lose. But I think she's just building it up too much. My opinion. AEV says, Tragos, etc. Do you think that juries would buy into Amber's team's crap? So do you think they would buy part of her testimony? I think they could. I definitely think they could.
They could. And again, I think Amber's best day is that, we're just two dysfunctional people in a dysfunctional marriage, and that's the way dysfunctional goes.
Right. Lauren CZK, is it possible to order to hand over metadata from these pictures to verify whether it was being manipulated with the photo somehow or not? Yes, and the judge, I guess, did order it, but Amber's team never provided it to Johnny's experts. And I think what happened was the time came up to the case where the judge is like, do you want to continue it, or do you want to go forward and attack the weight of the evidence versus the credibility? And they chose to go forward and attack the weight. I don't know for sure, but I can't explain any other way why, if a judge sided with you and ordered them to turn it over and they didn't, why we would be at trial now. All right, I've answered this question. I want to hear what you think. Australian Open. Pete translated this for me. So, and I think I've been asked this multiple times. So, George and Peter, how much do you think this trial cost? That's what somebody guessed this means. I don't know what language this is, Italian or something. But how much do you think the trial cost, if you had to guess?
Cumulatively, both sides,
Sure.
$1 million.
1 million? No way. It had to be more than 1 million. It's been
Well, I
6
don't know.
years and a 6-week trial. Had to be. I would say easily 7 figures each. I bet Johnny's has cost multiple millions for Johnny's.
I don't think, well, frankly, to be honest with you, I don't think she's got a lot of money.
Well, yeah, I think she has a couple million. I think, well, based on how much the lawyers all make, his lawyers make basically double what her lawyers make. But still very interesting.
I was looking, there's a site called Net Worth.
Yeah.
And her total net worth, according to this, is 2.5 million.
Right. Carrie H., a well-known and respected prosecutor from Cold Justice, stated, "The truth does not change. All I've heard and seen is Amber Heard bounce information around to suit the moment. How can JD's team address this?" That's the point of cross and the point of being able to impeach her in cross-examination.
There's another quote from a Supreme Court justice saying, "Cross-examination is the greatest tool for search for the truth."
Peace, love, and light. Why wouldn't she have showed these officers instead of how she was sitting in a dark spot? Why wouldn't she have wanted them to see the alleged injuries? She says she did it on the advice of counsel. And again, another thing that she explained away. Now, whether you agree with it or not, that's up to the jury. But at least if the jury wants to side with Amber, they have an explanation as to why she didn't tell the officers that she was abused. She was protecting Johnny and on the advice of counsel, which, to me, which is it? Those seem like two different things, but she said both. Are the other attorneys permitted to pass notes to the attorney involved? Is that more likely to be disruptive or helpful?
It happens all the time. That another attorney on your team thinks of something and passes you a note. That's a regular event because you're standing up there and sometimes you don't think of something, or sometimes they have the ability to look at a transcript while you're asking questions. They find something in that transcript and they pass a note to you about it. That's a regular occurrence.
And it's definitely more helpful than it is hurtful, I think. Or disruptive. Is it seen as manipulative to look directly at the jury while answering questions? Are you supposed to do that? She seems to be storytelling to the jury. I've answered this a couple of times. Why don't you give your answer? What you think when a witness or a party looks at the jury?
The FBI, at their training of agents at Quantico, tells them when they're answering questions to look at the jurors when they're answering the questions. So when you see an FBI agent or most federal agents testify, they will look at the jury because they're supposed to make eye contact to develop a relationship with the jury, and they tell them to do it.
Yeah, but I do think there's a big difference. I usually agree with that, and I think looking at the jury is good. But when she was like hysterically crying and then looks up and looks at the jury to see if they're seeing her cry, that's not a good look in my opinion.
That's different.
Yeah. Stay strong. Did you hear the audio call of last convo offering olive branch out of this court thing? Any normal man would slap her. Props to JD for patience. I disagree that any normal man would ever slap somebody, but
I noticed that in the call too, that he seemed to be conciliatory toward her.
Yeah.
Wanting things to be okay and wanting her to have a good life. Yeah, I noticed that as well.
Bozo, she was losing hair, asked security to keep him out, and was not afraid to taunt him in audios. Those are the contradictions that the jury's going to have to, that first off, Johnny Depp's team's going to have to point out. And then secondarily, the jury is going to have to make that determination on their own. All right, Sarah Silk. I'm a little bit behind, but as far as, but her fair skin, those marks looked like she was rubbing her face. The officer said she was crying. My face would look that way. Yeah, or a bad skin reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the bruise in the wrong place? I don't know which place it was supposed to be at. got part Aqua late March of 2016, filed the DV in May. So right after she got the Aquaman part. Crazy Cat Queen, skin reacts because of Accutane for acne. Known adverse reaction. She's not a doctor. Her bruise coloring is wrong. Deep purple blue is the first cover after a blow, like hours after. Yeah, she did go through like day 1, you always do this, and day 2, you always do this, which I guess. No makeup covers swelling or cuts. She actually agreed with that, LA Gun. She said the same thing, which I thought was interesting. But then she went on to say, oh, ice works really good. I always ice it. I have this same regimen. Why is Camille the only one objecting? LB Messermeyer. Usually it's just one lawyer per witness. So it's just Elaine for their side and just Camille for their side.
And it's supposed to be the lawyer that's going to do the witness.
Right.
So and most judges say the lawyer that's going to do the witness is the only one I want to hear from.
All right, this is one for you that Michael Palmer's asked a couple times. Hi, Pete, off topic, but since your dad's here, can you please ask him if it's normal to be charged with a conspiracy 371 as a principal and also aid and abettor for the same crime? How can you aid and abet yourself? So he asked me this one before. I didn't know the answer to it. Go ahead.
You can't aid and abet yourself.
But can you be a part of a...
But see, if a 371 conspiracy is a general conspiracy. It's a 5-year maximum sentence on a 371. So if it's a 371, there's more than one person involved.
That's what I'm saying.
You can be aider and abettor to the conspiracy itself. And yes, you can be charged with both. Normally, they don't charge that way. And when you're in a 371, they don't have to say you're a principal or not. They just can say you're a co-conspirator.
And that's the point. You can be a co-conspirator and an aider and abettor.
Right.
Right. You
That's the general conspiracy statute.
Right. You just can't be the top dog and then aid and abet yourself.
Right. Because you can't have a conspiracy. One person can't be a conspiracy.
Right. Right. Hopefully that answers your question, Michael. I know you've asked it a couple times. Yeah. Did Amber use the makeup palette to make the bruises? I think that's an argument that Johnny Depp's team could at least make. So we have, this is from Christopher. Will the police mitigate the judge's TRO with the body cams? So these are two different events, kind of. And the police going there and saying she wasn't injured. I don't know what the timeline is as to how many days later the TRO was. Maybe you can correct me with that. But do you think the fact that law enforcement came there at a time after she said they threw the phone at her face and then mitigates that the officers thought no domestic violence, the judge thought there was domestic violence? Do you think that can be kind of a mitigating factor to the jury?
Well, again, like you said, these are two unrelated. The TRO and those body cams, from my understanding of the evidence, are unrelated.
I don't know if it could have been the day before or something. I don't know.
But again, it's powerful testimony for the police to say, because how many domestic violence cases did they go to a day? For them to say that they didn't see any injuries, that's a big factor. And apparently, my guess is in the depot, they didn't change their testimony after they showed the photos. I don't think the police changed their testimony. I think that was the point.
Right. Exactly. They did not. Do you think Ben Chu should have crossed Amber Heard? No. I think having Camille do it was probably the right move so far, but we'll see how she does.
I think that's true.
Stay strong. LOL, I'm going to correct myself when I said every normal man would slap her, meaning she tried his patience and constantly provoking. She tried to drive him to the Briscoe break. Heresy me. I get what you meant. She meant like, I've had, my cousin has said, even Job would take a swing on you. It's a phrase that just, it explains what you mean. Like it can make you so mad that even the most patient person in the world would have hit somebody. I get what you meant. I just felt like I had to correct myself or correct it. She filed the TRO because JD wouldn't give her all she wanted in divorce. Not just that, but there are also somebody posted on Twitter that her dad was talking to him about like she didn't want to get kicked out of the penthouse or something. That's why she filed a TRO. Again, all that stuff, who knows, because it hasn't come into trial yet. Let's see if they impeach her with it.
She was asking for that. In the divorce, she was asking for him to give her the rent for the penthouse.
Nina A says her divorce lawyers threaten him that they'll go public. Yep, that happens in lots of cases with celebrities. She said she reported 14 fights and 3 sexual assaults when she filed the TRO. Where have the 2 extra assaults come from? She's only mentioned 1. I don't know because we haven't heard that yet. Kaulani Dumayo. Those are self-inflicted cuts, too clean and uniform, not from being violently dragged across sheds of glass. She admitted to harming herself already. And these are the types of dots that Johnny's lawyers have to connect themselves. Could AH be asked to demonstrate makeup cover-up?
Sure. I mean, if they wanted to waste some time,
Take the
they
risk.
could ask her
Yeah,
to
and
do
you
it.
take the
Yeah.
risk that she does do a good
It's
job.
like, if like, put the glove on.
Exactly.
You
And
take a
OJ.
risk when you want to put that glove on.
Yep. Elise Price, being that nobody has ever accused him of these horrible, vicious crimes and behavior in his 30-year career, does that hold weight despite her photos? They've said that, and it's in evidence. It's going to be up to the jury.
That you might hear some more from the plaintiff on that after the defense is done. She may. I saw. We saw some fist bumps when she mentioned some other people's names. So you
Yeah.
may be hearing from some other past relationships of Johnny Depp.
Mm-hmm. Red Canary, how can they use pictures of Amber Heard's bruises as evidence when they can't see metadata to confirm? We've talked about this a lot. It goes to the weight of the evidence, not the admissibility. So they can attack whether or not they're credible with the metadata, but the judge has let them in because Amber Heard can testify. I took this picture, or my friend did while I was standing right there. It accurately depicts what I say it depicts, and it was on this day, and we were in the courthouse or wherever. So with or without metadata, that's still the foundation to get a photo in. But Johnny Depp's team can argue that she didn't give them the metadata. They couldn't have their expert look at it. You can edit metadata and things like that. I don't think it's about winning money for Johnny Depp. It's about getting the information out to the public and showing his side. What do you think about that, Dad?
Oh, I absolutely think that's true. I absolutely think he needs a win. His reputation has been really damaged. You got the TRO I remember reading about that TRO in the United Kingdom. It shocked me. So he needs a win, and that's what he's looking for. Even if they gave him $1, I think they'd be happy if they ruled for him and awarded him $1. He'd be happy with that.
She said she had shingles. I must have missed that. Does she even know what shingles are? You don't want to move because they're just so painful. I've actually had shingles. We both have had shingles, actually.
Yes.
And they are brutally miserable. They don't really look like that, any of her pictures, though, in my opinion.
No, not at all.
Her whole poise changed when she was talking makeup. Her knowledge is from the film industry. And if the amount of damage Johnny did wouldn't there be more photos? I agree. I mean, we have these photos. None of them depict as horrible of the accusations that she's making. These are photos of her the day after the TRO that clearly show no bruises, no makeup. Can they use them in cross? Yes, they can use them in cross if they feel they're necessary to prove a point they want to prove. Stay strong. They are covering tracks with makeup. Why don't they bring another makeup into the mix showing exactly? I still wouldn't believe her, though. I do think they're covering their tracks. But again, we're all coming at this with other information. I think the jury is kind of going to be like, yeah, that makes sense. And it's going to kind of fall flat with them potentially. Heather Hanks, I found it very informative watching you both. Thank you very much. Debbie O, for the chat, Law and Lumber, who's another YouTube lawyer who's actually there in the courtroom, said the juror was not crying. I guess there was a juror sniffling. The juror had a runny nose. He doesn't think the jury is buying today's performance. So he's actually sitting there watching the jury.
I didn't think the juror was crying. I didn't have the impression the juror was crying either. I thought a runny nose was probably the more likely event. I think the lawyers would have said something if the juror was crying.
Barbie, I'm not going to put your post up here just because some of the language in it, YouTube doesn't like that. But do you believe she was brutalized by the bottle by Johnny like she has testified to? That's a huge one that the jury's going to have to determine whether or not they think that they believe those accusations that she made. April Wright, can this case be tried again if Johnny doesn't win? If there's a hung jury and a mistrial, because a hung jury turns into a mistrial, but then it could be tried again.
Or if Johnny loses, Johnny's group can appeal. If they win the appeal, it can come back for a new trial.
Right. So there are multiple ways he could potentially have this retried. Kind of off topic. Can doctors be held accountable for overprescribing oxycodone to a patient? Yes. Right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, of course they can. I think you froze. Did you say something after that?
No, I said yes. Am I okay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they definitely can. It's happened. We've seen that go from Dr. Kevorkian to Husel to the nurse. Like when they make mistakes, whether it's overprescribing or making somebody comfortable to the point they die, they can definitely be prosecuted for that. Johnny pulled her hair out or was it a bald spot? I don't know if we've seen a picture of the bald spot, but I don't know. All right, so Michael Palmer was asking about Maxwell, I guess. 6 counts, 3 of which were 371 conspiracy as principal and also aiding and abetting the same. They had to dismiss 2 counts, multiplicitous. Is there no statute of limitations as it's not ongoing 25 years ago? So I think under her statute, I think they did it under the exception where you could bring the old charges because of the Harvey Weinstein stuff and that all the stuff that was happening in that industry. They were letting the victims that were minors at the time or 25 years old. It was kind of like a workaround for the statute of limitations. But I don't know, Dad, do you have any thoughts on this? We probably have to see the indictment to have a better idea.
I would have to see that. I from this question, I really couldn't give an answer.
Because I know the conspiracy also involved Jeffrey Epstein, so maybe that was how she was aiding and abetting. But I'd have to look at the indictment again to take a look at that.
There are also some exceptions to the statute of limitations, and so we don't know if that fell into one of the exceptions.
Right. Nick Neal, her charity fraud is damning to her character.
Yes.
Domestic Zoom mom. Why can't they bring someone in with a bruise and have her demonstrate how she covers these so-called bruises since she is such a pro at it? I don't know. I don't think you'd want to take that chance and waste that time if you're Johnny's lawyers, personally, because what if she does do it perfectly? Then did you just lose your case? And what does it prove if she doesn't do a good job at it? Because she could just say,
you've always
I can do it to myself better. She could just say that.
With those kind of experiments, because they could backfire.
X Rada says, I'm a film makeup artist. There's a color correction kit and a bruise kit. We used to make bruises for theater and movies. Thank you for the input. Yeah, I think this is legit. Riker Ryan. So Amber Heard's nurse lied about everything. Yeah, that's another thing I mean, she literally went through the whole nurse's notes. Like, I didn't say that. That's wrong. A lot of things are incorrect in this. That's a tough one for me to believe. Can the judgment of the UK trial affect the outcome of this trial court? Can Amber Heard's team use the UK trial to their advantage? If so, how much will it hurt Johnny Depp's case? I believe based on how it's going, the judge is not allowing the UK stuff to come in. And it's already been determined that it's not res judicata, meaning just because Johnny Depp lost in the UK doesn't mean he loses here. Blaming dog poop, police lied, and everyone lied. Parents begging Johnny in text, letter to Whitney's friend about Amber, and the timeline of Amber's motivation to screw Johnny over. Eating disorders equal bald spots. I was SA'd by a babysitter when I was 4 and my family member when I was 10. I would self-harm to forget the pain, and no makeup would ever cover up all the damage I did to myself. This is from Joan. And I think that this is kind of indicating that because Amber Heard, maybe she's saying I can't tell if you're saying Amber Heard's telling the truth or not telling the truth, because then if the indications of self-harm would be that maybe she was a victim of abuse, maybe that is kind of proof of that. Or are you saying that those marks on her arm, she's obviously lying because she didn't get dragged through the glass. The marks wouldn't look like that. I guess this one could kind of go either way. I think what you're saying is the marks are from self-harm. Doug D, it seems like AH's lawyers are hurting her case more than helping it. This is a tough one because you don't know what she's telling them, and sometimes you only got what you got to work with.
Here's what I was hinting at earlier, and I guess I can explain it better now. When you have something that's damaging and is already put up in front of the jury in the plaintiff's case, putting the same total damaging item up in front of the jury a second time in your case doesn't help your case. I think they would have been better off just having her just say, look, this statement was made on this tape. Can you explain that? Can you explain that? Instead of giving the jury the entire context again, so the jury got to see it again, you're just really nailing it into their mind. I think they would have been better off. That's why I asked about transcripts. I think they would have been better off saying, well, on this day, on the tape, it said, da-da-da. You know, when it mentions toes, what does toes mean? To go through it like that, as opposed to playing the whole tape, which is damaging to your case. And so I just wouldn't repeat the bad stuff before the jury. I don't know why the defense did that.
Will AH work in the movies after this trial? We don't know. Only time will tell. Taryn, how do I become a member? It's in the description. There's a button you click that's join, and then all the membership stuff is explained in there. So that's how you can become a member. Chad Fiedler, what's the thought process when deciding the order of calling witnesses? JD's team had character witnesses first and JD last. Amber Heard's team, it's reverse. I think it depends on the case. I mean, I really think it depends.
Yeah. Yeah, usually you want your most powerful witnesses at the end, or sometimes you want a real powerful one at the end, a real powerful one at the beginning to start off your case, and then the kind of dull stuff in between. So it just depends on what they thought was their strongest witness and the way they wanted to impact the jury right at the end. That's the decision they had to make.
Thank you. Stay strong.
Yeah, thank you.
LA has an underground entrance per local attorney. I promise you that everybody that wants to enter and exit underground cannot do it. Like, I don't think Amber Heard can just say, I want to enter and exit underground and just be able to do it when she goes and gets a TRO. Would be my guess. I don't know because I'm not in LA, but I know some of them do have underground entrances. Some of them have back entrances, but those are not just used whenever you want because you say you want to, because you say you're famous. Thank you, David. Are they allowed to call back Amber Heard's nurse to counter that Amber Heard called her a liar? Also, when can they bring back the lack of metadata and the jury's attention during cross for the lack of metadata? I don't think they're going to call the nurse back because she said she really didn't remember anything outside of her notes. So I think they'll just use her notes to impeach Amber or to say, so you think just everything she said in these notes is wrong?
Right. They can't bring her back just to repeat. Like I said, repeat the testimony. On that last one, the metadata.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That can cut both ways to the jury. You can stand up and say, why didn't they show the metadata? And then the other side can say, they had the metadata just as much as we did. If there's anything wrong with the metadata, they should have put it on.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
I understand that, but that was their choice.
No, you're missing the point. Amber Heard's team did not provide any of the metadata for any of these pictures, so that Johnny Depp paid some guy a lot of money, I guess, to look at all the metadata, and the court ordered them to, and Amber Heard did not do it.
However, they had the right to have a continuance in order to have it done, right?
I don't think the judge is going to let him get into that.
Okay. Well, I thought you said they decided not to go for it.
I said that's my guess. No.
Oh, okay.
I said that's my guess because obviously the judge was going to let it in without the metadata because it's coming in and we don't have the metadata. So
well, the metadata, the way they did it too, I would have made them produce a picture that didn't have that black square in it,
right?
Because that black square looks absurd and obviously looks like something's being hidden.
Liza Mendez, I cringe every time Elaine argued against an objection. I don't think it is. Doesn't that sound unprofessional, even a little uncertain? Yes. You're literally taught what the correct responses are to objections. And it's not, I don't think that's hearsay, Judge. That's not how you respond to a hearsay objection.
Your opinion doesn't count.
Yeah, and certain judges would hammer you for that. Bat Tech. I hope one of the first cross questions is, do you think there's a difference between a punch and a hit when a woman does it to a man? Which is better? Because of that recording, I assume, going so hard into it. Let me see what else we get here. All right. A brief search will show you, for example, a Ben Nye bruise kit. I'm sure she did use it to apply fake bruises. She slipped up. Joan, she's correct, or she's answering my last question because I wasn't sure which way she was going. I was saying bruising on her face that she said she hid for shows she appeared on wouldn't be that easy to cover it up all, especially a broken nose. Yeah, and she even said things like, a broken nose is really easy for me, and it goes away really quickly, all the bruising on my face. I don't know how it is for other people, but for me, it goes really quickly. Again, explaining it away. That's the real point. People are asking to put captions on. I don't have control over that. If YouTube allows it and you click for them to put on captions, it'll happen automatically. I don't have control over that. All right. So based on this, what do you think some of the big points are going to be on cross if we ever get there?
Well, we have obviously the dates, when she remembers that things happened and how her testimony changed is going to be the big one on those dates. They're going to go through her prior testimony and show how from her depo to her direct testimony to her cross-examination, she gives different stories. They're going to hit on some of the people that could corroborate what happened and how we're not hearing, where is that person or where is that person? Couldn't this person have heard that? What happened to the painting that the wine bottle went through and ripped? Certain corroboration, because they know what the evidence is, because they've done discovery and they know what each other has. So they can ask those questions. I don't know if it'll depend on how she's doing as to whether or not they want to keep her up there for a long time or just be pointed about her inconsistencies and get her off. The defense seems to think she's doing real well, frankly. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep her up here like that. So the plaintiffs have to decide, do they want to keep her up there for a long time and do the tedious things like being done right now? Show her each photograph, show her each tape, play each tape for her, go through the details of every single day. And because they would ask her about her birthday and she went into this long diatribe about it. Do they want to have her do that again? Normally, as a plaintiff's lawyer and the defendant's up there, you don't want them to get the chance to repeat their testimony again. So they're going to be very pointed and go after those inconsistencies, like the nurse's notes. I think the nurse's notes are terrific. I mean, where would the nurse possibly get all that background information? I mean, nurses don't make up drug addict background information because that can affect treatment later on and cause a malpractice lawsuit. So that, you don't. That's why you get background, is to protect yourself from things that could cause a malpractice lawsuit. So, that nurse's note thing, that's pretty interesting. I found that really, really effective and fascinating.
Overall, do you think the morning went well for Amber Heard?
I think personally, that's just me. I didn't really believe all her explanations. I thought she really over-explained all of the negative things, that went in there. However, I don't know if I'm convinced that she has to pay Johnny Depp $50 million. I don't know if I'm convinced of that. To me, right now, it's still looking like mutual combat to me. And, they're both dysfunctional people in a dysfunctional marriage with a dysfunctional relationship. And again, I don't know if I would say she has to pay him $50 million. I think the cross-examination is something that's going to be very important to the way I look at it.
All right. The Kizzy Wizzy. If people want to join your channel, they need to do it on the browser, not the YouTube app, iPad, iPhone anyway. No join button or instructions on app. Okay. Thank you for that. I didn't know that. Johnny, can one expert, the psychiatrist expert for Johnny Depp, can she watch Amber Heard's testimony and then use it to confirm diagnosis and comment on it in rebuttal?
Yeah, it's a funny question, but the answer is yes. I mean, as a technical matter, we've had psychiatrists sit in courtrooms watching testimony and then using that testimony to rebut things that were said about their psychiatric. For instance, one psychiatrist will see another psychiatrist's testimony, then they get on and comment on that prior psychiatrist's testimony. Mm-hmm. This is possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen in this case, but legally it is possible for them to get on the stand and talk about how the things that happened during the testimony confirm that diagnosis.
I've had that question a lot. I've answered a bunch, so I wanted to get your take on it. Two handsome, smart men. Thanks for being nice, respectful about repeat questions. No problemo. Will it hurt Johnny Depp's case that he's looking happy and smiling? I don't necessarily know if he's looking happy, but what kind of demeanor would you expect from Johnny Depp while she's on the stand saying all these things?
Well, let me just tell you, Johnny Depp is not me, and Johnny Depp is not you. Johnny Depp's got a fairly unique persona, and he exhibited when he was on the witness stand, how he acts and how he talks and the way he slowly thinks about things and goes through. You know, I don't think the jury is expecting him to act like everybody else might act. So I don't think it's necessarily hurting him. I don't.
Raider fan Keith, do we know if Dr. Curry's even in the courtroom? I haven't seen her, but I'm sure the chat will let us know now that you've asked the question. If
And
anybody has
they
seen her.
can watch it live anyway. They don't have to be in the courtroom.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Catty Kitty. Her comments about their relationship have come straight from the movies she's been in. Maybe, I don't know about straight from, but maybe based on. Joan, welcome. Stay strong. Disrespectful. Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Disrespectful to rebuttals from AH's counselor to injections, manipulate, narrow the lack of tact and couth. Okay. Seven Skies. I hope JD's team replay the video of him slamming the cupboards in full because they cut out the part where she snickers at the end. So this is one where she kind of set up the camera. He didn't know about it, which was another yet another thing that's like deafening.
I know.
Another thing that's really interesting is she tried to explain away why she recorded him without his knowledge and how like they agreed that it was okay. So it was weird for him to be upset. That is another thing she tried to explain away. There is no way that someone that suffered such a serious SA, Australia, would ever go back to the same house. I agree. Elise Price, it's so great to see you two get to do this together. Thank you. Learning so much from your channel. You must be so proud of your son, Mr. Tragos.
I am.
HS, cross question. If you can hide them, can you also fake them with makeup? Actors do it all the time. Yeah, I think that's a good question. Or not even can you. You can also fake a bruise with makeup, can't you? Don't ask her if she ever has, because she's going to say no. But just say it is possible to do it with that makeup, isn't it? Arda, her first days of testimony, I felt like she lied. I would be inclined to disbelieve follow-up testimony once I felt she lied. Is this true for most jurors? So I guess the question is, once they make up their mind about a witness, how hard is it to change? Like if you thought she was lying in the beginning, because I'm saying I think today's testimony is actually better than some of the others. But RW is saying that once you think it's bad, you just keep thinking it's bad. Do you think jurors are the same way?
Absolutely. They're human beings.
Yeah.
There's a statistic that a majority of jurors have a feeling how they're going to rule after opening statements.
Yeah. I've mentioned that like a million times on the channel, and that's wild. Everybody thinks that's crazy. If some paparazzi photos prove she is lying, Johnny will never run from them again. LOL. Because Johnny always talks about how he hates the paparazzi. I think Johnny is the victim here. However, even if they abused each other, is it still defamation? Because you are saying it was just one way. So Colin, I don't think she actually says it was just one way. Nick Ricada, another lawyer on YouTube, said he thinks that mutual abuse, and kind of, I think, Dad, you might agree with this, excludes her from being the face of domestic violence victims for the ACLU. I think that's what Colin's getting at. So do you think there's a way the jury finds that there was mutual abuse, but it still is defamation because she lied or exaggerated to be the face of domestic violence victims, even though she wasn't, because she was also an abuser?
Yes, I do think the jury, even if it was, again, I call it mutual combat, but even if the jury found that there was mutual combat, it still could be defamation if it shows that she deliberately did this for no other reason. Well, not for no other. If she deliberately did this in order to harm him, if she went after him to hurt him, they could still find it was defamation.
Jay Yee, all that DVSA and no doc reports of long-term damage. So how bad do you think it is that she has no doctor's reports corroborating any of her injuries?
I think it's pretty interesting, and I'm sure that the jury is waiting. You know, jurors wait for certain evidence, and if it never comes, they don't forget that. I bet you they're waiting for some medical professional to verify some
I would
injury.
think so. Yeah, I really would think so.
Yep.
Yellow is the opposite of purple in the color wheel, but she repeatedly said it's orange or red/orange. Unbelievably inept testimony. Dad should guest more, Nick Neal said. Smart and easy to listen to. He'll be on the next couple days this week. Hopefully it's over by.
That's right. We were thinking to be in the cross examination right now.
Yeah, We weren't just thinking that, we were hoping that. Because it's harder for us to stream this stuff nonstop for a day because we're still trying to run a full practice. So, but you'll probably see Pete pop in here eventually and stuff this afternoon. So, all right, Lisa Girl, is it possible the jury to vote in favor of Johnny and not give the 50 million? Yes, they can give less than 50 million. Laura Flynn said that's a lot of $500 hours for Curry. Yeah, I'm sure she would love to just sit and watch for $500 an hour. Just watched a stream from someone that was in the courtroom today. So Runkle, Law and Lumber, and DUI Guy are 3 YouTube lawyers that are all in the courtroom. They actually went to Virginia. Law and Lumber is actually from there. And they say the jurors look disinterested when they talk or when Amber's talking. He compared the mood to waiting in line bored at McDonald's. That's not great. They're probably just dying for Cross too. Stay strong. Typo on the phone. No big deal. I figured that's what it was. The response from Amber Heard's counselor to the objections are disrespectful. Okay. To the court, lack of tact and couth. Okay. So she's saying, I don't think it is, Judge. No, it's not speculation. Not for I said, what, if anything, is disrespectful. However, this lawyer is very experienced, and sometimes experienced lawyers have different rapport with judges. And she is more local than Johnny Depp's team. So I think it could have something to do with that. She probably knows this judge very well, I would guess. At the beginning of Amber Heard's testimony, it was mentioned that Mr. Depp had to not look at her because of witness intimidation. Have you ever had that happen to a witness?
Yes. And I've had judges also say, don't stare at the witness. Don't look, I don't want you staring at that witness. I don't want you making any faces or any expressions, anything like that. And I've had judge warn clients about that. Yes.
Drew C., do you think the correcting themselves on the Milani makeup will be weaponized by Depp's team was clearly outside research? But how do you prove that? I hear everybody here saying it's clearly this or clearly that. You'd be surprised, right? Like I've literally had a guy answer a question. I don't know the answer to that. And then we take a 5-minute break when I'm done with my questioning and they come back and they say, when did this happen? And he gives an exact date. I'm like, where did you learn that? I just asked you the same question. You have the answer. He goes, well, I refreshed my recollection with some documents, even though I said, do you need to refresh your recollection? Any documents you can look at. You would think it's so obvious. His lawyer just went back there and told him, but if you can't prove it, a lot of times the judge is not going to do anything about it. So we'll see if this judge is different. Thank you, Chess Valenti. Chupando Se La Historia says mutual violence is still a win for Johnny Depp to the world. I think it could go either way. To me, Amber Heard was in contact with the attorneys and online, for sure. No doubt in my mind, her lawyers prepped her. What do you think?
Well, it sure seems that. I mean, I hate to accuse because it would be unethical. It would be wrong.
Right.
So I hate to accuse somebody because I really don't know.
But out of the gates, they start with correcting incorrect testimony.
And she knew all the answers. I mean, out of the gate, she was ready for all their questions and all the corrections. That's really interesting. But again, I'm not accusing anybody. I don't know for a fact.
It just
seemed that way, right?
What do you think potential penalties would be for that?
Well, the court can hold them in contempt, and
they can have on their bar license. They can have issues.
They can have a bar complaint issued against them.
Yep.
Yeah, there are penalties for the lawyers if they do something wrong.
Thank you, Sheila. Dieter Bastain. Hello from Germany. Thanks for giving us more insight into the case and a view behind the mechanics. Do you know how the U.S. differs from the UK trial? So we've been asked that a ton. Neither one of us has dug very much into the UK trial, but after this trial, I may do a video breakdown of what all the differences are. So stay tuned.
Let me tell you one big difference.
Okay.
In the UK, all the witnesses don't have to testify. They actually can have somebody testify that's a summary witness that would say what the other witnesses would testify.
So it's just like an arbitration almost.
It's a shorter trial in most cases, yes.
Interesting. Very interesting. And it's a bench trial. It wasn't a jury. It was a judge. That's pretty much all I know about it. But yeah, make sure you subscribe if you haven't subscribed already and hit the reminder bell because we're still going to be doing some of these comparisons and look into some of the extraneous evidence that didn't come in after the trial is over. So if you haven't subscribed already, make sure you subscribe. And if you haven't liked the video yet, I heard our likes are kind of down on this video. So hit the like button to keep us pushing forward in this kind of long, dry, direct examination. Is it possible to start a search party for Amber Heard's tears? It's easy to assign the bottle incident as a hallucination when Amber Heard fully admits she took a plethora of drugs that night, including a hallucinogen and a bunch of sleeping pills, I believe was the same night. But again, these timelines are so skewed and blurry to me that it's hard for me to keep a timeline. Red Canary, what do you think carries more weight to a jury, testimony or body language, i.e. feeling something is off about someone? That probably depends on the juror, wouldn't you say? I would think generally it's testimony, but sometimes jurors probably are reading body language.
I absolutely looking at both. They are.
Yeah. Raider fan Keith, you just became a member, man? I thought you'd been a member by now. Appreciate it, buddy. Bev, Runkle said one juror rested his head on the chair in front of him and was nodding off. I'm surprised the judge or the lawyers didn't say anything about that. Another visibly rolled his eyes after an Amber Heard comment. The 3 female jurors are stone-faced, unreadable, and the men seem pro Johnny Depp. So this is really interesting insight because a lot of times you can learn a lot from this. But I will say, I have misread jurors in the courtroom before. So it does happen.
I'm surprised if that's true. I'm surprised that female jurors are stone-faced. That at some point they wouldn't have some emotion, considering the emotion that Amber Heard has shown.
Right.
That
Maybe
to
means
me
they're just
is
not
a
believing
negative.
them.
That's
Yeah.
a negative for Amber.
Yeah. Marina Martins. So Amber Heard can use makeup perfectly to hide a cut lip and broken nose on a live show, but can't conceal an old cut on her arm. I agree. And I mentioned this earlier. I agree with you. Patricia Savage. It seems like Amber Heard's lawyer is constantly leading the witness to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And it seems like she struggles to, one of the big things about being a trial lawyer and something you learn very early on is how to adapt and how to ask a question 5 different ways to make sure you can get to the evidence you want to get to. And she seems to struggle if her first question doesn't work, coming up with the next question to try to still get that in. Raider Cam fan Keith, thanks to whomever shared the tip about how to join. Yes, thank you. LA Gun. I think Johnny has already won the court of public opinion, and that is half of his personal battle. Thoughts? I agree. I think he's been winning it the whole time.
I think the mere fact, I think people say the mere fact that he was willing to file this lawsuit and go to trial and have his whole life laid out in public, I think people think he wouldn't have done this unless, he had a positive purpose for it. I
agree. All right, Kim, I hope the jury discounts her testimony. Thanks for the live stream today. Thank you very much. I think they're paying attention, but whether or not they're believing it, I don't know. If Amber/Elaine keeps babbling, they're going to lose the jury. It's possible. Camille not taking notes, Ashley King. Normal or prepared? I would say that's very abnormal, no matter how prepared you are, to not take notes when somebody's actually on the stand. Because you're just getting more new information. What do you think?
Now, which one? Now, it's Camille, which lawyer? Who's
Johnny Depp's lawyer?
Johnny's lawyer? Are you sure she's not taking that?
I didn't really notice. That would be very abnormal.
But it would sure be unusual, yeah. She's trying to keep all this in her head. That'd be tough to do.
All right. RLW Designs. Do you think the brutality of her testimony actually works against her? There's a huge discrepancy in what she depicts and the evidence presented. 100%. I think that this is the just absolutely my biggest problem with it. I think it would be so much more believable if what she was complaining was corroborated in the pictures. Like the bruise on her arm was when he grabbed her, the bruise on her face at the TRO, he hit her, the headbutt, like he admits to that. If she would have stuck to that as opposed to building this humongous monster, then I think she'd be better off. I do think she'd be better off. Raider fan Keith said, I've seen Camille take notes. Yeah, I would think she is taking notes. So we're starting back up here in another minute or two. So how do you think what kind of notes do you think they're going to try to end the direct on?
Well, you said they haven't touched on the counterclaim yet.
Right. On Johnny's lawyer saying this was all a hoax. This was all a lie. They told everybody that. They haven't touched on that, so they've got to get to that.
They did frankly, if I were them, I wouldn't go much more because she did her emotional outburst. So I wouldn't want. I'd want the jury to remember the emotional outburst. if they keep going on this, boring, one line after another line, the jury's going to forget her emotional outburst. And I think that's really what they want to get across, is how emotional she is about this. So they shouldn't go much further, but they haven't touched the counterclaim. You're right.
All right, light side of the moon. Papa Tragos, thanks for joining today. Love your insight. Do you think the jury is buying Amber's testimony?
I don't necessarily think they're buying it, but I don't necessarily think that they think as a couple, these two had much redeeming value. Either one of them.
Swollen eyes. Are judges required or considered best practice to limit their own media consumption / research into the case? They are. I mean, I think that it's best practice is not to really dig into it, but they're not required to stay away as much as witnesses and stuff. Hi, guys, watching from Queensland, Australia. Johnny not looking at Amber is something he stated he would never allow her to do again, to look him in the eyes. Team Johnny, love your channel. Thank you. Beverly. Both Rob and Runkle said there's visible contention between Elaine and Amber. Said they wouldn't be surprised if we saw them exchange heated words. Wow. That's wild. Kim Rodriguez, can other lawyers pass Camille notes to help? Yes, absolutely. Shauna Brennan, I quickly turned Legal Bites on my iPad. You were on my TV. Anyway, Law and Lumber was talking about the jury. They have no connection with Amber Heard. One was checked out. They don't appear to like Elaine, which is funny because it's what we've all kind of been guessing was happening the whole time in the courtroom. And now we're getting confirmation from lawyers that are actually sitting in there and watching. So very, very interesting. Stay strong. Not accusation when opening statement of notion, a fact of not factual. It is a blatant lie. Question, did she know she was lying? All right, court's back. We'll get to this one after the next break here. All right, so they just cut the sound.
Okay.
Counselor should have verified before her opening statement, ABC 1, 2, 3. I agree. I think she should have verified for it. If not, I think Camille should talk about how the makeup was actually a different makeup. Flower ski, Johnny's right-handed, but her right cheek was hit. Yeah, I mean, I think she said he's backhanded her and slapped her and punched her. So I don't know if that's a nitpick worth having for them, but we'll see what they say. Yeah.
They're up at the bench again.
Yeah, Galloway said he apparently backhanded her. Yeah, they've cut the sound here because they're up at sidebar right now. New member, Ruby. These streams are long. Thank you. Thanks, Galloway. All right, let's call the jury. Dale, we're going to be in and out because we both have like calls to make and a bunch of stuff going on, but we're going to try to, I mean, one of us will always be on the screen to answer questions and kind of say what's going on, but from time to time, we're going to have to pop off. Not pop off, but pop off the screen. Not go off on anybody.
All right, thank you. Seated. All right, your next question.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155 in evidence. Do we have it?
I think it's there. We had pictures for.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence. 155, got it. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit? And it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right, is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to
or-
move the admission of it. Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
so was that going to be for the whole 357 or is that 357A or is that?
That's just B. I have that as
B.
B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like, it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did. Well,
Okay.
your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
Yeah, it just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally. Meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I have to pursue the whole course of action because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically we'll know because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in their court.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have a mediate. We even found mediators and everything. Like that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order, and that's the problem. Like she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now, and I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything has been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes,
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign. That he
Objection, Your
launched.
Honor. Hearsay lack of foundation.
We are getting into the
What, if any,
counterclaim.
discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends is what he said. And that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your
false
Honor, calls for
and-
speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
going
Honor,
overtime.
calls for
All
speculation.
right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. Remove the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. Like, no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing
She's
us,
saying she
or
has all this corroboration
next day,
way back when.
text message to Kevin, him responding.
Really
or,
interesting,
the kind of stuff like
because
between,
we haven't seen a lot of it.
me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated, and it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it, you understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip. I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't know how bad it will be until the morning every day. But I don't know how. I'm icing it. I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing. And all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus.
Actually, I think this is really good evidence for her, that at the time she's explaining this to him. If he doesn't deny that he did beat her up before the James Corden show and stuff.
Without filing a police statement first. And the only
This sounds more believable than any of her testimony to me.
It's against me, by the way, every day. the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And we had a third party prosecutor come, and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, like, the problem is, hearing from you, like, your biggest struggle is that this is just, it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, like, I would never do that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I was trying to point out how absurd.
I'm
how
sure his
absurd it
lawyers
would
will
be
play it if he does deny it. Because, yeah, we didn't hear a denial on that recording.
for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate.
She's really talking about all this
well-orchestrated,
evidence she has,
year-long
but
campaign
I don't feel
for
like we've
what?
seen much of it.
Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to.
Man, they're really
hurt
letting her
Johnny.
go here.
I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any
No
objection?
objection.
All right. Any evidence? 357D.
I've
Baby.
been called a liar,
Baby,
and I've been called a
baby,
gold digger.
baby,
Everyone is
baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
Yes, if it's in evidence, the other side can play it in its entirety.
I thought you could tell me. That doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after using the phone at my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's
Right.
your fault, you know?
All right, yeah.
And I When they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there? I'm going to ask to bring up plaintiff's exhibit, Depp exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357.
I've said from the very beginning, I only have my integrity, and the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
take me a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking. That's what keeps. I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or Stevie, this text message is not actually happened, or that your security guard, who, by the way, was a follow up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say
that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor,
way.
hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
this will go
Honor.
to-
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry.
Well, sorry about that, everybody. Everything just went down there for a second. So thanks to everybody that stuck around. I knew we'd have problems with it at some point.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357G?
we're back.
Plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28. Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're gonna have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck that I get. Yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize the animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack. and I
Calls
was
for
trying to get it to
speculation,
stop.
lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities.
I think
People
they
were
agree
turning
that
on
the
me.
TRO is their
The
best evidence because
campaign
she
had
keeps
dropped me.
talking
I mean,
about
was
it and
just-
keeps
I had
mentioning
never
it.
been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media
Objection.
campaign
Calls for
was,
speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stay in just the last part of that. All right. Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship is and was with Christian Carino?
he was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. he was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I. And so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Objecting after she finishes that long question
Testify that he
really doesn't
did
make sense.
Negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've
So-
never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the
Leading.
divorce negotiations?
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement.
This is good lawyering using that
and
divorce
in
settlement.
that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed, would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
What was
Right,
your
Sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the
$7
entirety
million
of it to charity because I was never interested
1
in
year,
Johnny's
and
money.
she's trying to convince this jury
And in the
that
divorce,
that's far less than she
I just
could have
wanted my
gotten.
safety.
Well,
I
wasn't
wanted
there a
to
problem
protect
with this
my future.
donation?
And then he started
Yeah.
compromising that, calling me a
She
liar.
didn't donate much at
making
all
it
to it.
impossible for me to move on by doing so. So then I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I've been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. It's my understanding that's how you pay these large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another.
I
Oh,
agree.
and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that,
There's got to be some problem with these
anybody
donations. Why would they
make
let her get in on
donations
this?
to the
Well,
Children's Hospital?
well, yeah, there's been a
or
million tons of
ACLU
testimony
on
too
your
long to go
behalf
over.
during that time
But
Yes.
what's funny
Elon
is she basically said
also-
because Johnny sued me, I
Elon,
stopped.
who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name. in
So Elon did make it.
2017, I believe.
$1 million worth of donations for
And
her.
have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet,
And why not?
because Johnny sued me for $50 million
Oh.
in March of 2019.
So she's using this
And
just
I have
that's
spent
all of her
over $6
everything.
million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
Once you come forward.
Oh,
She
they
was
had a
just about to
motion
say
in
she
limine on
spent
this.
$6 million on her legal team.
Oh my gosh.
I told you.
And it
$6
sounds like they had a
million.
motion in limine though. It sounds like they
Yes.
violated an order.
Wow. The judge is asking for her book so she can look at her orders to see exactly what that motion in limine was. To see if this was part of the motion in limine or not.
Peter, I want you to take a look at all the paper they have.
Oh yeah, the judge probably requires it. Be my guess.
Not a paperless trial.
Wow, $6 million.
I can't believe we heard that.
So
right?
a motion in limine, people are asking what a motion in limine is. A motion in limine is something you file before the trial starts as stuff that is not going to come in. And we argue about whether or not it should come in, if it's relevant, if it's speculation, if it's hearsay, whatever it may be, it's unreliable or it's too prejudicial. The judge makes a call and says, that's not going to come in. My guess is the cost of the legal teams, they both agreed it was not going to come in because those are not part of your damages. Because you have to pay a lawyer, that's not part of your damages in a defamation case for Amber Heard. Therefore, to say I spent $6 million is going to seem like, oh, she's already been punished enough. Let's not punish her with another verdict on top of that. So the judge, it sounds like, says, no, that's not going to come in, based on this motion in limine. But Elaine seems to think that that was not part of the motion in limine. So very interesting to see whether or not this is going to come in or not, because that is a huge number. $6 million that Amber Heard has had to pay in legal fees. Here's the other thing. How do you prove that? Right? Like, are the lawyers going to get up there and testify to how much they were paid? Because I don't really know how you prove that. And then
you prove it the same way you do in other cases where they do award attorneys fees after you lose.
Well, no, because this has to be done right now if she's going to put it into evidence.
Well, it can't go into evidence.
Well, if it does, she's got to be able to prove it. They've got to be able to impeach it. I would call the billing person from their law office to exactly why they billed $6 million.
Jury is not going to hear that.
They already heard it. I mean, that's a mistrial, I think.
The court. Oh gosh, imagine they're going to start this all over again.
Oh, and what if they charge it to Amber Heard because she said this knowing that she wasn't supposed to say it, because she was obviously part of that motion in limine. She knew about it. Ximena said that she was on live TV saying she already donated everything, so I'm sure we're going to get impeachment about that. Cheryl said you can't drink alcohol on Accutane. It'll affect her memory and potentially make her skin red. All right, we're back. Let's see if she gets into that.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you
Did it not come in?
To fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now let's
they
go to
understand.
Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted.
So the judge did not let it in, yet they didn't ask to strike it.
Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was what that was the most important thing in the separation agreement.
Asked
between
and
us, is
answered. You've already heard this.
that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something.
All
He
right.
acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I had shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was
Maybe.
Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman. But I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release. And I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes.
His
I was
mate? His love interest.
The
Yeah.
female, I was a female lead.
You were his mate.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time. And I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them. And there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues. And I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought
I
could
wonder
lend
what
my
the
voice to
jurors'
that
political
conversation.
views are on all
I
of
thought I had
this.
something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed.
A little smug.
A
Doesn't
major
work like that.
motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post.
That is not true.
But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role to your knowledge did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? This has also already been admitted into evidence here.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we can publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
Tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men.
I mean, she already said all this is true, so this is technically asked and answered, but
True.
they're going to go through it again, I
Explain
guess.
to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures.
I had to prove to the judge that I needed one with the bruise
proof,
on my
and yet
face.
everyone-
She's just, they're doubling and tripling down
the
on that.
media, the studios that, you know, both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
They
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't, there was no parity. You know, the studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to throw
Objection,
blame
Your
in.
Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me.
We
It's
knew
about
that
what
was
happened to
coming.
me
We knew that
after
was coming.
Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs. And
Here's the
other
metadata
recordings,
conversation now.
text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
So they want to get into the fact that she didn't do anything to the metadata. She doesn't know why it's not, all the metadata is not on all these photos. She wants to do all of that on direct because they're going to ask it on cross. So they're trying to get ahead of it. Let's see what else we got here. A lot of questions.
I know that I'm probably going to get disagreement, but she's doing it the best she's ever done right now.
All right,
I
I'm going
agree.
to turn
I
to
agree
you
with you.
because
No, I agree with
I'll
you.
tell you.
I know people are going to be mad, but I
counterclaim
agree.
against Mr.
It's
Depp,
the
and
best part of her
that's
whole
correct.
direct.
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But Your Honor, I'm going to ask,
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just real
sure.
quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time.
That would be nice if they moved it along faster. JD was right. Just listening to her story is too good to be true. Team YouTube, is there a difference in terms of burden of proof between her saying the op-ed is true versus perceiving it to be true? Yes, it's a higher burden. If she says it is true, it would have been a different defense strategy for her to argue, I believed it was true based on this, that, and the other, but I didn't have to prove it was true. That's a different defense strategy. They're not going with that defense strategy. Beverly, she said she didn't see the title until this trial, yet she testified to retweeting it along with the title. I'm having trouble reconciling that. So there's a difference between litigation and the trial. So litigation can start years and years and years before the trial. So she said she hadn't seen the title before this litigation, meaning probably in the complaint. But she did retweet it. And I think she did try to reconcile that. You have to take her answer as it is, where she said, oh, I didn't even notice the title when I retweeted it. So that's what you as a juror have to determine. Do you believe that or not? This week, she is talking so differently from last week's performance. Her facial reactions are gone. By the way, you both are amazing. Found your channel today and subscribe. Thank you, Jessica. I agree. I think today is way different from last week. I think she's been much better all day today. But this portion, when she's talking about the counterclaim, using the divorce settlement, using a couple of specific recordings, and using the actual op-ed, I think it's been the best part of her testimony. Johnny, day one, he's suing me for the op-ed I wrote. Impeach. Oh, yeah, no, she's still saying she had a hand in writing it, and she says every word of it's true. So she's just trying to give the jury, I think, different things to hold on to. Like, well, I didn't write the whole thing. The ACLU wrote it first, and then I agreed with it. I didn't see the title. So she's trying to try to give multiple defenses. Thank you, Casey's Racing. Deborah B., I was thinking, is it possible that she and Elon were actually paying the hospital to care for their egg and supermarket of future babies? Who knows? Jay Yee, where are the scars on her face from being backhanded with Johnny's rings? A lot of people asking those questions. Will her overacting create hostility with the jurors, being perceived as disrespectful? I'd be fed up. That's a juror-to-juror type of
Okay,
question.
we're going to start by bringing up defendants 1245.
All right, moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through, and to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I had protected that. I had to go to
in a
another
title that
country
you
to give
retweeted.
testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And
She
then
had to go to another country.
Johnny,
to do
through
it.
his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A. And I think I'm moving this
All
into
right.
evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com. And let's keep going. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up. got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes,
Is that true or false?
couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over again.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
All right, and so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist.
I think this
called
opens the door
my
for all the
contract
stuff
attorney
she did
to
call
get
her
me
publicist
another
about,
lawyer who could give me advice
including
on how to
trial.
protect
Her
Johnny.
publicist is literally sitting at
Every
trial
bit of
all
this
week.
was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
And Amber, this is another daily, a Mail Online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection.
time.
Calls for
But
speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money
Mountains
off
of
of
evidence
Johnny's
and proof.
success.
That's what she
Objection,
says
Your
she
Honor.
has.
Calls for
Ah,
speculation.
I'll sustain the
That's
objection.
fine. Okay.
Why isn't
I'm
she
gonna
suing the
take you
lawyer?
now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing
Objection. That's
reputationally.
a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm
We
sorry.
move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward.
I think she has gotten so many shots out here at the end. How she protected her abuser, as so many do before her. How she can't believe that he would say that she would lie about this. She barely survived. she had to testify in another jurisdiction, and thankfully that was confidential. And she has a TRO where she had to testify and prove with all of her evidence, and she proved it to a judge to get that TRO.
And don't forget the joint statement where he said
For the record, we'll
that
disregard
nothing
that
was
question.
false.
All right, your next question.
And that she's paid her legal team $6 million.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
So we'll move forward to my other question here. How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020? April 8 was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll have. It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was awaiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
That she can testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with The Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was The Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for The Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for.
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively.
Using a parts bin as a pan to make the best pizza crust on the planet?
So Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud.
As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
1 million.
Okay, then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay, and it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And what was the fee?
It's the
under
lawyer
the option
objecting's
agreement at
responsibility
that
to get
time?
it struck.
2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that
Okay.
sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of.
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see.
Meeting? She obviously doesn't know these answers.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll
Hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is as of November 15, 2021. This is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done one in-person event with them and they couldn't use the material.
I'm ready for this to be over. What about
Now,
you?
let's
Can
talk
we
about
get
the
to
stand
cross,
for a minute.
please?
Let's pull up
This is
1263.
so long.
And this is dated July 3, 2019.
Yeah, but you know, I
And
do
believe
understand
you
why they're
indicated
doing it.
that
They
you had
have
already
to. The
filmed
problem
it
is
by
all
the
the stuff
time
they
you
did
stated
before
delayed
this,
in
there were so many
June of
boring
2020.
parts.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And
They
what, if
gotta
any,
prove her
marketing
damages for sure.
opportunities were you participating in
$100 million
prior to
she's
those
suing
articles?
for.
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
Oh, $200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years, called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, when did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
In 2018,
And do
she
you
got
recall
$5
what your
million for
compensation
Aquaman.
was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can
Lack of
testify to that.
foundation.
Overruled as to script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that
Everybody cross your fingers
that
before the
had
afternoon
action
break.
in
They
it, that
finish with direct.
depicted my character and another character without giving any spoilers away. They're two characters fighting with one another.
Don't spoil Aquaman 2.
They basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation.
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Um, All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please
She
describe
already
how this
has.
impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation.
It's
And hearsay.
responsive, yeah. She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
The judge is doing a good job
The
with these objections.
impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I
She
have
looks at
to
the posts
have-
every
have
day. Is that
my-
what she
The
said?
worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived
Pretty
at
much
times,
does.
embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating, and personal things that I've survived
Here comes the crescendo
are used
again.
against me every day, over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to do that. I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and
All
don't
right.
do any outside
Thank
research. Okay,
God.
we'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
All right, lots to discuss.
Please, court is still in session.
Again.
I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
So I think the whole, I want to move on. I want to move on with my life. I want him to leave me alone. I actually think that's pretty good to push the jury to just kind of have them both lose and kind of say, both of you guys screwed up. Both of you guys
Why don't we just
were
make it
bad in this
3:25 then?
relationship.
Come back at 3:25?
3:25, we're
Thank
coming
you.
back.
Thank you.
So we got about 18 minutes here to get through all the super chats and answer some questions and talk about wrapping up this testimony. So it's over. But, you know, I think this was the best part. Today was the best her testimony's been the entirety of the time. I think it was way too long, generally. I think I would have cut out a lot from the beginning in the earlier days because this was the best stuff personally. This was the best stuff personally. And to me, this is what they should have focused on. And then they eventually did focus on it. So I thought that was all good and really damaging at the end to Johnny's case, as damaging as you could be, because again, if the jury is going to believe her, they have to have answers to a lot of these questions. She has now provided those answers. All right, let's get to some super chats. R-Dub, how much weight does attractiveness of the lawyer witness have? Curry versus Hughes, Camille versus Elaine. We aren't supposed to notice, but do we? I mean, I think that that's just individual person. Some people care more about this than others. You agree?
Yeah, I agree. I don't really think it has a lot to do with it.
Stay strong. I heard the audio. She went and broke the TRO, hug him, asking him, begged him, do you love me, trying to feed off motion. And that's what their agent testified to as well, that she violated the TRO and wanted Johnny to. Kimberlyn Robinson, this is a defamation case. She already admitted to writing about him on day one. Why does it have to go into all these details? Because even though she wrote about him, she's still saying it's true. And it's not defamation if it's true. It's also not defamation if she didn't do it about Johnny, meaning to hurt Johnny. That's what she said. It wasn't about Johnny. It was about me. Yes, Johnny was inferred and was in the article, but it was about me and what I went through. S. Flo. Depp agreed to the TRO since he was out of the country and knew it would dissolve in the divorce. Can he address this on cross? How would you address that on cross?
Well, I would, except the TRO is a very damaging piece, no matter how you look at it. And she threw it in about 100 times during her testimony, saying things like, a judge heard the evidence and ruled for me. A judge heard the evidence and gave me the temporary restraining order. So they've got to be very careful with how they handle the temporary restraining order. If I were them, the best thing I would do on that was to say that Johnny didn't defend himself in the temporary restraining order, that it was done ex parte, which means without a defense. He wasn't represented, and therefore she got it with only one side of the case being heard.
They've gotten that with some other witnesses, I think, better than I would ask her. I wouldn't. I think I don't.
Oh,
I think
no,
they've
no,
got
I'm not
enough
talking
other
about
bits.
her. You they plan
On
to
cross,
handle
I'm
it.
saying.
Well,
He
yes.
said, can
no,
he
I-
address it in cross? That's where the question
Oh,
was.
okay. Well, then I think he can get into the fact that he wasn't there and didn't defend himself. I think that's got to come out. And you're right, it's going to come out in other places. But the TRO, that's something that's going to come up a lot. There's no doubt. But she did a good job. You're right. Just now, her last couple hours were the best couple hours she's done.
The Kizzy Wizzy. She never spoken about SA before that 2020 Daily Mail article, yet she testified today the UK trial included SA allegations. Yeah, but she said that was confidential, and nobody would have known about that if his lawyers never brought it up. Ron Berner, as a JD believer, why does it feel like Amber Heard's team hit a home run today, explaining away everything, swinging this thing, or is that just par for the course? This is what we try to tell everybody from the jump. We heard Johnny Depp's evidence. We're going to lean toward Johnny Depp, but let's hear what Amber Heard says. And if Amber Heard does a good job on the stand, she could start swinging it. The first couple days, I don't think she did a good job. I did think she did a good job today for the most part, but we are about to get to cross. I think we're starting at 3:20 or something, or 3:25. I can't remember what time she said. And so that's going to leave almost 2 hours for them to cross-examine Amber Heard today before then regrouping overnight and being able to come with even more. I don't know what this question means, Dana. In 2020, COVID clobbered in-person events. Will Cross point that out? Maybe you're talking about for some of the damages. I'm sure they'll point that out. Oh my gosh, direct is still going. I finished 2 classes. I thought Cross would have already been started by the time I get back. We all did. We all hoped that much. Johnny, funny to me, in reference to Amber Heard's mountain of evidence, making a mountain out of a molehill is an idiom referred to overreactive histrionic behavior where a person makes too much out of a minor issue. What do you think about her keep saying, I have this mountain of evidence, I have all of this evidence, yet we haven't seen any of it? Now, we could see some of it coming now, but what do you think about that as far as, again, one of her problems, I think, is she's creating this burden for herself that she doesn't need to.
Oh, absolutely. And the jury heard it. The jury wants to hear it. I'm sure the plaintiff's attorneys heard it. So Johnny Depp's attorneys are going to jump all over that. If not in her cross, in their closing.
All right. Why does Elaine bother asking questions that she just answers for Amber? Cut out the middleman, Elaine. It does feel like she just keeps answering them herself. Why don't they move to strike, Deanna? I don't know. I would move to strike all of the times that they're, especially when Amber Heard keeps talking over Camille's objection. I would definitely move to strike those.
Well, yes. And that, that's a nice thing, but let's face it. If the jury already heard the answers, you move to strike it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's going to have an impact. Maybe it won't. Yeah. There's been so many objections.
How can she sue for $100 million when she's not worth that much? Well, the compensatory damages, meaning the money that she lost, nowhere near $100 million. But when you sue for emotional damages, those aren't capped here. So she can say I lost $1 million in lost earnings and $99 million of emotional distress based on everything I went through, and I'm miserable and being tortured. Were you going to say something?
I would just say, can't you also sue for future earnings? I mean, can't you also say that my
But she has
future
no
earnings?
testimony to that. She has
No, she hasn't.
You got to testify to that. Like, I'm
Well,
saying,
you're right.
based on what she testified to, about 99% of these damages have to be emotional. Donna Youngblood, I hope Johnny knows we see right through this BS. Justice for Johnny. Dragonfly, I would recommend they have a meeting and close the case in some days. She stopped her case and Johnny stopped his one. Is that stupid, Tragos? No, it is not stupid. And I think we're at the point now, and I would have tried to do it before she finished her testimony if I was Johnny Depp, where he won the court of public opinion. She's probably not going to be able to pay him whatever the money is if she does win. So I think he could have saved face, won in the court of public opinion, kept this stuff from coming out, and not take the chance of losing. But it seems like he doesn't care about that. He wants this jury verdict, and he thinks he's going to win. So I don't think it's a stupid option. And this is why 99% of civil cases settle, because you come to this point where you're like, maybe it's better for everybody if we settle. Says the one who wrote the op-ed, liar. She never said she didn't write it. She said they drafted the first draft of it. But she says everything in it is true.
But she also said the only one that said it was about him was Johnny.
Right. Well, but she does reference him. She agrees she references him. Melissa, she puts it all out there and then complains about it. The Kizzy Wizzy said, I narrowly survived Amber Heard's testimony. Thank you, Mama Wonderlust. Stay strong. She relives by watching the posters. It's simple. Don't watch them. Oh, the posts. Reinforcing PTSD diagnosis. Yeah. It's interesting to me. Maybe she was watching when she shouldn't have been. Cordoba, after watching this, I'm going to the DMV for fun. It's what it feels like. Mimi, defense used a lot of their time. Again, why use so much time on direct when it could have been addressed in redirect? They're making their decisions as to when to use their time. We'll see if it comes back to bite them. Thank you, Amy. I read the text messages between her parents and Johnny Depp after she went to the police. Can those be brought up? Those were very damaging. I haven't read them, but if they can get them in to impeach her or in some way, then sure, they can be used. Oh, can COVID cause her losing Aquaman? But she didn't lose Aquaman. She was in Aquaman 1 and she's in Aquaman 2. So she didn't actually lose it. You can get a TRO just based off claims, not proof. They are very rarely denied. Sometimes they are denied, but most of the time, yeah, it's very true that you can just, but she is trying to play it up and hoping the jury doesn't know that and make it seem like this big deal that she got the TRO. Amy Sadler, can they bring out or find how the press found out about the TRO? They'd have to know that and have to have somebody testify to it from the press. Marty, they will have to corner her and cross without looking like they bully her. Tough job with all the topics they need to bring up.
Well, that's why I think they've chose to have a lady do the cross-examination of her and not a man. Because I think that, the inference would be if a man really jumped on her and was very aggressive, then she probably, she could break down and cry, get all upset and intimidated.
It's the same reason
the psychology of it.
Yeah, same reason law enforcement said they have the female officers interview her and talk to her, and the male officers interview and talk to the males there. Rach, question. This comes down to, did the article mess up his career, right? Isn't that the answer? Obviously, yes. Is the rest of this for if Amber wins or for their reputation? Thanks. No. It can mess up his career, and she could have written it about him, and it's still not defamation if it is in fact true. So there are multiple elements. She has to do it to hurt him, but she also has to, it can't be true. It can't be her opinion. It can't be protected speech. Melissa, I was a paralegal in family law. I've seen TRO used and abused so much, it's almost routine in hostile divorces and child custody. Her having the TRO means diddly squat to me, holds no weight. I think that depends on the juror, but I agree with you. I think there are some people that absolutely will believe that. Mama Wonderlust, does Papa Tragos find Amber credible? What about Johnny?
Well, I only saw bits and pieces of Johnny's testimony. Amber I don't really think is credible. But I do think the last couple hours, she did a really good job. And she looked pretty good in these last couple hours. So I don't know how the jury's going to weigh the two of them. And again, they both had warts during their testimony. They both had issues. So I don't know how it's going to weigh, but she did pretty good in the last couple hours. I saw some of her earlier testimony, again, just snippets. Didn't find her credible in her earlier testimony.
Donna Youngblood, we appreciate you for doing this. You and your dad are amazing. Thank you, Donna. This is a grind. I'm not blowing smoke when I go on like Rakita or Lego Bites and I talk about how it's a grind for them to do this when I go on there, because this is tough for me. This is tough. I'm like trying to run around and do all this stuff at the same time as pay attention. So we're definitely not going to stream full trials ever, but pieces maybe. And thank God we're finally getting to cross here. Beverly, Camille girl, time to put on your butt kicking heels. Go Camille, go. We will see. Thank you, Sarah Vestin Ramani. Anteaters are us. Can AH sue JD for defamation? Seems everyone hates her now. That's exactly what she's doing, and that's the point. That's what her counterclaim is. Stay strong. She described the reason of violation of the TRO to say to leave her alone. Recording violation indicates otherwise. Yeah, I hope they get into that. And I think that the testimony, and this is my problem with her. And for anybody that's just listening to today, again, I do think she did well, and you may believe everything she said, but when you weigh it against how other people have already described that interaction, that is not what it was about. And you can see from the guy with the long gray hair with the hat, the talent agent guy, did not describe it like she did. Kulani Dumal. IMO, they dragged this out in order to put AH in their faces as long as possible, filling the day and all over explanations and emotional garnish, ending the whole thing with the mention of her baby. Yeah, I thought that was interesting how she threw that in at the end to try to get some sympathy. In California, all I need for a TRO, temporary restraining order, is a written statement to the judge, no evidence. It doesn't carry weight. Long-term RO requires evidence from both sides. And she didn't get the permanent restraining order. Liz Molin. Mountain of evidence, nearly survived. There are examples of the kind of verbiage you'd hear from a person suffering from histrionic personality disorder, which is what Johnny's expert says she has. Barely survived what exactly? Did Chris Brown interact with her? The photos of what Chris Brown did to Rihanna are devastating. Her theatrics do not match the mountain of evidence. AH's attorney already tried to dismiss. Why would they want a dismissal last week and still not settle? That mid-trial motion to strike is what theirs called, or a directed verdict, or motion to dismiss, is something that happens in every case and almost never gets granted. So I wouldn't put too much weight into that. Melanie, as a previous juror, I would definitely notice the change of Amber and question this. The change from last week to today, was that what you're talking about? Karaoke. Any reprimand for Amber Heard's team for blatant disregard of the judge's orders, no outside influence. Newbie, by the way. Thank you, Karaoke, for joining us. I don't think the judge is going to reprimand them at this point. We will see if they try to bring up on cross how she may have been coached over this last week. Sarah said, can you take this one, Dad?
She said barely survived, but at no time did it seem she was medically examined outside of the mental health. Did she ever bring up the makeup? Not sure. The last thing, the makeup was brought up. We don't know of any medical examinations. None have come in. And we talked earlier and said, I'm sure the jury is waiting for some doctor to come in and say they saw something, some evidence of some injuries, but we haven't heard anything like that. And did they ever bring up the makeup? I'm not sure I understand that, but there's been no medical evidence.
Yeah, and I don't really think there is going to be. I mean, I would be surprised if there was medical evidence and she went to a hospital. That's going to change my mind. If she went to a hospital and they say there's, they did an x-ray of her nose, even if it wasn't broken, but they saw enough there to do an x-ray. If there's any medical documentation, that will make me change my mind. If she can have some real corroboration by somebody that that's not biased towards her, that would make a big difference for me.
And my guess is there isn't any, because I would have asked her, did you go to a hospital? Did you see a doctor? Exactly. There's been no question like that. IHFY, new member. V Todd, new member.
Heather Higson, she's been directed by her lawyers. Now they've seen all the media this week. Her whole demeanor has changed too. Yeah. Melanie, yes. And we are about to be back. I just saw the camera move, but it's not quite back yet. So we'll take one more. Susanna Wensley, can she sue for reputational damages from airing out all this private information so publicly? If so, how? Love the videos. Great to hear from your dad. So there is a protection for things that happen in a lawsuit. So you can't sue somebody for suing you. You can't sue somebody for getting something from a lawsuit in the public record. There are certain things that are still protected and kept out of the public record. So no, you can't really sue for that.
And whatever you say in a courtroom, whether it be the lawyers or the witnesses, you can't sue for that.
It's privileged.
All right.
So we have had cases where we've sued people for wrongful arrest. Very difficult. We've had calls on it, and it is very difficult. Even though we've had a couple of them that we've been successful on, they're really, really tough. Mary Cohen, thank you. Would the pics not be useless if the cops are testifying? So no, because what Amber Heard's team is saying is use your own eyes, use your own common sense. It's just like in Rittenhouse or Curtis Reeves or any of these cases where you play the video, you have people testify, but you say to the jurors, listen, you can listen to their testimony, but use your own eyes. Watch this video. Look at this picture. Does this look like she was hit to you? And if the jury using their own eyes and common sense thinks she was abused, they can disregard what the cops say. That's why you show the pictures, even though you have the cops' testimony. Mary Cohen, thank you. Emiliano Santisteven. She slipped and used the term, you use a bruise kit. Am I the only one that caught that? No, we talked about it. Bruise kits can be used for making bruises, faking bruises, I guess, or hiding them. So I am sure they're going to talk about the makeup a bunch, which brings me to, let's take another look at this here real quick and talk about this. All right, so now is when we are in play for the cross-examination bingo, and we'll see how many of these get hit today before we end. See if we get a bingo before the day ends. We've got about 2 hours, like I said. So we will keep track of this on the side. We're probably not going to have a break here between now and the end. So we will recap this probably tonight at some point, talking about what's been X'd out. We'll post on our social media at Tragos Law right here. You can see it. If you want to check out our social media, it's right here is our handle. We'll post that bingo to see what's been done so far the first 2 hours of cross. So check that out. We've posted it on our community page as well. And yeah, so that'll be fun. Let's see. Yeah, going for sympathy for sure for the assumption and attorney's fees. Yeah, I thought that was dirty pool again and should not have come in, but we're back. Court is back. And a bunch of people talking about getting premium. We're getting premium right now, just so you know. Never streamed before, so I didn't care about premium, but now we have it. Actually, I don't know if we have it right now, but after this, I said we're going to get it, so we'll see. All right, court is back. Cross is going to start. This is what we've been waiting for. In California, a cabbage could get a TRO, and Heard's testimony looked longer than menopause. I do think it was long, and I think, listen, there are ways to attack the TRO, but I think a lay person, just your average juror, probably thinks it's a really big idea to get a domestic violence restraining order against your spouse. I think that that's probably a big deal to most lay people and jurors. You're right. It was muted on my end. It is not now. It's muted on their end. You guys are like on top of everything. Let me know if anything ever goes wrong. It's like immediately in the chat. Yeah, Joanna, that is what it seems like. He wasn't even in Cali when she got the TRO. But they got to bring all that out, okay? We can't bring in all this extra evidence into the case. It's up to Johnny's lawyers to bring in all that stuff now so we can get it into evidence. People are asking if I'm streaming tomorrow. Most likely, yes, because we really want to do the cross. So today feels like a little bit of a waste of the stream, but all of you came, so it was still fun. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be the big day because I expect her to be crossed basically the entire day tomorrow. So we'll get into it then. But at least we get an hour and a half or 2 hours of it now. So this will be fun. Thank you, Laura. Said she just found us, enjoys the insight.
Seen anybody you know out there, Peter?
Oh, I didn't even look. Were they out there?
I
They
don't
were on
know.
the
I don't know what
left
they,
side. So
I
one of the
don't know what
guys
they
has
look
long
like.
white hair. The other guy has brown hair, brown beard, and the other guy has like salt and pepper hair, no beard. But I didn't see them. Where's that bingo card? The bingo card is posted on, I think, our social media and on the YouTube community page. Elaine is now panicking. Her client is going to have to behave. We'll see. Lisa girl, I can't wait to get my lawyer, t-shirt. Hoping to wear it during this cross. Shoot us a picture. We'll post it on our Instagram and stuff. Jenny Be Good. As a potential juror, I look at her disposition today as confirmation of personality disorder, so completely different than it has been. Johnny still has the same amount of time left as when we left last week because he hasn't crossed her yet. People asking how much time he has left. Good to see Camille wore black for Amber's funeral. What'd you say?
I said apparently they can bring Starbucks into the courtroom here.
Well, yeah, and he has like candy on the table. They don't seem to have very many rules in this courtroom. I'm surprised. I also don't know why.
Now, look at your group. You see anybody?
Oh, yeah. See the guy with the long hair? Those three guys right at the end. You can't see where I'm pointing. These three guys here, and here are all YouTube lawyers. That's Runkle, DUI guy, and Rob, lumber and law or law and lumber. Yeah, that's so cool that they're there. That's so funny.
And they even sit together.
Yeah. And I think they're going to do a stream after the trial's over. So if any of you guys want to check that out, it's DUI guy, Runkle, and then the guy over here was Law and Lumber. It's either Lumber and Law or Law and Lumber is his YouTube channel. Yeah, Runkle. Didn't I say Runkle? I may have said something else. Did Amber and her team do a big oopsie? Not that I saw. I don't know if you're referencing something specific. I'm surprised they didn't handle this before the break was over. Like they literally took this entire break and didn't deal with this issue prior to the break being over. The judge probably isn't very happy because, but look, so there's no jury in the courtroom and Amber is looking at Johnny and Johnny's not looking at Amber at all. It's interesting. And yeah, people are talking about how it's packed. They got there apparently last night and waited. So Freebird asked, I wonder how they managed to get in. They waited all night to get in there, basically. Literally all night.
They actually stood outside the courtroom all night?
Yeah, I think so. They were live streaming from outside the courtroom late last night.
Peter, remember the name of the judge? What's her
This
name?
judge,
Yeah.
I
I'll
can
find
picture it, but I don't know what it is.
I'll find out.
If you Google it in 2 seconds, you can find it. Somebody in here will probably let us know.
Penny Escarate.
Yeah. I was going to say Scarpetta, but yeah, Escarate is right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Sheila. Penny Ascarate. Yeah, everybody's dropping it in here. It's amazing. Like the quickest, I could get any answer in the world right now if I just ask it. Everybody just, it's great. Man, this is a long sidebar, and they had to pull the other lawyers up there as well. All those are the 4 lead attorneys, basically. Yeah, everybody's like, we're so involved in this case. Yeah. Amber can probably hear what they're saying. How much do you think Depp's attorneys are making? I think Ben Chu is the most expensive one. He's on the left, and I think he's about $800 or $805 an hour, something like that. So they're all making a lot of money. If Amber Heard spent $6 million, Johnny Depp spent more. That's for sure. For sure. I mean, I don't know if I can. Yeah, Laura's guessing 10 plus million. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know how much they possibly could have paid for this. A lot is the answer. But yeah, somebody asked, can Amber Heard hear them? Probably, especially if the jury's not there yet. They're probably not talking super low. And you see the court reporters right there sitting down in the white right here. I don't know if you guys can see that. She is sitting in the white, and she's typing down everything that is said at sidebar as well. Because this is something that could pop up on appeal. If the judge makes the wrong ruling from something they argue at sidebar, the sidebar comes in as well. Amber Heard
the judge is a former Marine.
Yeah, no, everybody said she's really tough, straight-laced, really good. AH gets text from JD on May 2020, May 22nd of 2016. He never wanted to see her again, then leaves for Spain, but AH seeks the TRO on the 27th without telling the court Johnny Depp was out of the country. No desire to see her via Melcher. Yeah, I've seen intimations of things like this, and I hope they bring that out. I really do. Stay strong. Survivor of DA took 3 years to get over, and don't believe Amber Heard. When they're at a sidebar like this, whose time does this go against? Neither. So a sidebar before anything starts is not going to go against either. If it's an objection one party makes, I think Rob, who has practiced in front of this judge before, said, if you make an objection, you come up in a sidebar, I think that counts against your time. Whoever made the objection and asked to go up at sidebar. All right. Kate Lewis, I wouldn't be looking at my abuser much either. I sent you an email, Peter. Would you respond if you thought there was nothing I could do? I have about 8 emails saved from this weekend and last week that I haven't gotten to yet. I had like 50. So I got to a lot of them. Some of them need longer answers. Some of them I haven't found an answer yet. Some of them I couldn't really help or do anything for, but I will look at it again. I'm trying to work through them all, but a lot of them are things I can't really do. A couple of them have been car accidents or slip and fall, serious catastrophic injury case that we got last week from YouTube, literally huge injuries. That one obviously we can do because that's right up our alley and that is what we handle. But a lot of them are kind of other things. So I'm trying to find resources and other people I can connect you with, because what we do is, as civil trial lawyers and personal injury lawyers, is a lot of what we do deals with that kind of world, car accidents, injuries, medical malpractice, nursing home negligence. So if it's that, obviously we can jump on it real quick because we can handle it. If we need to try to find somebody else to jump in and help, sometimes it takes a little bit longer. V. Todd, thank you. Are you sure we'll get crossed today? I really hope so. I really hope so. And yes, I think we will. PJ here from Seminole in Pinellas. I could throw a rock and hit your house from here probably. Well, I would never want to do that because then I could be legally liable for the damage that it caused. But very close to us and very cool. Yes, they are taking their sweet time. Yeah, we're going to get to cross today. Have faith. Did you see the SNL skit, Anteaters Are Us? I saw part of it. I didn't think it was very funny. Like, it just kind of fell flat to me. What did you guys think? They should have decided what everyone was going to dinner before now. Meant to click the super sticker here. What is this sidebar about? Probably about, certain questions they want to ask on cross, and they want to check with the judge before they ask it. Thank you, Kylie. Soldier Mom, get ready for Elaine to mimic a Jack-in-the-Box. Standing up and objecting and standing up and objecting, standing up and objecting. Yeah, a lot of people said they didn't like the SNL skit. Fell kind of flat. Thank you, Midwest Woman. It's 8:40 in the UK and people are still tuning in here. Thank you, some enchilada. Can the witness hear them at sidebar? It depends. Sometimes if the jury's here and they speak really low, they can't. But if the jury's not there and it's a party, they probably can hear it. Could you explain how impeaching works? So if you check out some of the other videos, we go like into detail and depth, but basically impeaching is just calling into question the veracity of something somebody is saying with a prior inconsistent statement. So it's like they're saying now this before they said something else. You bring it in basically to say that they're lying, and and then the jury has to decide whether or not they're credible. Are lawyers allowed to do research on jurors' backgrounds, profile in order to speculate how they'd make decisions? We can do some research. Depends on the court, depends on the jurisdiction. You can find certain things out about them, which will usually help you in jury selection and make that process go faster. So yeah, we can do some research, yes. Mimi also sent a question about assistance advice, military related. Did you have a chance to review? Yes or no is fine. I prefer a vague answer. Yes, I have reviewed it. And this is one of the ones I don't really know how to direct you yet. So I have it in my unread box. I'm trying to see where I can point you in the right direction. Yuritsa Acevedo, genuine question. How does a lawyer defend when knowing they're guilty? I know it's a job, but it's a moral thing. You want to answer this, Dad? He defends more criminal people than I do, so.
I'll answer it. It is a constitutional provision that everybody has a right to an attorney and the right to a defense and a right to a fair trial. Just because a prosecutor says you're guilty doesn't mean you're guilty. And guilty means being proved beyond a reasonable doubt. So even though they may have a good case against you, it is their responsibility to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that your client is guilty. Now, if you know your client is guilty and he tells you, look, I did it, he's guilty, then you have to do an ethical thing, which is he doesn't take the witness stand and you don't put him on there to commit perjury. However, the government always has the burden of proof. And even though he tells you he's guilty, they still have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Otherwise, a lot of innocent people go to jail because the government says, you're guilty, you're going to jail, bam, you're going to jail. So we've got to have a system where the burden is on the government has to prove it, and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the system of laws we have in order really to protect the innocent. That's why it's there. Okay, that's my brief answer. You can have a much longer one if you want to watch a seminar I've done on it.
Tom Brooks, great info you're providing. Thanks from Oregon. Thanks, Tom. Do you think she will shed a real tear on this cross? LOL, I've not seen a real tear, much less a fake one. I don't know, but it's on the bingo card, so we'll see if she does. Red Canary, what do you think they're discussing with the judge now? I think they want to go into certain things on cross, and they're arguing about whether or not they can, which is the appropriate way to do it before you cross them, not in the middle of it. So Camille probably wants to make sure she's going to do the right thing. And, we'll see. My Journey, Papa Tragos reminds me of Sean Connery, and that's a compliment. Oh, you're going to lean in for that one?
I do get that a lot, and I've actually been stopped at airports. And even TSA has asked me that. So yes, that does happen.
Bingo neon yellow. Is somebody wearing neon yellow? I didn't even see. I forgot that's on the card. But next time they pan to the gallery, we'll have to look because that's on the card. LOL, did Rob sneak in? He's off to the left side. It does look like he pulled up a chair next to them, and he does not look excited. He looks very bored right now. That's the Law and Lumber lawyer. Could they be discussing the use of Amber's unmetadataed photos? Can they be pulled from evidence due to that? Rocky Mountain House, Alberta. No, I don't think they're discussing pulling them because the judge would not have let them in. This isn't new information that they don't have. So I think the judge would have already pulled them. I think they're talking about a bunch of different topics and potentially exhibits that they're going to put in to try to speed through it and say, all right, I'm not going to object to you putting any of these exhibits in. So that'll make this cross go a lot faster. Here we go. You're welcome, Yuritsa. Beverly, last one. Have you seen Andrea Burkhart's tweet showing the same photo, spilled wine, used as proof? Amber's legal team, 2 different dates, instances. No, I've been on with Andrea on other live streams, and she's awesome. But I have not seen that. I'll have to check that out on her Twitter.
All right. Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Be seated. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
This is very rehearsed start. Yes. Like she planned
and
to
this
start
was after
this
you
way.
had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes.
She's starting
And
aggressive.
this is after
She's
you
not
had
moving
obtained
into it.
the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229. You want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just
I
went
just wanted to touch you.
through. Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking
Yes,
accused me of? You
yes,
want to
please,
touch me?
please stop me.
Fucking
Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to get it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was
Please.
good enough.
No, hold on.
No, because I'm nothing to you, and I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
This recording was referenced by a listener already right before this.
Your hands are hard. Please just hold my
No. No, you're in fucking hole.
heart. Oh, no, please, just say please.
No, we'll never see each other again. You on your neck, don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you, you will not see my eyes
She's
again.
going to keep
doesn't
saying,
he?
I got a TRO.
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember
So
that?
you can't quibble on stuff
do.
like that. So I'm glad she moved on.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
This is
You're
not
here in
going to
this
go well
courtroom
for
because
Amber. I
Mr.
can
Depp
already
finally
feel
told the world
she's trying to
he's a
stick
victim of
in
domestic
all these
violence.
qualifiers. It's not going to go well.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
She is smirking.
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up.
She did that through her depot too, everybody
Mr. Depp
said.
is your victim, isn't he?
Look,
ma'am.
she's trying not to smirk.
Once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that.
Oh,
Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
check the rings off
You've
the
never
box.
known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp was wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger, every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play?
Here we
from
go.
your
They're going to play the video
deposition,
depo.
Day 2,
We knew this was coming
512,
too.
Page 512, lines 11 through 15.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in
That
the
was
face
not
multiple
inconsistent.
times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
I agree. That's a
You
waste of
testified,
playing the
quote,
depo.
You don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March
always.
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times,
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct.
That's the
I
point.
did
Make
not seek
it seem like
medical attention.
huge, like she did make a mountain out
Other
of
than
it.
my therapist.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Ms.
I don't
Heard?
know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
That's the only picture you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it out to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So, so it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose is bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248. Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249. This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
She's dancing on some difficult
Understand
questions
you are
here.
under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained. From
Kind of
Mr. Depp,
agree,
correct?
Colin. It's a little,
That's
her
correct.
voice
And you
sounds a
haven't
little
produced
shaky
any
or something.
pictures or any medical records
She's doing good, though.
reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers. Everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252. This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
This is
This is a
literally
picture of you,
hitting
Mr.
the
Depp,
beats.
and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
This is good. And she has no problem testifying in
Let's
opposition to
please
what
pull
all the
up
pictures
Plaintiff's
show, it
Exhibit
seems like.
1253. This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit 1, 2, 5, 3, and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1, 2, 5, 3 in evidence.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254. This is
What is
also a
she
picture of
drinking?
you at the same event, correct, Ms. Hurd?
That is-
Everybody's been talking about that.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1, 2, 5, 4.
But I mean, these pictures show no injuries, and she's admitting that this is the day
Confirm that.
after.
The jury can
No.
see it. This is
What
a
she's
picture of
doing
you at the
is
same event, the night after
telling the
Mr. Depp
jury
allegedly whacked you in the
to
face so hard.
believe
you
evidence
thought he
they
broke your
haven't
nose.
seen.
Right, exactly.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it?
I
Ms.
agree,
Hurd?
Racanelli.
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Hurd?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as might imagine. And for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Hurd?
I produced everything.
That's
But you
so
haven't shown it to
annoying.
this jury.
I would very much like to.
Oh my
It's not my
gosh,
job.
that is so annoying. I can't believe she's allowed to do that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
Approach
absolutely.
Camille. Yeah, she cannot do that. She can't keep saying, I have this evidence that you won't let me put in. The judge should strike that, strike every time she says it. And the judge should direct the jury to
Instruct the
say,
jury, right?
yes, that every piece of evidence that's authentic and relevant is coming into this trial. Every admissible piece of evidence is coming into this trial. That's what Camille needs this judge to instruct the jury, because now she's misleading the jury to say, I have all this evidence, but they won't let me show you. So
Yeah.
trust my word and trust that there's evidence, a mountain of evidence that I'm not allowed to show you.
Well, it's all right. Jury, just believe me, even though, I've got this evidence, but we're not showing it to you.
Here's the problem. If the judge does give this instruction, now she has just lit Amber Heard up, because now the jury is just not going to believe her and think that she's trying to mislead them. I cannot
Right.
believe that they've allowed it to go. The very first time she did that, I would have been like, Judge, we got to talk.
Well,
She can't do that.
Well, I got to be honest with you. The first time she did it, if you notice, the lawyer was caught off balance. That's when one of your people said she was nervous. That's what happened. She didn't expect that answer.
That's what her and Elaine, Amber and Elaine have been doing the whole time. That's why I don't like, well, I can't say what they said. I don't like stuff like that, because you're dancing around the rules of evidence. You can't reference that or testify to it because it's unreliable. It can't come in as evidence. You can't qualify it by saying, well, without saying what I texted. That's the problem. Is I do not like when lawyers, and I said the same thing when Johnny Depp's ex-cop security guy was on the stand. So everybody's going to say I'm biased. When his ex-cop security guy was on the stand, when we have these former law enforcement officers who have testified in 100 trials and they try to slip stuff in they know isn't admissible, he did that. And I said the same thing. That's annoying. You've got to cut that off. You've got to control that witness. And it's the same thing here. You can't say, oh, I have these pictures. You just won't let me show them to the jury. You can't do that. It's so frustrating.
And you know what? I wish they would show, because I was watching the body language of the lawyers up there, and her lawyer you can just tell she's in a panic.
Oh, she's like that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, she was in a panic up there.
Cheryl says to give the jury the rings to feel the weight. You could.
You're right. That wouldn't be bad.
Pamela Wissenbach, even with the best makeup, there would be broken blood vessels in her eyes. I mean, listen, no guarantees. And if that's her story, the jury has to figure out what they believe. But to be able to sit there and just say, yes, I have a broken nose in this picture, while everybody's looking at a picture where you clearly don't have a broken nose, it's like, okay.
I don't think
I guess
this judge not going to buy it. You can just, I'm looking at the body language up there, and
Do you think the
No.
judge is going to give an instruction though? That's the question.
I don't know, but she's going to do something.
Bat Tech, she's not claiming her lawyers are withholding. She's claiming that Johnny Depp and this court is not letting her bring in all the evidence that she has. She's not blaming her lawyers. She's blaming everybody else, saying, I've given everything to my lawyers, but I would very much like to show it to the jury. But basically, I'm not allowed to. That's what she's saying at this point. Kim is asking if Lily Rose is in the audience. I'm not sure. I have not seen her. Lily Rose is Johnny Depp's daughter. Yeah, this is real trial lawyering when this stuff happens, and it's so frustrating. This is why I always said it's better to go up against a good lawyer than a bad lawyer, because a good lawyer that knows the rules and will play by the rules is a much better trial. That, you know, the facts and the legal arguments are going to carry the day. But lawyers that try to argue that stuff, if my client was doing this, I'd say you can't reference stuff that's inadmissible. I would just instruct them that. I wouldn't fight for them to be able to answer like this. Would you?
No.
No way.
No.
If
In
she
fact,
wants to say, go ahead.
That's another. We're talking about bar violations. If in fact she did give the stuff to the lawyer and the lawyer didn't turn it over, that's a bar violation.
It's true.
Basically, that witness is accusing her lawyers of withholding evidence.
Throwing her lawyer under the bus, Melissa said.
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, it's not good no matter how you cut it. But if you're the lawyer, that's what I'm saying. Like, we can instruct our clients and witnesses, hey, Amber, don't say that. Don't reference anything that hasn't come into evidence yet. If you want to say, yes, I broke my nose and I know what it looks like underneath that makeup, and yes, my nose was broken. Yes, it was bruised. If you want to testify to that and you believe that that's true, go ahead and testify to it. But you can't say, I have all these witnesses that I'm not allowed to call, because that's what she's going to say next.
Okay, here we go. Now let's see what
the judge does.
Outcome is. Nothing.
Ms. Heard, you testified that
No
in
instruction.
January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai, the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that they couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or misunderstood. It was on the way back from it. Was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs, since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it.
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256.
Camille just has to be careful saying things like, I
This is
do.
a picture of you.
I do that as
and
well.
Mr. Depp
Got to guard
back
against
of
it
you
sometimes.
At the
Here we
Mordecai
go.
premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would
She should
agree
explain
that
the
there are no
tattoos.
bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture.
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
I'll show you one more picture. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence, publish.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point, I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No,
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial? You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
You can have a transcript for the jury.
Here's where it's nice to have the transcript of all of her testimony in this trial so far.
Okay. All right, we will get it.
I don't know if they won or lost, but they did not get the instruction I would have asked for.
It may not be over.
Right.
That
And I don't
issue
think
may
this
not
judge
be
has
over.
been, I don't think this judge has been horrible and
Yeah,
making
so
an appeal easy.
Yeah, something may happen. So they may have given her a warning or something. Something may happen yet.
So now they're giving the other side a copy of the transcript so they can follow along.
Yes, please.
Stay strong says the face of arrogance is Amber Heard. Torek says, how proud you must be, Dad.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593, of the jury trials transcript. Lines 8 through 13.
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Peter, if they had some of our software, they could throw it up on the screen.
Yes.
Starting
Yep.
on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, strike that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place, actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct.
This literally sounds like
From
my
December,
cross
yes,
that I
correct.
did.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
This is
correct.
good. I think she's doing well.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out,
I remember, yes.
and that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures,
That's correct.
and we will look at some of those in a minute, but I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure. You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it.
I literally played this when I did my cross,
Any objection?
and I got a copyright
35A.
tag, so I had to pull it off. But literally, I did this same exact line
grew
of
up in
questioning
Texas riding horses
and played this.
Oh, really?
You know,
Literally
Not a
same
big
exact
ballet
spot.
community out there in Texas.
no, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no what do you call it? Grace. So I knew.
Your Honor, I'm
I
so
knew I had to
sorry,
train.
but it's not published to the jury. We may have it please published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses, and
Oh, really?
Not
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
no, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no what do you call it? Grace. So I knew I had to train for it, and what they don't tell you, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working my way up from the floor and learning the technical aspect of ballet, and I've got these dances down technically perfectly. I'm learning all the movements, but the last thing we get to are the hands. And I haven't yet got to that point, but everything else is working. I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet. And I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it. And so I send videos and images to my friends to get encouragement, look for their support. And everyone shoots back, what's with the claw hand? And I look and I realize all that stress and fear of performing and doing this thing had just kind of funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet
What were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, I'd be doing a jump with a back bend, and you can see this graceful falling, and my hands are and my face though is I've got that you saw in the clip, these beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on, and flower crowns and all this stuff, and then my hand and my face, and then my hands.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98. These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames. like screen grabs, stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot. It doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right. And Ms. Bernhoff, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you. So Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right. Thank you. All right. 98 in evidence. Thank you.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom
That's correct.
with a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup.
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those photographs.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think Camille is
You
doing
did take pictures
very
of your
well
alleged
so far.
injuries on
Cool,
after
calm,
December
collected.
15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence.
Unfortunately, Amber is such an easy target. I mean,
Well, when
there's
you
so
have this
much-
many pictures posted of
I
you
know.
publicly,
there's so much
and
to
you're
beat
just
her
saying
with.
disregard the pictures.
You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
And if we could also please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
Definitely blood on the lip
Thank you,
there,
Ron.
for sure.
This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence.
This is when the metadata becomes important.
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence? This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this
You know,
record
our
doesn't
internet
document
went
any
down for a
physical
while.
injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went
didn't,
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is
What?
from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature Kipper down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. We could please go, well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor. No signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Great point
Doesn't
by
document
Amber
any
Heard.
physical injuries.
That's
Doesn't
good
seem to be
though,
documenting
to say,
anything.
look at all these obvious mistakes in the medical records. I think that's a great point by
Probably
her.
because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I mean, let's just
Oh
strike, Your Honor.
my
the objection.
gosh.
Move to strike.
That's just so annoying. That's really frustrating if a witness does stuff like that.
So again,
she
just
even
to
says, no, I didn't treat for the
try my
broken noses,
question.
but he told me
There's
I
no
had
medical
multiple broken
records
noses.
reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Is there, Ms. Heard?
That's really frustrating.
I don't know
Well,
what
there should be-
written evidence.
There should
but
be
I do
EMT
know that I
records.
documented that visit.
There's not.
And that
And,
everything
and
was given to
Amber
my
just said I
attorneys.
didn't treat for that.
Ms. Heard, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or
That-
after you were with Mr. Depp as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case.
I would object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
Oh,
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they not only
All right, if you would.
produced,
Elaine is literally just making sure the jury hears this. Gosh, they do it different in Virginia. I'm confirmed. I'll tell you right now, in Florida, Elaine would have been the judge. Any judge I've ever tried a case in front of would have clapped back at Elaine for making that argument in front of the jury. If the witness on the stand and the lawyer that's doing the cross-examination, if they spar a little bit, fine. If the witness said some things, they have some leeway as a party. But do you agree? Don't you agree?
Absolutely. And she's done it multiple times.
I know.
And so, yeah. But
I'm
she's just
really
getting away
surprised.
with it. She's getting away with some stuff there.
I am really surprised.
Yeah.
Because that's so annoying. She's trying to use all this stuff that's not in evidence
Right.
to convince the jury to ignore all the stuff that is in evidence.
All right, here we go. We're back. Let's see what.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon
If you never treated, there's no record.
as a result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
So there are no records.
And you don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Another point
So
taken
let's
from
take
my
a look at
cross.
Defendant's Exhibit 1090.
I'm
which is
kidding.
already
They
in
didn't
evidence.
actually take it from my cross, just so everyone knows. That's a joke. But it's something I brought up in the outline of my cross.
You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a
And I
yes.
took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence. You took this picture as well.
Yes,
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
it's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
And she's
Sleeping
doing this
on
to
the
say you took all
nod
these pictures, but
on his
none of
island.
your
They're very
injuries.
different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence. We also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand.
Don't argue with your Camille. Just
You're
let her
lingering
say
on
this
his
and then
leg.
just keep moving on. You're
It was
proving
cause
your
for
point.
alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug usage had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you
really.
took a picture of it.
Yes, I wanted him to get help.
She's
and
making the exact point
he's
that we
surrounded
talked
by
about before.
enablers who clean up after him. and
Objection,
protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's the good way
This
to
isn't a very
object to your
flattering
own
picture of Mr. Depp, is
question.
it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it.
I
seeing it.
agree, but it seems like
But you
both
sent
sides
this
agree
picture
he
to one
does
of your
wear the
friends,
chunky
didn't
ring,
you?
so I don't know where that's going. But
I don't
good
recall.
point.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Heard. So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Bretta? Could you turn your microphone again? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I need to see it first because I
Okay.
don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers and anything that's not Ms.
Go
Heard's
up or down on
text
this.
messages, consistent with hearsay.
You want me to reapproach?
Okay.
Kind of shocking that they didn't talk about this between the lawyers beforehand, since they were going to make this a separate exhibit. Yeah, I think Cross is going great so far.
Sorry, I had a call. What did I miss? I heard somebody say, shh, we're going to be talking. I apologize for that, but we are going to be talking as we go because we're trying not to fall asleep either.
They're
And I
trying to
think
put
that's why people are here, is to hear us talk about the cross
they're,
as well. So
they're
we'll
trying to
try
put
not to
in
talk over it too much, but go ahead.
they're trying to put in a redacted statement. It's in, the whole thing's in evidence, but they just want to do a redacted portion, just ask for about one paragraph. And apparently the lawyers didn't get together and show each other the exhibit.
Okay.
So,
With the redactions on it.
right.
Okay. So these two questions kind of came at the same time. TM said, can they bring in a doctor to say the injuries would be so significant that makeup could not cover it? And then Born in Hell Senior said, can't they bring medical physician to testify how long it takes to swelling of a broken nose to subside? They can. The problem is it can be different with every person. And if somebody says, yeah, the swelling can go down in one day if you ice it for 24 hours straight and you take Advil and whatever, then that's bad evidence for you. As opposed to using common sense, saying I was all black and blue and bloodied from these heavy rings and being beat to a bloody pulp. And then I looked perfectly
refresh
fine
your
the next
recollection
day.
that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
You sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, this is what I've been dealing with, end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And
So they're going to talk about how she is not afraid of
Johnny,
him.
or the monster,
And the
as you
recordings
called
show
him,
that.
would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
Didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
why would it?
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket, right, Ms. Heard? In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
So please take a look at one of those. If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence. Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to a photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table?
that is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking
Oh.
if you do.
Oh.
You testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
Ooh,
I beg
that's
to
interesting.
differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes
Trying
into
not
your
to
nose.
smirk.
And there's
Doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there, back right.
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did. I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings for Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
That's incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed. in
Camille with a
connection your
little
divorce for
snicker.
Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do
Sarcasm.
with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
Can they impeach her, or was she just going to try to make the jury understand the sarcasm?
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8 exactly.
your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
See, she's doing no
This is an article
chronology. She's
entitled
going to
Amber
hit.
Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the
Nobody's
portion on
done
the
a good
second
timeline
page
in
where
this
it
case.
says, quote, read the statement below. Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is some.
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her
Yes.
statement.
She just said it was
May I
her
see the
statement.
full,
Everything else is redacted.
Okay.
This
then I
this
have no-
comes in all day.
One,
Party
two, five,
opponent.
9 in evidence as redacted.
Yeah.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no, it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each
to the ACLU.
and to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity.
So it's not about the
direct-
money, but she wanted him to have to pay taxes on the
He
$7
could do
million.
that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp
Somewhere
didn't
between
end up
5 and
paying the rest of the
5:30.
$7 million
We may have to
divorce
shut off
settlement
early,
directly to the
actually. So
charities
sorry
you
if that
identified.
happens, but
That is correct.
between
He
5 and
paid
5:30.
the installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce as per our agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break, that if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
It doesn't change the amount that
And
goes
that's
to the
because
charity.
you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260. This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp Row Over Divorce Donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page. Her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows
She
the
shouldn't be
statement
doing this
relates
before
to
the jury.
Hearsay Spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
Want to come forward?
It's an agent potentially of Amber Heard, so she
Right.
can be impeached with her statements potentially.
If it's established that she's her agent. So
Correct.
That's what
Which
they
she
didn't do yet.
could- Right. Right. It is interesting though, and I think Camille's going methodically through the points that she wants to get. I wouldn't like this donation stuff. I feel like she's kind of already proved the point. I would move on, I think. We already know that. I would just finish with, you didn't donate the 7 million, the full 7 million, like you said you would, did you? And then I'd move on. Getting into the nitty gritty about this, I think is, I don't know. Maybe you disagree.
You could lose the effectiveness if it drags on too long.
Right. Right. We know she didn't pay it all.
I like Camille's not
We
going
released a
from one.
statement
May
through.
we approach again?
Okay.
I like what Camille's doing is that she's just punching and she's not really keeping things in order.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. You want to get your points, get your highlights. And again, opposite of what we've seen in some other days is she's getting a lot of good hits before we close for the day. So she's getting a lot of those points that she thinks is strong before we close for the day. So we'll see how many more she can get.
Right. And she knows, jury goes home at night. She's going to leave them with some things to think about. And hopefully the things that they think about put Amber in a bad light.
Right. And they go home and they think, oh, she lied about this. She lied about that.
Right.
She lied about the injuries. She lied about the, whatever, the donations.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said.
Elaine is even arguing with Camille now.
I don't think they get along.
I don't think so either.
Your Honor, would you like to see one as well?
No, that's right. That's fine. Thank you. Could you please turn your microphone on? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, they gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full
I
document.
plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
Elaine is correct here because she may want to enter the full document if it's admissible and if she can. So you have to have both prepped, the redacted and the unredacted, so she can see and compare and make sure there's not admissible evidence that Elaine would want in. So this is actually legit.
Your Honor, the witness can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness
No.
can't do, we have the right to be able to see the document.
Elaine is
Do
right.
you have the document that's not redacted?
Amber Heard's lawyer
We
is
can
right,
pull
I
it up
think.
on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
Right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Yeah. But see, the other lawyer doesn't have to trust Camille.
Unredacted.
Correct. But I will say Johnny Depp's side has seemed to be a lot more forthcoming than Amber Heard's throughout
Yes.
most of this.
Well, especially with Amber's testimony about, I gave that to them. They must not have given it to you.
I saw a couple people asking who George Tragos is. He's my dad. Yes, he's a lawyer. We work together in our firm. He's board certified trial lawyer coming in just for Cross to talk through this. And we're going to be back at it tomorrow. Whenever we sign off today, we will be back at it tomorrow to talk more Cross. So subscribe and hit the reminder bell. If you haven't subscribed already, go hit subscribe. And like the video if you haven't liked it already. And let me know your thoughts in the comments, what you thought of our first live. We had some technical issues throughout. And I may still do some recaps late at night. We'll see. But yeah, please subscribe if you haven't already. And thanks for joining us throughout this entirely long day of direct and now Cross.
Yes.
So now they're showing it on their computer, which this is why you have a paper copy. You download a digital copy. You bring everything in every way so you can make sure that you can have it ready to rock and roll if you need it. Thank you, LA Gun.
So, Your Honor, can we have a copy of this?
You can get a copy of that later today. Okay.
Right,
All right.
I mean, I think she should be giving us copies of the full.
Well, I
thing
understand, but
before.
we'll take care of that. But
Okay.
as of right now,
Elaine being a stickler now.
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of. some quotation.
Judge wants to move it.
okay, come forward.
Yeah, the judge wants to keep it moving for sure.
They could just email her a copy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million things they can do, but theoretically speaking, Elaine could be difficult if she wants to. And for Johnny Depp's team, they should have had this ready. They should have had an unredacted version there because this is something that could happen. But it is what it is. Not a great point to end on here, right? So I mean, if this continues to delay, it kind of falls flat. Well, Camille, I think, did a good job. But again, she could have gotten the fact that just a simple question of you didn't actually donate all 7 million like you said you would, did you? And then do instruct her not to answer, well, I had to pay $6 million in attorney's fees, but just instruct her that that's got to be a yes or no answer.
All right. So directing your attention, Ms. Heard, where it says her spokeswoman responded in a statement.
Your
The
Honor-
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
Right. If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that.
She's
Go
right.
ahead.
She's right. She
You
has to
released
show
a
it to her.
statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts
Objection,
at
Your Honor.
Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
So let's see if Amber Heard picks up on the fact that her lawyer is doing everything she possibly can to keep this out, and see if she tries to say something to keep it out. And I think Camille.
Those are good
Go ahead.
objections. Those are
I
good
agree.
objections.
Yes.
And I think Camille is trying to show she gets irritable.
Did you read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
We'll see if that
Yes.
statement comes in.
That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 1260 in evidence.
She could have just said, I don't remember, but then she had to throw that last part in.
Sometimes
in there.
witnesses can't help themselves.
Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I think they're
We
just
could
trying
also
to show
insist
that
the
she's
full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote.
Okay.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That's what she said.
Thank you. After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just
They watched
confirmed it on that
Danish
show.
TV to
You
see what
appeared
she
on a
said.
show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and
Any-
ask for
any
permission to
objection?
Your
publish
Honor,
it.
it contains, has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay.
very briefly.
So Camille's going to try to argue what we've talked about before. Just because there are other statements doesn't make it hearsay. But if they're going to prove the truth of the matter asserted, then they could be. So they're going to talk about whether or not this is going to come in. And with all these delays, my guess is the judge is going to push it till 5:30. I probably have about 10 minutes left. It's my daughter's 9th birthday today, so we are going out to dinner. So I might be leaving before they finish here. We'll see.
I heard that right? A Danish TV show.
Yes, I believe so.
Good for them.
Man, this is what it's going to be like, though. There's going to be a lot of pauses. There's going to be a lot of this throughout the entirety of Cross because they're not going to want to deal with. They're not going to want anything to come out if they can keep it out. I should say anything to come out into evidence if they can keep it out of evidence. That's what Amber's lawyers are going to be. Thank you, everybody, for the kind words. And I'm glad you all were able to join us. This was a lot of fun. Thanks, Dad, for joining me on your vacation. But this is really this. I mean, the Cross has been fun. The direct was rough at times. But the Cross has been fun. So I think tomorrow is going to be really interesting. RTL Late Night is a Dutch, I believe. Hello from Denmark. Thank you, Beathan, 99. Thank you, Patricia Savage.
So if we could please play and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
346 in evidence.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this. And then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that...
Look at her try not to smirk.
Twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to... I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted
of.
Nothing.
That's what I would have gone with instead of all those objections from the statement from the spokesperson. Just go straight to that.
Was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
Dinner and shopping after, actually, which is what she asked for the first time, was to actually just to take her shopping
This is
to
the
buy
deal
stuff.
point memorandum
Good-
from
good
the
point,
divorce
though.
settlement, right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to, and if we go on page 5.
This is, I mean, I don't know how this
So the
judge
first
does it,
payment
but
is
potentially it
scheduled
could
for
cut
August
into her time.
31st,
I don't know.
2016, and that's 200,000, correct?
Same question.
Yes, that is
I
correct.
think Rob said all this counts
Mr.
towards
Depp's
Johnny
accountant,
Depp's
Edward
time.
White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. That.
Okay.
It's a he literally testified to it in court.
And she was sitting there. Yeah,
you,
she's
Your
allowed to testify to that.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. It's an
Overrule the
improper-
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to that.
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made
I
on
don't love this
schedule.
line of questioning from Camille.
I was here every day in court.
It reminds me of
heard his
Rottenborn
testimony,
saying,
yes.
did I read that right?
So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Thank you, Marissa.
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would
That-
agree with me.
That is correct.
And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October,
This is great by
2018
Camille.
interview,
She's setting
you
up the
said that you had,
timeline.
quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
She
of the
pledged.
settlement,
That's
$7
not
million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
But didn't
I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question.
Quibbling with words.
Please,
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another. They're
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully,
By
That's not my
pledges, that's
question.
how they're paid? No, it's not.
as of today, you have not paid
Can't build buildings with
$3.5 million
pledges.
of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it.
I agree.
I
This,
love
this,
Johnny.
I wouldn't
That's why
go too far. I would just say
You
she
wanted
basically
praise
lied
for
about it.
donating the money,
Didn't donate it.
right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted
Yes, I
press.
agree. Move on.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence.
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim, nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
No.
It's a non-responsive answer.
This is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection.
And once again,
Let's
Elaine,
move
just
forward.
saying things
Let's
so the
move
jury
forward.
can hear.
Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Heard,
entire
Ms.
house
Heard,
at one time.
respectfully.
You pay
The
I'm not
point's
asking.
made.
All right, next question, please.
I agree. She's beating a
Yeah,
dead
well,
horse at this point.
Yeah,
That statement
jury
isn't
knows
true
the point.
today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
Okay.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
I think they both look bad.
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been
I'm
able
really
to obligate.
sorry-
I mean,
I'm
to fulfill
surprised
those
she's
So that's a no,
obligations.
right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to.
That's the
That's
question.
correct,
I
Ms. Heard.
disagree with your characterization. of
Then
that.
move on. Move on. You've gotten your point across.
Let's look at your
time
sworn
to take a
testimony
break.
from the UK.
That was the good question right there. And then move
Yeah.
on. The jury knows it. You set up the timeline already.
All right, yes, ma'am.
All right. We're going to end the stream here.
Thank you.
Sorry. We're going to have to miss the last 15 minutes. I've got to take off. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow. You guys all rock. Thanks for being here. Come back tomorrow for more of this. Thanks, Dad. I'll see you
Do
tomorrow.
you want me to close the shades?
We are on our way out.
There's this light
We're out of
coming
here.
across.
Thank you so much, everybody. I know I'm sorry. I've got to leave. I'm sorry. We'll be back tomorrow morning. I believe around 8:30, 8:45 we'll be on. See ya.